basically, you know, we have some secret picks prepared. Everyone.
They always do.
Yeah, they are really excited. Carrier basically said, you know, whatever I feel on the day, I will play. That means that can be anything, guys.
Yeah.
I have heard Kalista top lane potentially being.
How have you heard this? You have all the info?
I have all the info. I have all the spice, all the good sauce. And I have also heard that we were asking T1, you know, what kind of rules would you be fine to? And they really said, you know, this rule is fine, but anything more would kind of not make it competitive, you know, for us. And we want to really make the best performance that we possibly can. We're not going here holding anything back, and wins matter today.
Yeah.
I mean, they are the world champions after all. You don't become world champions if you don't have the drive to win everything you can.
It was all preparation for this, though, because...
It was, yeah, of course. It was just a warm-up.
Yes, it was, because they might be playing, they are actually, in fact, playing a lot of games today. Of course, we saw just earlier that big one over Eintracht Spandau, and I know maybe not everyone was that happy about that here in the room, but that's what it is, and that means that Big will be playing T1 in their very first match coming up after this, which is crazy for some of the members of Big, right?
For sure, especially for the jungler. Denzi, he just put out an amazingly Sin performance with a flash insect onto none other than Power of Evil to win the game, and it's actually his first ever professional team. Like, he used to play in the lower divisions of the German league, but this Big roster is the first time he's going up against the big boys, and I think it couldn't be more literal. Like, there are no bigger boys than T1, so this is a special day for him for sure.
Casually go up against T1, that's
just
awesome.
A casual Saturday.
Yes.
It's a dream come true. I know every player at home is thinking about like this kind of success story. You go join the second division in Germany, and then you make it somehow to the first division, and then you instantly play the greatest player of all time. It's
awesome. Yeah. As we run through the schedule here, we will see everything. NNO will play T1 after that, then KC versus NNO, which I'm personally extremely excited for, and KC versus Team 1, Heretics versus T1, and then finally, as we said, all the special rules about the draft will fall whenever T1 ends up playing G2. Sheepy, you were saying in terms of the approach from the teams yesterday, you would like to see them all fight for the same cause, being make sure that Heretics is in the best position at the end of it to beat T1.
All right. I know this is maybe not as popular with the other teams, but I had a lot of brainstorming. I thought maybe, you know, in the first match, NNO Old can just take it, you know, pick 5 mid lane champions, reduce that faker champion pool, take it all away.
I don't think that's going to happen.
But I talked to Aguri, and I was like, Aguri, please, and he's like, guys, I'm going to play one champion today. I think you want to spoil it later. And he's going to pick it. And then from this point onwards, you know, they just want to win. So there will be no fancy techniques from us working together, but every team is not divided. They're going in alone, but all of them have the drive to win. So yeah, T1 is in for a ride for sure.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, it is best of ones, right? So if there's ever anything crazy that would happen, it would be a best of one. Even if T1 is playing the best they absolutely want to, there's some cheeky teams about. NNO, for instance, how crazy would it be if out of all the teams, there was only one that beat T1, and it was NNO?
I mean, I think the audience would be quite happy about that, but let's say it might not be the most
you don't have faith?
Realistic. Well, I have a lot of hopium, but this goes into the category of copium already.
Yeah, I see that. A lot is about T1 today, and I think we should talk a little bit about how awesome their year has been, how monumental, of course, their victory at the World Championship, the 4th title for Faker, already 10 years of success with T1, also, of course, again, champions in the LCK GP, but they're such a cornerstone of our League of Legends esports, so it's really cool that they're here.
They're the reason for a lot of people being in the stadium, starting League of Legends. Faker has been dubbed the greatest of all time, tied with the most World Championship wins before this year. Now he is standalone, having the most wins. You see the amount of success that T1 has as an organization, and honestly speaking, that they are beyond good, and consistently through all of the years, they have been working hard, tirelessly, and they are champions after being it like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and then making it again to be a world champion just shows the class of this team, and especially Faker.
Yeah.
I think also this is the year where Faker finally silenced all of the last doubters. Like, there has been a lot of talk about him being the greatest of all time, and some were always like, but it's so long ago, like he's not that good anymore. But this year, I think this year he has shown that after even 10 years, he still got it. his 4th championship, and maybe even not his last.
Yeah, maybe also a league of its own.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe that's the name. It's for Faker, of course.
Yeah.
But we have to also shine the light on the rest of the team. I do think that the players we're seeing on this roster are the best in their each position. So Carry, I think, has been, I thought, was the best player in the world, even better than Faker. But he's a support, so nobody cares.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about Carry.
Yeah, but now, because now he started playing 80 carries, and he's like, oh, well, he's kind of like a carry player, so, might as well give him this title. So I think Carry, insane, absolutely insane, outstanding player. Gumayushi's tap dancing on the enemies, just his Varus gameplay, And after the play, he was actually, I expected everybody to praise me, but nobody said anything in the team, so it just also T1
Life of an ADC
cool,
also.
cool-headed. Faker, insane owner. It is such an amazing jungler. It really has the best game understanding. We'll not go too deep into the nitty-gritty, but fantastic.
We can. We have time for it. And I think that's so cool. And also, as you said, they wouldn't take it easy in something like this, even if it's kind of a fun competition. It reminds me of, because we were in a Velodrome, right? And it reminds me of after the Tour de France, where all the cyclists, they go to these regional races. We have a bunch of them in Belgium, for instance, I guess in Germany as well. And they still try to win there, because when you're a competitor, that's just the most important thing you can do. On the other hand, though, when you look at a draft evolution of T1 at Worlds to start with, they already think out of the box a lot. So in terms of the teams that can play in a format like this, Sola, they're probably one of the best equipped to do it.
For sure. I mean, most of the drafts that T1 executed at Worlds, most analysts would have put any other team in the losing spot.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of teams that can pull off what T1 is pulling off. Not even in-game, not in the draft. So it's one of a kind where they are not playing the meta the best. They are defining their own meta. And this is rare, I have to say, even at the world stage, where usually like semifinals, the latest, most of the picks are set. Maybe we have 1 or 2 more special picks, but we saw that even in the semifinals, all the teams suddenly started banning AD carries, trying out ranged supports, because they knew it was the only way they even had a slight chance against T1 if they tried to adapt to their playstyle. Yeah,
you could say they're also a league of their own, because they're always one step ahead. I mean,
every time you say it, you get like...
Oh yeah, it's like...
You get 1 Red Bull.
I have a contract that says if you got it, like the Red Bull guy is like... Very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are outstanding. And usually what is happening is kind of the first impression is that what T1 is drafting is like kind of, it's a little bit odd. And then in the aftermath, you kind of learn from them how you should actually draft. And you're like, this all just makes sense, how they're drafting those compositions. When they were utilizing Ryze like nobody else in their first World Championship, they were just winning games because of this, because exactly of the draft. So not only do they have the best players in each position, I think. Also, I didn't mention Zeus.
Zeus, is that how you say it?
That's how we say it in Germany. Zeus.
Okay.
And also outstanding player. And I think their drafting is also the best in the world. So everything is just first class.
I also have to say, like, one special thing about the way they play the game and they pick the champions is they are playing a very high-risk playstyle, a very volatile playstyle. A champion like Kalista support, Ashe support, whatever you pick on Kyria, it falls apart entirely if you slip up once. If you drop your tempo, if you lose the Drake fight, if you are somehow not ahead of the game, the entire draft comes crashing down. So even on a high-stakes stage like Worlds, that being able to execute a comp like this, you cannot understate how impressive this is.
Yeah.
Really, when I was preparing for this event, I was so excited that T1, after all this that they had in this year, took the time and have the endurance to win this. Not only this, they also have the mentality. They brought everybody here. They've been practicing in the back room. They have been very vocal as well. We had heard them the entire time while we were...
Yeah, they were actually screaming backstage.
Oh, really?
Like, we heard them screaming backstage.
It was crazy. So they're very energetic. They're really into it. And so I really think the story of this tournament will be, we have this juggernaut in T1, this Goliath. It's like basically in our ragtag gang of Europeans, the Suicide Squad we're sending in. Like everyone is just different monsters. Like
you know how turtles are born? There's like a ton of baby turtles that try to leave the beach, and some will get into the sea. And that's how it works today, I think. We are sending a lot of teams in, and if one makes it, we're happy.
That'll be good.
For me,
that'll be good.
What if everyone wins?
The thing,
then we have a lot of turtles.
A lot of turtles.
I have a lot of...
That's turtle in German?
Schildkröte.
That's a pretty German word.
Yeah, it's
very German. It's like Eichhörnchen for squirrel.
Yeah, okay. And you finish your thought, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, my thought is just, So it's basically the first part of this is really just trying to wear them down, reduce the champion pool, come from different sides. You said we are sending a lot of turtles. For me, it's more like we're sending a turtle and then a lion and then we're sending like a colibri or something like the bear. Because everyone is just so different. Like KC in this tournament, like big, like what the hell is going on?
That's
and
true,
T1 has to adapt to all of this. Like Agarian's champion pool is not comparable to your everyday jungler. So they have to prepare for everything. So many different styles, and by the time that they are beating, like maybe possibly their last opponent, they have Heretics with all the bans, probably the strongest team from all of this. And then after that has been done, we have weakened and bruised them. We have G2, and yeah, I have a lot of faith in G2 today.
Yeah, a lot of faith in G2. We'll see at the end of the day. I have faith in everyone. They can take him down.
Of course.
In a little bit, though, we are going to be able to meet T1 and welcome them, and I hope you will all be very, very ready for that. I think it's so cool that they are here. I know that Faker already said that he was super excited to meet and see all the German fans. So without further ado, let's meet T1.
It was 7 years since their loss, a decade since their birth. The SKT legacy has been reignited. T1 will be your 2023 World Champions.
우리가 왜 월드 챔피언인지 보여줄게.
Berlin! Make some noise for your world champions, T1! Here to say a few words before Red Bull League of its Own takes place. With every ounce of air that you can muster, please welcome to the stage the greatest of all time, Faker! Wow, what an honor it is to meet you. You have traveled all over the world, competed around the world. How do you feel to be here with T1 competing in front of fabulous Berlin?
베이커님이 전 세계적으로 많은 곳에서 경기를 했는데요. 지금 유럽 베를린에서 베를린 관객들 앞에서 이제 경기를 하는데 어떤 기분이신지요?
이렇게 또 많은 분들이 와주셔서 정말 감사드리고 너무 경기에 또 와서
I'm so grateful to be here and in front of the Berlin audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We of course have fabulous Eden here, Faker's translator as well. 5 teams are looking forward to competing against T1 today. You've seen the league of its own format. How have you prepared? And are there any teams or players you're looking forward to competing against?
여기 있는 모든 팀들이 T1에 도전할 건데요. 어떻게 준비하셨나요? 그리고 혹시 기대되는 상대가 있으신지?
저희가 이제 결승전 끝나고 아직 실력이 남아있기 때문에 반드시 이긴다는 생각으로 준비했습니다. 그리고 G2가 제 기대가 됩니다.
So we played the Worlds and we are well trained, so we are looking very forward to play against all teams.
Okay. And lastly, you are the greatest of all time, the most decorated player. Make some noise for Faker, everybody! The most decorated player of all time. How does Faker continue to evolve and remain on top of the world?
페이커님이 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 제일 많은 월드 타이틀을 단 선수죠. 그리고 올해 4번째 월드 타이틀까지 차지하셨는데요. 앞으로 월드 탑으로 남기 위해 어떻게 성장할 예정이신가요?
저는 이제 제가 할 것들을 하고 팬분들께 좋은 기쁨을 드리기 위해서 노력하겠습니다.
Hello. I want to try my best to be on top of the world, and I will show you today.
You heard it right there, folks. We're going to ask you to get ready one more time. Give it up for Faker and T1! You may get your seats, gentlemen. Wow! What an honor! What a privilege there as well. We have got lots to look forward to here at Red Bull League of its own. Berlin, are you ready to get this show on the road? Good. We have a first team ready and waiting. They are homegrown, but will they manage to become local heroes and beat the world champions? Are you ready to meet their first challengers? I said, are you ready? Then let's do it. It's time to meet Big. They are getting ready into position right now. I am joined by Outlandish, their coach. If folks, make some noise, please! What a reception. Everyone is ready for this. It must feel incredible being here on home ground, playing in front of this fantastic German crowd.
It feels amazing. It's a crazy experience. I'm shaking a bit because it's a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Play against T1, but we will do our best.
We saw earlier on you competed, you managed to get this opportunity to face off against T1. How do you as a team prepare strategically to take on the world champions?
I mean, we go in with full confidence. We don't go with the expectation we lose or something. We just said, like, maybe a few times a bit jokes. We said we clapped them and we had in 20 minutes and stuff like that. But we're here to perform. We're here to make the Berlin crowd happy and proud, and especially to our big fans that came here all the way to just see us, see the new players, the new roster for next year. So we're excited.
How important do you think it is as well for the fans here today to support Big in this? We need them to make noise, don't we?
It's really important to support us, especially this like European team against T1. We need to perform against them, show the world that we can like do decent plays against them, that we're not afraid of them, just show our highest potential. And ich meine, say one sentence in German. So die Big Fans, die hier sind, als wir raufgekommen sind, man hört natürlich viel Buhen von den Eintracht Spandau Fans, aber man hat die Big Fans gehört, die sind in unserem Herzen, wir sind hier, um euch stolz zu machen, und solange ich in der Liga bleibe, wird Eintracht Spandau niemals besser sein als wir.
It's been a real pleasure. Hey, best of luck today. One more time, would you please give it up for Team B? Woo! What a big 10 minutes. It is all coming your way. Do not let the noise or the energy go down for a single second here. We're going to go back over to Shox and the team on the day. Shox, we have got ourselves one heck of a first game coming our way here at Red Bull League of its own.
We sure do. I'm super excited for it, for our viewers, since this is being sent out to the international audience. I believe he said, as long as I have anything to do with it, Eintracht Spandau will never be better than Big.
Yeah, I like the smack talk, guys. It seems there's a lot of fire here right now in the stadium.
Is that also what it is in the Prime League?
It is, yeah, for all the international fans out there, Big and Eintracht, they are both based in, well, I shouldn't say Berlin, but technically Spandau is part of Berlin.
Oh, are you allowed to say that?
They are really specific about calling it separately. So they had a lot of derbies in the last months as well. And so far, I think it's been pretty close, but this one might settle it, at least for this year.
Yeah, that's actually a big one. No pun intended. But Big did just set aside Eintracht Spandau. Can you tell me a little bit about who to look out for, how they did it, and if we expect them to do it in a similar fashion versus T1?
Yeah, I think we already talked about this briefly. Denzi had an amazing game on Lee Sin. Showing up on this stage, performing like this as a newcomer to the biggest stage, now playing against T1. I mean, it's probably one of the best days of his life today. And I feel like if he can show up like he did in the first game, Ona might be in for a ride.
What a unit! Did you see the trailer? Like, he's like even more professional than all the rest, looking super menacing, looking into the camera, like everything flexing. I was like, if I was Owner, I mean, Owner looks insane as well. Like, also very. Sorry, guys, I'm getting sidetracked here. But what I'm trying to say is that Denzi is an outstanding player. He had an amazing performance, kicking Power of Evil back into retirement, I wanted to say, but back off the stage and doing a fantastic performance. I also think Jeskla has a lot of experience. I want to highlight him as well. Same for Chachi, my old buddy from the top lane, who's been playing now for 10 years. He was already playing when Faker was not. So we have that going for us.
That's a boon.
Yeah, so that's...
Is he actually playing longer than Faker?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
So, yeah, old guy. But, you know, old but challenger, as we like to say in
it's like good wine, you know, it gets right.
Yeah, it gets better.
It's a Chachi. And yeah, I also look forward to it. He needs to negate Zeus, which I think is kind of becoming the new Faker. I think the outstanding player, outstanding performance. And here, a little bit of our prediction.
Yeah, we have some more wacky predictions, I guess, per match. So do you want to elaborate on yours? Shifi, T1 will win under 20 minutes. Is this only for the first match?
This is for only... Yeah, of course.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that would be very bold. Yeah. They will win under 20 minutes. I think every lane is on paper better. This is where my analytical heart is speaking. Okay, we have to say that. On the other side, of course.
Sola, 4-man tower dive against Faker.
I have slightly more faith in Big to make it past the 20-minute mark, and I think, like, when you get the chance to play against Faker, you have to kill him once.
That's true.
And by doing that, it's just putting all mid. Minion waves don't matter, jungle creeps, it doesn't matter, all go mid, dive him, kill him once, and then you already won.
What is macro?
You have already won if you kill him once.
the actual gameplay might be hard for them to match, but the mental gameplay, you guys are underestimating the German teams. You just saw it from the coach, being so bold against Eintracht Spandau. I'm very scared for T1, what they have in plan and store for them.
I'm super excited. It's also really interesting to see because we have so many factions of teams here.
We do, yeah.
Necessarily, I know there's a lot of big sounds right there also, specifically. And they were cheering. Then there's a bunch of KC fans right over there with a banner saying no KC, no party. And they're always the loudest, but it's cool to see that there's so many different kind of fandoms. I know there was an Eintracht Spandau bus as well. I guess I didn't have to come that far because we're in Berlin. But anyways,
Berlin is quite big, you know. I come from Spandau as well. I drive over an hour to
That's a good point.
venue.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But I think that's kind of a really fun thing about doing this event as well. Zola, not just for kind of the German community, but all the regional leagues as well.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like everyone coming together, and so's the draft coming together.
There we go, right into it.
Yeah, we have already the Oriana ban here from T1, and we have the Senna ban. The Oriana ban, of course, is a must ban right now. Blue side will always first pick it. And what we are very interested in is not only the bans. The bans right now, okay, sure. But the picks, because once T1 picked it, or Big picked it, those champions are out.
I mean, basically every pick is a ban as well, right? Just for T1 for the next game.
For T1, yeah.
And I think the big problem to solve for every team today is how can you make your bot lane not drive home after the game?
No, but it's
like how can you make them survive more than 10 minutes at lane against Guma and Kyria?
Losing under 20 minutes because they are so dominant on all of the lanes. Chachi top lane, I was just like, this guy has to survive. Like just, hold the God of Thunder back and try to win it some way. We see the Kalista ban. I'm very, very sad. I was, rooting for Zeus Kalista top lane, but it's not going to happen, and now we are checking for the first picks.
I mean, if I was Guma here, I would actually be a bit worried about his champion pool. His top laner wants to play ADC, his support, maybe Faker can pull out the Jhin mid lane as well. What do you play after 5 games?
When the biggest enemy is in your own team.
Exactly.
Guma fighting with the rest. Varus pick! And now Guma cannot play Varus the entire tournament. That is gone until G2.
I thank you for reminding us, but the implications every time of that pick, it's kind of insane.
And anyone watching out there who's regularly following streams of high elo players knows this might not even be a bot lane Varus. We have a top lane Varus playstyle that's really been popping off in Europe in the past weeks. He's playable as tank on bot lane as well. You can even play him on support. But there's the Briar, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot to say. Back in the day when I was coaching Chachi 6 years ago, we were playing Frozen Heart top lane Varus when going into EU LCS playoffs. So he can for sure pull it out. But a Briar pick is something we didn't see all year.
You know what the different approach is to the way this tournament works? It lets us see who T1 thinks is strongest in the day, because maybe they're like, well, we'll just play maybe something new, something we want to try, and then we can never play it again, but we won't need anything better anyway.
Yeah, I think the scheduling is also genius, because Heretics on paper is the strongest team. So T1 can go the gambling way, and we're all players, we like to, play a little bit. And they maybe not even pick the strongest champion for the first one and keep something juicy for the Heretics. Because if all your powder is gone by the last game, you're just over. So T1, I think, recognizes that Heretic is strong, but they are picking right now for sure 2 of the strongest champions. Briar, you will see, is one of the most exciting champions to watch. She will get very low HP. She has this ultimate where she basically hits you, and then she cannot stop running after you until she uses her.
But I think actually the answers that Big has ready are not that bad. We have an execute on Syndra later on when Briar drops low. We have an execute on Varus more or less. Viego is good if it's about executing targets. So I'm not sure if Owner can even get to the stage where he's low HP and lifesteal himself up again.
I would agree, but Briar has first off the ultimate which outranges all of this, and they are stationary turrets, so he can hit Syndra, he can hit Varus. They have the Nico setup, both of them don't have escape. They don't have a tank to really...
we have Akshan actually.
Oh my god, it's so cool.
But is it Akshan mid or is it Akshan top? That's a big question.
But it's not only Akshan, it is T1 Akshan, so it's really... it can be anything. It could also be Nico support, it can be Briar top. I don't want to put myself out of the window right now saying like any of those champions are a particular role, but we see Akshan, of course, mostly in mid lane.
But it could be a good answer to Varus top lane, actually.
Maybe as well. Like we said, I don't know how much preparation T1 did into the Varus pick. Guma, do you want to already throw away your Draven?
Don't talk about hovers.
I mean,
do
Draven was pretty sick.
Draven. Oh my god.
It's actually locked.
That is really hype, guys.
It's not
We
joking
have
around.
Nico, Briar, Akshan, Draven. Tank, T1 says no thank you. We're going into this tournament. We just want to burst and one-shot everything that stands in our way. And Big is very one-shotable. Like I said, they don't have any tanks. So this comes down to skill. And I'm seeing my prediction. Losing under 20 minutes, or T1 winning under 20 minutes, I think.
Honestly, the thing is, if T1 is successful with this draft, they might as well win in 15 minutes. But if the game is even slightly level at 20 minutes, I think they will struggle with this comp maybe.
But I have to say, we have an old-time pick from Vizicaci.
Yeah.
He played it back in the day when Poppy could target an enemy and get invulnerable for 8 seconds. Yes, guys.
Not overpowered.
Absolutely broken, and this is how we got into the LEC with Unicorns back in the day. So this champion is very, very popular. But
where is everything going? I'm still very confused.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're just picking, like, pick me this.
Yeah.
My friend. Oh my god.
Finally they can.
Shaco? No way, guys.
Maybe.
We're not gonna see a Shaco game 1.
I mean, Shaco support is actually not that bad. AP Shaco?
I mean, you can say
Could
that about
work.
anything from Carrier. Pike? Yeah!
Oh my god.
Let's
Nice.
go!
Pike in the first game.
We have Pike,
That's a bad
Briar, Akshan, Nico, Draven. They have so much damage. They don't have... I will say, this is all about outplay and surprising
This
the
is a
enemy.
skill check.
This is a
100%.
skill check. Oh my god. And I really think T1... I want to say that as well. I've been now professionally coaching for 10 years and also playing a world championship and so on and so forth. And as one of those teams, you rarely have the opportunity to pick something that is not considered like the strongest or have to go to your 5th best champion in a situation. I really think that T1 is enjoying themselves here as well. Finally being able to pick something that, you know,
And honestly,
does matter.
you know how it goes in solo queue. When you have the draft on the right side,
Yeah.
you are like, should I dodge this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but then you win in 15 minutes. It's always those drafts.
Yeah,
that
I
win
mean, they
the
have
game
4
fast.
AD champions. Nico has only AP. There are some question marks for sure on the T1 comp, but I mean, it's exciting. It's very exciting, very skill check heavy.
It is. Are you disappointed that we didn't see more wacky stuff from Big?
More to come. Oh,
little bit?
Big, yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe counters or?
I'm happy to see the Poppy from Chachi, but yeah, I would have liked to for sure see a little bit more off-ball picks. I think we will have some of that in the future. It's from what I heard internally. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, but let's see if Big can. For now, Big has to literally play T1 unrestrained. Just go in there, join the fray, and it's scary.
But I think that's the only way you can go about it. It's like, you can't go in thinking, oh my god, we're playing against T1. Should we maybe take it slow? You have to be 100% confident, try to skill check, even though it might not work out, and at least go down with the bang if you don't make it.
You absolutely have to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will say that this is a massive skill check. It's T1. And I do think that it would have been nice to see maybe an off-ball pick, but once again, comfort before anything else, and Big for sure has champions that they can play.
They do, so let's see how it turns out. And head over to our casters, Vedius and Dracoth.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Moments away now from getting into our first game. Vizicaci Poppy versus Zeus Action. I never thought I would see, maybe on the Korean ladder.
I mean, we're in for a banger, right? We've got some historic European names that we haven't had the opportunity to cast for a while, going up against the reigning world champions of T1. We're on to the Rift, and we're going to get to see Gumayushi and Keria on Draven and Pike to kick things off. It's going to be a bit of a gauntlet today for T1, but they're starting things off with an exciting one.
And all I'm going to say is, I didn't think the odds were super high for the big bot lane until I saw Jessica's mustache. That thing is sick. Now I believe. If this man can't solo kill Gumayushi with a mustache like that, it's not going to happen. We'll have to wait. We'll see. For now, Faker going toe-to-toe with Senkux, a player that Betty and I have not cast in a very long time, formerly known as the Void King. I not picked one of his signature options.
I think it was Misfits back when we originally cast him a while ago. It's definitely been a while.
This is the Boomer desk. We'll be making exclusively
very old. We are definitely old. Oh, Vizicaci's Poppy. You know, that was something that you couldn't afford to give him back in the day. Today it's really going to be tested by one of the European legends. Bit of trade in the bot lane.
Nice shout today. Respect. Full committing here on the level 1. Braum passive, obviously incredibly powerful. Usually very tough to fight the Halo Blades Pike in the early levels. Just too much flat AD, too much early damage. But some solid trading back and forth. Keria continuing to land hooks, but he's a beefy boy there on the bottom side. Got the exhaust. Ready to take a bit more damage. Vizicaci, on the other hand,
I mean, he's not going to have a great time against this action, is he? He's doing what he can for the time being, 4 CS to 10, but Zeus going to have all that wave control and the pressure in the early laning stages.
You know the scene in Captain America where he jumps on the grenade?
I do remember that.
Yeah, that's Vizicachi when he locked in Poppy with the enemy team having an knock shot. This man sacrificed himself.
That's Vizicachi, man. He always does it for the team.
Big. So, yeah, we'll see if it's going to be
It's going to be fun when seeing if he can knock this Briar out of the team fights. Of course, Briar, a champion that, well, this is our first opportunity getting to caster in what will be a professional, semi-professional game event. And it's going to be in the hands of Owner. Now, this is a champion that when people got their hands on it in solo queue, it was a bit of an infest. Obviously, the champion, you lose control, and it's a difficult champion to control. So I'm excited to see what Owner can do with it, but we know that its dueling price, its 1v1 proficiency is terrifying, and the pick potential, the cross map, the global that you have on the ultimate is something that Big is going to have to be cautious of as we get later on into the game. But the top lane pressure is difficult for Vizicachi to deal with. He's doing what he can. Densey in the top side river looking to grab his first scuttle of the game.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. Obviously, the upfront CC and burst damage of Poppy could be good if they want to play for a gank there, but there's not really much of an angle. Owner clearing through the jungle a little bit faster, has level 4 already. Is he just going to walk at him? The Briar Classic.
Well, he does have to push in top. And he knows that Faker is there to support him. He's looking for cams to steal, but there's nothing up and available. So both junglers just going to go back to base, and Densey can just go grab his Krugs on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, not going to cost Densey too much is the good news, but respectable moment from Owner there, just walking in fearlessly, knowing that he wins the 1v1, and that not really anybody on the side of Big who can come to support at that particular moment. For now, it's just pressure across the map. Nobody's killing anybody yet, which I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
see the Pike Draven lane.
Under 16 minutes, high expectations, 4
under
minutes
20
in.
for Sheepy. We need a 5-man tower dive around 6 minutes. So we have 1 minute and 30 seconds before all of Big is
alive and well right now.
Yeah, forced to come in, maybe look for this tower dive.
He should be able to secure that. Scuttle Crab as well, no real contest. And yeah, interrupt from him. Ultimate going to be used from Zeus just to help push that wave underneath the tower. Keep your eyes on the supports now as they've gotten their first bait and will start to look to move around the map. Early boots picked up by Carrier means that he has his eyes on the mid lane, going to be looking to work with his jungler. His Owner already starting off this dragon. Level 4 dragon secure. Not something that can be quite a scary thing to do in the other game. Densey looks for an opportunity.
Walking up to Zeus. Zeus Flash and Cleanse available. Can he sidestep this down? He does. Clean movement thus far. Vizicachi, is he going to try to look for the knockback in the wall? Zeus, nice positioning thus far. Just walks away. And he's continuing to auto. The man absolutely fearless. Oh, he's not done. He wants a little bit more. Densey now stepping up. One more stun could just do it, but he's just not able to connect. Here comes Carrier. It's the surprise Pike. Going in, looking for the hook. Hook not going to connect. Vizicachi wants it so bad. The shield, he can't get it. Burning, ticking down. First blood for T1 on the top side.
Nice play there from both sides. Vizicachi thought he had the damage to take down Zeus. Carrier looking for a little bit more. Oh!
Reset now coming through. Carrier needs to get the hell out of there. Heroic swing. Densey, how much Akshan has he played? How ready is he for this moment?
I mean, he gets the kill. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall. Zeus playing at the very edge there with such low HP. Densey with the flash. I think it was the flash W, flash Q. I'm not entirely sure he ended up getting that secure, but he draws a kill onto Zeus. 1k gold lead in favor of T1 for now. Carrier going to hold that wave for his top laner. With no TP on Zeus, he's doing him a massive favor. That's a lot of farm that's not going to be lost.
True. And holding on to 25 CS advantage at this stage, closer and closer to Blade of the Rune King, which is going to make Vizicachi's life a nightmare. As if this lane wasn't difficult enough. Carrier continuing to hit hooks there, but is just going to die? Vizicachi now going to go for the knockback. Going to hit both! He's still got it, folks!
He's still got it. It's
He's
the
still got it
himself. Vizicachi punishes Carrier. Now there's an opportunity in the bot lane.
Gumayushi, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jessica needs to get out of there, but he flashes back into it. No! Oh, it's embarrassing! In front of so many people, the mustache did not save him.
Gumayushi does not care. He stood his ground, gets to level 6 thanks to the isolated XP, and is able to find a 2v1 kill. Big saw that opportunity, but it resulted in nothing. Densey will secure his Raptors there. But all right, Big going toe-to-toe with T1. The goal difference obviously in favor of T1 for now, but at least Big is willing to fight.
Certainly. That's exactly what you want from a match like this. Just be willing to scrap. Don't go quietly. And Vizicachi here, not here to take shit from Carrier. Not going to lie to you.
He's not. Look at Carrier. He's level 4. He's playing at the very edge, but a really nice interrupt means that it's difficult for his teammates to assist. Which Sapiens did a really good ultimate there from Vizicachi. We don't have time, we're back into the live.
That Briar's going in, she can't control herself, she just has to keep going. The Bloodthirst coming out, the E still available, now it will, big damage, but not able to find the kill. Senkuk's now trying to get out to safety. Keria, 2 stacks rather on the concussive blows. We'll start to back away, both sides walking away relatively unscathed.
Really nice flash ultimate there from Faker. Densey with the ultimate to get away to safety, but still connects onto 2, but the damage isn't quite there for T1, so they can't convert it into any more kills. The gold gap continues to get bigger though. Plate's being secured in bot, another plate going to be secured in top lane as well. And T1 just leveraging the pressure that they have over the map. You can see nearly a 50 CS discrepancy in the top lane now. Vizicachi mechanically doing what he can, but the gold doesn't lie. He's still struggling in this lane.
Yeah. Kind of tied his own hands behind his back with this pick in terms of the individual 1v1 matchup, but obviously has shown that he knows what he's doing, can get high value out of it as we move later into the game. Biggest concern, if you're hoping for more from Big here, is that T1 haven't really bought their items yet. They are starting to cement a pretty decent gold lead. Once those first items come through, they will be much, much stronger overall. It's going to be that much easier for Guma, as you can see the picture-in-picture on the side of your screen, as he's grabbing a few more plates. Once Trinity Force is online, it's going to be pretty unplayable on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, this Draven, once he gets an early lead, is already a terrifying thing to deal with, but in the hands of Gumayushi as well, it's going to be a challenge. We saw his sidestepping in the World Finals. Let's see how Big can manage it as Densey in a 2v1.
Trouble, carry a big burst damage to no level 6, can't quite finish the kill. Densey now running, Owner on the chase. Ultimate going to come in from the Draven. Senkuk's still backstepping here, looking to get a little more damage on it. Owner, sustain is there. Pullback is clean from Carrier to stop the potential fall. Now trying to burn down the Briar, they will be successful.
I mean, once you're in, you're in. You know, you don't have much of a choice in that situation.
Yep.
Owner kind of committed to the fight. Carrier couldn't assist anymore. Faker wasn't in a position to rotate. Big find themselves the kill lead for now. The Herald not going to be taken though, as 4 members, well 3 members I should say, still hovering around this Herald for T1, and Big instead choosing to reset, spend some of that gold that they've been able to pick up. But not in the worst positions so far. Next Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. Vizicachi a big health advantage in the top lane.
Yeah. Brilliant as Zaya spends, he's not that much stronger. The extended lane in, of course, with more lifesteal, maybe gets to the time. Vizicachi now chasing, going under the tower, going forward to make sure he gets the solo bolo! He still got it! The most veteran player on the Rift just making it work. Owner gonna come in, does not respect the sacred rules of the 1v1, but will grab the kill, will grab the follow-up.
Respect to Vizicachi. Zeus, his wave state was in an awkward position. He wanted to get that last push out, but Vizicachi, knowing that he had the health advantage, knowing that he just got a base off, able to find this kill, sidesteps the ultimate from Owner. Owner then has to commit to the flash, but Vizicachi can walk away proud. Got the world champion top laner. The man's been playing.
Yeah, he might be a world champion. He might be 50 CS on you, but he didn't solo kill you. You've got that over him for the rest of this game. That said, now that the Blade of the Rune King's there, it's going to be pretty hard to replicate that particular set of circumstances.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
But maybe I will say that like Poppy is designed to be a frontline, right? This Akshan, while it can be a bully in lane, if Poppy can get on top, can still take some decent trades. But as you can already see, yeah, that's it's a very nice trade there from Zeus, doing what he can for Vizicachi. Senkuk's and Faker just continuing to farm in the mid lane, and as we said, that Dragon is now up and available. Densey on the top side of the map though. It's T1 that have control of the bot side. Keeping my eyes on Carrier once again. Look at him as he moves out onto the mini-map. Looks like he has his eyes on the top side.
Chachi has to be careful here though. Staying too long in lane, this low, with no information on where Pyke is, can always be a little bit risky, but they're going to go for a proactive play instead. Nice engage coming through with Vizicachi burning. Senkuk's can't even finish the job. He just needs to walk up. He just needs to push R, but it's a sneaky little Akshan, and now Senkuk's has to block the comeuppance. Minions are actually going to do the job for him there, and in goes Carry. A clean sidestep coming in. Faker on the way as well. There is no way Senkuk's gets out of this one. Just a matter of time. Dark Sphere on the ground, trying to get a more space.
Just the fancy feet, Senkuk's.
One auto. Knockback is there. Zeus waiting over the wall. Senkuk's just wants to push R on Zeus, and it's not enough damage! He cannot finish the kill. He will go down.
T1 punish the play from Big. Senkuk's roaming from mid to top, trying to catch Zeus before he can get a reset in, and they're not quite able to do it. You can see here the overcommitment already made. A really nice ultimate comes through from Carrier. secures that kill onto Vizicachi, and then with Faker right to his side, it's an easy secure. Senkex does what he can though, knows he has the flash. If he can get this kill onto Zeus, but the shield comes out from the passive, and that's enough to mitigate any secure. Well played there by T1, and now they ballooned it to a 4K gold lead.
And Owner, once again, in trouble here. But over the wall is Pike. Nice interruption there, but yeah, not gonna be enough. Senkex will grab that kill. Bit of revenge for what happened on the top side of the map. 2-1 now for the Syndra in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a mistake there from Owner. We've seen that for the second time in this game.
No, I'm sorry, Vetty. When you overextend on other champions, it's bad play. When you overextend on Briar, it's using the kit as intended.
All right, that's fair.
That's going to be one who's dead.
She's going to use his kit as intended.
Yeah.
He secures himself a nice chunk of gold. With the Trinity Force already completed, the execution from the ultimate will give him a fat stack. Vizicachi now in some danger. The chase comes through from Zeus.
Level 11. Vizicachi just hiding the brush as long as possible. There's the comeuppance. Tower in the area, but Vizicachi holding on. Zeus could probably just redive here.
He's looking for it.
Have to be careful though. A ton of CC obviously for the Poppy. Body block, needs to get him into the tower. Knock up, trying to sidestep, gets the shield, pushes him back.
Chachi?
One more. Chachi! Oh my god! He's so good! Why are you disrespecting this man? Have you seen him play Age of Mythology? Learn his name!
Vizicachi on the Poppy, being recognized internationally right now. You cannot show this man disrespect. They get another kill onto Owner. The goal gap might not be in Big's favor, but they are making a name for themselves as they are fighting toe-to-toe with T1.
They are still horrendously far behind.
So far behind.
So far behind. Even Chachi, despite his heroics, is 1,000 gold behind individually. But some heroic moments nonetheless. T1 obviously slowly but surely just extending this gold lead more and more. 2-0-0 for Guma, the Triforce, the Collector. I don't think anybody can walk into this guy 1v1. And Zeus, you see the idea here. It should be such an easy redive. But Chachi just tanky enough to turn this one around.
Yeah, I mean, he's so low, right? But he realizes he's got to clear out the minions as quickly as possible, so that's exactly what he does. The interrupt gives him a bit of time. Then the knock-up means that it just buys time for the tower to do the majority of the work. The slide back doesn't secure the stun, but it does get Chachi close enough to be able to get enough damage himself to be able to turn the kill around. Extremely well played there by Chachi. Owner can't get that pick onto Chachi with the ultimate either. He ends up getting caught out. Lifesteal, you can see, is absolutely massive from Owner, but it's not enough. As Big find themselves another kill, while T1 will get that tower in the bot lane.
Certainly will. Now Vizicachi, I imagine, might have a little bit of a harder time sticking around. Carry a nice backstep there. It's the heroic charge.
I did not expect this game to be very focused around the top side of the map. There have been a huge number of ganks here, so many plays.
Uma, instant cleanse gonna take away from the Var's ultimate. Owner again whiffing on the ult, 0 for 3 on the last couple. Owner now locked up trying to heal, and
he is still figuring this champ out, I feel, Dracos.
Faker up into the backside though! 4-man ulti carry, a clean in-house! Owner might have been a little bit lost, but the rest of T1 certainly found the difference.
And that is Faker. A beautiful flank from the GOAT himself. Finds it onto 4.
But you see the laughs on the side of Big. They know they've just been entered forever into the
I mean, I would take great pride if I just got 4-man ultimate.
You're in this highlight reel forever.
Yeah.
Owner sprinting it at the start of this play, in this highlight reel forever.
Yep. And then Faker, I mean, he should be spotted, but they tunnel too much on the tower. Proto Belt, flash, ultimate onto 4. Look at the ulti from Gumayushi as well. The combo is flawless. I thought the execution from Carry is what would get himself a triple kill, but it was that Pot Blossom. Faker doing a great job, kind of taking all of the wind out of Big sails.
Yeah. Running out of wind at this point, most assuredly. Herald's gonna get summoned mid. Will likely get the charge. No! Just enough damage. iProc coming in from Owner to make sure the charge will not go through. That's a bit punishing for the side of Big, but they do have first setup on the Drake here. T1 already at 2. Do not want to let them start stacking up here. Drake's, of course, hit a little bit on the patches between Worlds and now, but still obviously pretty powerful overall. Barrier waiting over the wall. The hook will not do it.
Ambitious.
Objective bounty claim. Vizicachi once again going in, this time his target, Gumayushi. Can he once again 1v1
sidesteps Chachi's ult. Yushi continuing that fancy footwork.
Oh, Briar's going in. She's got no choice. She has to. Faker walking up. That's a fake pike. Trying to body block. Carrier standing behind. Faker now locked up. Good damage. Faker is going to get taken out. This is Chachi now pushing him forward. That's going to be the reset though. Carrier able to get one back, but he instantly gets taken down. Diego resets now coming in. Everything from the Nico going to miss. Densey coming back. Stealing away the pike. Can he catch Zeus? Zeus running. We'll be fine. The play is going to fizzle. Big should be able to break mid here if they can get the wave up, but they just don't have enough creeps to make it happen.
I mean, it's a favorable fight for Big at the very least. They can slow down the momentum of T1. They're able to get a couple kills to themselves, get a bit more gold, means that they can maybe complete a few more items. But T1 kind of testing the limits there with their champions. You'll see here, Gumayushi gets focused down by Vizichachi. The follow-up is difficult, but look at this sidestep here. Oh, so clutch, able to avoid the ultimate from Chachi. And T1 see this as an opportunity to re-engage. The ultimate comes out from Ona. Leon creates space between him and his and the rest of his team, I should say. But a really nice stun there from Senkux. Delays the engage from Faker, and then Big can actually turn this one around. And while a good ultimate from Carrier secures a kill, once Ona's in, there's nothing else that he can do. So Gumayushi forced to flash away, and it ends up being a nice couple kills for Big.
Certainly does. And of course, this is kind of the difficult thing about the T1 composition. You heard them mention it on the desk. A lot of solo queue-esque champions, let's say, with the Briar and the Akshan. And while they certainly have their strong points, they're not the traditional front-to-back scaling option. And you can see in the fights there, if Owner's hitting a priority target, if he's on a backliner, Briar looks oppressive, looks turbo-IFA. But if you run into Braum or Poppy, you don't do anything, and you die faster than you're going to kill that front.
It's also really easy to just isolate you from the rest of the team, right?
Jessica in trouble. Heroic swing. Sidestep there to deny the second half of the Draven. Ultimate Densey now stepping in. Cleanse out from Zeus. Corner in the backside. Senkux set to get taken down here, but surviving just now. Densey gets the reset, can go forward. He is the Briar. Can he turn this back? Faker now going to be forced to use the pop possibility. Zeus on the backside. Here comes Gumayushi. Will he be strong enough? That's one. Faker finds it. Vizichachi now has to run for his life because one reset comes through Carrier. Zeus, Jessica now walking in. The TP on the backside as well. Maybe they can keep this one going. Guma is going to look for a little bit more. The pushback is there, but the scatter of the week will not connect. Guma tearing through the fight.
Was that a quadra kill for Jessica? It was. 4 secured for him. Initially, it looked like that he was the one getting caught out by T1, but he's able to turn it around. Nice fight there from Big, demonstrating that, you know what, T1 are getting overzealous in quite a number of these fights. They're really trying to force these plays. They want to make a play for this tier 2. They get the flash out from Jeskla, and then you see here the ultimate coming out from Ona around to the backline. Senkux splashes underneath the tower. The ultimate comes through, which means that they can separate him. Now 3v5. Well, 3v4 I should say. Ultimate only connects onto one from Faker. And while they are able to get this kill into Densey, it's just a chase down from the side of Big. Carrier doing what he can to get something back. But Jessica, really nice side steps, good auto attacks landed. There's the quadra kill secured, and he says, you know what, I'm not going to take that fight against Gumayushi. I'll take this fight win for now.
Very well played. And it's the Radiant Virtue Varus, which if you haven't seen it, is annoying. Very good, very annoying. Just on the backside, healing up already. Keeping Leon healthy as well.
Dragon now on the cards. Dragon up in a minute and a half, but you imagine that posturing around this major objective, T1 have shown that they want to fight. They have the gold lead. 3 items completed for Gumayushi, sitting on a BF sword as well. And as I say it, there's the Baron start.
Yeah, Owner with all that sustain makes it pretty easy to shred through this objective. But Vizichachi gonna knock one out. That's a fake Faker in the area. But Zeus untouched means he just gets to shred through Vizichachi's healthy bar, and that is probably one dead Poppy. You won't get a free pick, essentially, just because Big want to walk up and contest and look in this area. Densey waiting in the darkness. Faker over the wall. He hits 2, and instantly the fight is ended before it can even start. Faker on the backside, untouched. Senkux is still standing. Densey still standing. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Owner continuing to step forward. Zeus there as well. Gumayushi, everyone on the hunt. Here comes Carrier. Senkux pulled back. Densey's going to need to find a ton of resets to try and turn this when he turns his attention to Owner, but Owner has just too much sustain. It's a double kill for Gumayushi.
A really nice fight from T1 once again. They use the Baron to find that opportunity. Vizichachi overextends. With him gone, T1 used their numbers to find a good collapse. Nice flash over the wall from Faker. Means that he can set up the play for the rest of the team to follow through. And T1 get a convincing fight, and they're looking to secure the Baron.
And you know what? We're past 20 minutes. All of our analysts are wrong. None of their predictions are correct. That's fair. You know?
I mean,
GP underestimated Vizicachi. I'm sure that's going to feel like a big betrayal.
He's going to regret that for sure.
But here
he oversteps. Gam, I guess he thinks the Gumi, I don't know. He dies to Gumayushi, the TLDR. Faker though, really nice flash over the wall, finds it onto 2. Gumayushi with really good damage as well. Ono with the ultimate. And you can see here, Big is just forced to retreat. Gumayushi with the chase down. I think that when it came to this draft, T1 was like, let's pick some for fun and let's pick some super try-hard. And if all else fails, you've got Faker and Gumayushi. And they are coming up big right now, 7-0-8 for the Draven.
Yeah, and however tanky Vizicachi thought he was, he's not anymore. That's a Lord Dominic. Scars that out of him is strong. And, you know, there's a reason that a lot of these items are disappearing next season, because once 80s hit this threshold, tanks are fake. Right now, Vizicachi, very fake tank. Zeus is going to start to look to shred through. Faker waiting there as well. Guma solo pushing on the bottom side. I don't think anyone can walk up and try to contest him 1v1. Faker going to fish, going to find the knockup onto 1. Zoning away now. Zeus uncontested on the side. Here comes Owner as well. Owner's ultimate used, but did not connect. Big now retreating, buying a bit more space. Varus ultimate gives him a bit of room. Owner not going to get locked up as Guma just continues to push forward. T1 only playing on 1 lane of pressure, however. But they have such a massive gold lead that if Guma autos anyone, I think they die in 2 shots.
I mean, yeah. Yep, there's his 4th item. He doesn't need the tier 2 boots. The cannon will be cleared. You can see Ono has moved over to mid. He's trying to create another point of pressure. Carrier's hovering in the fog of war, shadowing between the 2 lanes. Looking for an opportunity with his team. Here comes the next minion wave. Can Big continue the hold? There's a pick.
Pull back over the wall. Sengo's pushing the flash back to safety. Come up, it's going to come out, but should be easy for Density to block. And Zeus gets right. It's on top of him. Zeus playing like an absolute mad lad, slowly going to get burned down. They don't quite have the damage. Jessica now flashing away. Owner has stepped a little bit too far, but the tower has already fallen. Inhibitor will just be next. And here comes Vizicachi on the flank. It's a long con. He knocks back Faker. It's Guma isolated. It could just be a massive shutdown over the hands of Jessica the bomb. Braum body blocking all of the shots. 1K shutdown coming through for Density. Vizicachi keeping the chase going. Fake Faker backing in the brush. Real Faker trying to back as well, but he will get stopped. Faker going away. Will make it out to safety. Big not out of this yet.
But a really nice collapse from Big there. Really good flank from Vizicachi. Again, T1, they are really just playing at the very edge, demonstrating the gold advantage that they have, and they're really trying to throw that wallet around. A very overcommittal dive does secure them the inhibitor, but of course by committing that hard, it makes it easy for Big to be able to turn it around and punish them. Of course, that's not going to close the goal gap. 10K still in the favor of T1. And you're going to see here, forcing the flash out already from Senkux means that Zeus sees an opportunity where he thinks he can dive. This draws the attention away, so as Zeus is committing, they can easily secure the tower. Gumayushi's going to melt through that. But then this flank from Vizicachi, Big can just kind of play the slow game, keep them at arm's length. Really nice stun comes out from Senkux. Ono ends up losing his life initially. Vizicachi with the ultimate to create space, as Faker then can't offer any support. Gumayushi left isolated means that Densi's able to secure a kill.
Yep, and a lot of T1 just using the base gate. Zeus and Carrier both using it to get out of dodge. Of course, Zeus is finally going to go down to Senkux on the backside of the fight, but T1 almost able to get out of there with only a single death. Still, the goal does not lie. You can't out-aim your opponent in this game. You can sometimes, but when they're 10K gold ahead of you, it's pretty tricky. You have to outthink them, find better situations.
It certainly is. It looks like they might be waiting for the dragon. I mean, T1 have such a huge gold advantage. I don't think they necessarily need to. They can play on all 3 lanes if they want to. You can already see Ona moving up towards top. Not the most impressive Briar performance, I will admit.
True.
Oh, Faker forced
But this is now the global standard for Briar and stage games. Just remember this, folks.
This is
you're doing better this in your games. You know, bring it up. Reference this game. Anyway, Carrier.
Just flash into a wall.
Yep.
Yes,
locked up, taken out. Big will take those.
Hey, the takeaway here is even world champions make mistakes. You know what I mean?
Most certainly. They might be in a league of their own, Vinny, but they are not above reproach.
Well, this is going to slow down the pressure from T1, that's for sure.
I mean,
40 kills in 27 minutes.
A decent pace. I think we can go for like 60, personally.
I reckon we can. I mean, if Big make it past 30, I think that that's going to defy definitely the expectations of the analysts. They've done a good job of finding some great fights. I don't think this has been as a one-sided affair. I mean, obviously the gold would say otherwise, but I like the fact that we've been seeing Big go toe-to-toe, look for these skirmishes wherever they can.
I like that they haven't just, you know, walked back, conceded every objective. When T1 has gone for a punch, they have gone for a counter punch. T1 probably favored in terms of gold, in terms of map control for the vast majority of this game, but Big have found their moments. Fake Gumi.
I love how people who only tune, like, they don't play the game much, they just tune into competitive, and like they're looking at the champion builds and they're like, why is my Varus building a top laner's build slash support?
Yeah.
Welcome to League of Legends.
This is League of Legends.
Yep, this is what it is.
Radiant Virtue Varus, everybody's favorite.
Yeah, the obvious Giants belt next for Varus.
Little Titanic action. Varus, the Varus classic.
Varus
can't
classic,
keep build.
yeah. Old school.
Ooh, Brian
Oh,
connected
here we
to
go.
Jessica. That's going to be big. Vizicachi not in the area. He's meanwhile locked up in the mid lane. He can try to TP out of that one. Faker already finding the knockup. Jessica instantly cut down. Leon now running. Dancing needs to find the reset onto somebody to try to turn this fight back. He can take away Faker. Maybe he can just turn into the Nico, find the lockup. But Guma's too damn strong. Owner as well, just running in there. It's a triple kill for Gumayushi on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, he is the wall that Big cannot get through. He's only experienced one death this whole game. And he may very well be looking to end it right here, right now. Pushing on the bot side of the map with the rest of T1. 30-second death timers on Senkux. 20 on the other two. Big, this could very well be their last line of defense.
Vizicachi. Not going to get anybody. Quick flash out of safety means Vizicachi is in no man's land. Him and Dempsey are going to be in trouble here. His owner now walks forward. All of the carries are here. Come up, it's not doing a heck of a lot of damage. Vizicachi's still going to drop there. The pullback as well. And T1's first victory coming through clean. 29 minutes. 46 kill game. And ultimately, strong start for T1 most certainly, showing off some of their flashier picks in the first game, maybe to the surprise of few, but all 10 of those champions no longer going to be available, and it was a banging Game 1 videos.
Certainly was. I'm excited to see what they can do. It's a gauntlet of a day for T1, but they started off strong.
Yeah. To hear more about that game, though, let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. A valiant effort out of Big, but not enough to upset T1 in this first one. However, you were wrong. It took a lot longer than, well, 6 minutes longer.
Man,
20 minutes.
because analyzing, you guys think analyzing is all about the stats, the numbers. No, it's what's in your heart, and I was not a believer.
I mean, they were supposed to be bold predictions, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, true.
maybe a bit too bold, but
Yeah.
We saved ourselves, guys.
Yeah, you did. We'll take a look at your predictions in a second and how they updated. Overall, though, I think valiant effort from Big. I think Zola, at one point you were saying, okay, they're getting the shutdowns. Okay, the Varus is doing better and better. You saw the victory.
I mean, at one point I think it was actually a really, really tough situation for T1 to be in.
No.
then-
Your words were, I think Big is going to win this one.
I can't take it
Those
back,
were
but
the words,
yeah.
I honestly was thinking that T1 might struggle to close this game out.
Yeah.
But then we have Faker or Nico who just does stuff.
Oh my
like,
God.
what was
What a
that
man.
flash at the
Yeah,
very,
what a
we're
player.
going to take a look at it in just a little bit again. Of course, Faker are playing lights out, but I guess it's one of those things where you see, yes, they said they were going to take it super seriously, and I'm sure they absolutely did, but they were kind of going for every kill, right?
And I have to say that it's also good how the tournament is now working for T1. First up, I felt this game was a little bit like when you try to nail something in, you screw up the first nail hit, and
Yeah.
then they just keep hitting it in.
Yeah.
This is how this game felt.
There's good news, though.
And the good thing about this format is also we don't have to see Ona Briar anymore.
I was just about to
It's
say it. I
unpickable.
think not being able to pick Briar again is actually a buff for T1. I think it's actually going to help them win the next games.
I'm telling you, this format it has so many layers, you know?
That's true. And the buff for everyone else is things like, Gumayushi won't be playing the Draven again,
Yes,
so that helps.
Nico is out. My God, this
out.
Nico performance was carrying.
It was the
T1.
backbone, actually.
Yes,
from,
It was for sure.
I think Vedios put it really perfectly. Some picks were more serious, like a Draven and a Nico, and the rest was just kind of thrown in.
It
Crazy
was
performance.
actually kind of sad for Big that the way Guma got really, really fed were like pretty avoidable mistakes. Like
Yeah.
they did a really good job on top lane, punishing Zeus for his over-aggressiveness, but then on bot lane Guma just got back-to-back cash-ins from his passive and suddenly he was like 3,000 gold ahead. And I think if that didn't happen, he might have actually been not in a position to get the team fights that he got and just snowball the game away.
It's true. It was really unfortunate. And the most electrifying moment presented by Kia was Faker going in that team fight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that
Here
one was
we go.
crazy. That one was completely
I mean,
crazy.
Ona is just, running it, and it felt a little bit like your solo queue performance.
But
Your
this
mid laner,
flash,
oh my God, 4-man knock up. Then the Pike ultimate shutdown, a beautiful triple kill at the same time, and then the execute on the Braum. My God, this man is good on Ego.
He is. But sadly, we will not see it again.
Yes.
It's true.
It's
You're
enough
like, sadly, we won't
No,
see
it's enough for that. Yeah.
It's just a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, because for NNO, we still want a German team to win, so good for them. You know.
It's true. They
Good
won't
for
have to go against it. Hey, but you didn't have a lot of faith.
And
Chachi.
yes, exactly. I wanted to avoid that point, but thanks for pointing it out, Shox.
It's okay.
Chachi, I'm of course very sorry. I think he played fantastic. They made it not only over 20 minutes, but over 29 minutes. Didn't quite hit the 30-minute mark.
So
and
close.
Chachi had an outstanding performance. Man, this guy is not aging like milk, but like fine wine. And he solo killed the Mr. Zeus.
Twice. Yeah, I think we have it.
This
If
man doesn't
we
stop.
have that replay, I'd love to take a look again at Chachi. And how cool for him, too. It's probably he was listening to you and he was listening to the
wow.
fact that you weren't rating him and you thought that he was
Yeah,
going to
he
have a good matchup. And boom. And on the Poppy, too, which I think is so cool because he's been playing it for 10 years.
Yes. He has been playing it longer than most of the T1 players have played together, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the stats don't do it justice. Like,
No.
of course, he's in a hard losing matchup against Zeus. It's not a shame to go down CS, to not have high KDA and damage per minute. But the individual plays that he did were actually pretty clean. And I mean, Zeus tried to play on the edge and he fell over a couple of times.
We don't try to relativize this play. What the German community needs to remember is Chachi solo killed Zeus twice. Don't let them forget it, guys. Chachi, as it stands right now, one of the best top laners in Germany.
In the world.
Yeah, in the world.
Yeah,
Come.
easy.
The world.
Yeah, lost doesn't matter. Yeah,
Yeah.
still the case.
Yeah, still.
But I think it's a great example of what you were also saying, Zola, before, the fact that, you can target one thing of T1 and you can target one of their players or one of their lanes even more specifically, but you just have a lot of class exuding from every single lane, so it'll be hard to contain that.
Yeah, I think that's also what makes a world-class team, right?
Yeah.
Like, everyone can step up and carry if needed. And I mean, maybe they're going to have a short talk backstage. I think Ona and Zeus were having a bit too
You
much
think?
fun, maybe.
Let's take a look.
I think it was actually at some point really, really close.
But we have to remember this was the first Pike performance 2023 from Picaria and the first Briar performance ever in an
and
official game.
hopefully the last.
And there was Chachi.
Here for you,
He just kills this Pike, guys. He doesn't care. Ultimates both out, goes away. He got the kill before that. And we're seeing here again. He just wanted to be annoying. It's honestly Carrier's fault for dying here, because when Carrier was freezing this wave, and this is the moment we've all been waiting for, this is the replay to clip, ultimates on the edge, waits with the E, hits, press Q, he flashes, auto attacks him, and he would survive in that situation if in any case there wouldn't have been the jungle on top side. And now comes again full HP Zeus against 10% HP Poppy.
Surely not.
Chachi is just killing him after he's running at him. Uses the E, blocks it with W, gets the auto attack, Frozen Gauntlet, less damage, goes again in, second Frozen Gauntlet proc, survives from the damage reduction from it and dodges the Briar ultimate. It's just a highlight reel.
I would have really loved the voice comms on that one, because when you play yourself, you are like, okay, my top lane is winning, enemy is 10% HP.
Yeah.
You're just doing your own thing, and then you suddenly hear an ally has been slain, and you're like,
huh?
No,
what happened? Like, how? How did you die?
Again.
Zeus was like, I'm going int. And then he just full on died.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was still up 100 CS, right? So
Yeah.
Guys, these are the
Doesn't
stats.
matter.
Yeah.
You're a coach. Do you
In
think it
all of-
matters? Do you look at that?
It's more of a feel than the stats, right? So in that situation, I was short believer. You said Big was winning at some point, so I think they had a great chance. I will not let
You're gonna name it down on that one. Yeah, okay.
I will not let you forget. But really, I think T1, of course, in the end, rolled over them, showed what class they have, and they were like, okay, guys, they still have fun, and even through all of this, they were just beating them right out.
And I think it also sets the stage for T1. Now they have a feeling of how this tournament is going to go for them. This was their first game. They were going in blindly. They probably had no idea how hard the games are going to be. And I think they thought this was going to be a bit smoother of a ride, to be sure.
Maybe. Do you agree?
Probably. I mean, T1 was also, I think, testing limits quite a lot. I think they were they were seeing, how much are the enemies going to give. I think Danzy played also really good jungling. Overall, we didn't see it in those situations, but he was ultimating. The Briar E understands the champion quite well, so he had great performances. The jungle rotation in early game was good. So really promising player also to look for in the future. And overall, this is more the game that I like to see. You know, I was not raised and born in the high standards of League of Legends. Like, I come back from the days where the World Championship was in Freak's basement.
Yeah, it was scrappy.
You know, and it was scrappy and it was sturdy and you're just winning fights by like rumbling through. And
I like it.
So this was really a game for the fans. And thank you very much, T1. Yeah. Next up will be NNO, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. So big setup, kind of the dominoes. Didn't quite push them all over, but said, hey, they won't be able to pick any of our champions. Yep. They won't be able to pick their Draven anymore, their Nico anymore. And I don't know how much time we're going to have on the other end, but as we're waiting to check in with Genie as well, let's talk a little bit about their next opponent then, NNO. Tell me the story of NNO.
Well, so basically, I mean, most of the audience here is German. They know all about NNO, but to you out there, I think you have to know that NNO is not just a streamer team. You know, most people see them as streamers. They see them as playing together in some fun cups, maybe the G2 showdown and stuff like that. But the players playing in NNO are probably the most decorated players the German scene has ever seen. We have Tolkien with 11 championships throughout his career. Bröki on AD carry with 10 titles. Then we have Agorin in Norway with 8. And then we have on support Kani and... Well, I would say it speaks for itself. Kani is really cute. Like, he's a really nice guy. I like him very much, so he get that going for him.
Wow.
And I'm sure he will win some titles.
Is that an unfiltered photo?
This one is
it's all
from my personal collection.
No filter here.
Like,
but unfortunately, we're not on that, so people can actually see it. Unless they have really good eyes.
But you out there can
see it from there. I don't know. Yeah, okay, maybe.
Most of them will know how cute Kani is.
In 4 seconds?
Oh, I have something in my...
Yeah.
I hear Ginny. I don't know if the people at home hear Ginny. She's our reporter. She'll be looking for interesting fans and interesting people to talk to here. But yeah, but for NNO, it's absolutely crazy, right? Because they are advancing to Division 1, right? Is that correct?
Well, they actually played the promotion themselves, but they aren't playing in the first division.
Yeah.
Because they chose to be streamers, but they are putting in a Prime League team. This year, they haven't been playing any official matches, so they are on paper the team with the least practice competitively. But if you go back, Bröki started his career in 2013, Norway about the same time, Tolkien, all veterans, so they have hundreds of professional games. So it's just a question, like, how rusty are they?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and just to like really chime in on this, a lot of streamers, I would say, are not professionally in like any championships and so on and so forth, but they really have the experience. And there was times Agorin was playing actually in our team. When NNO had to qualify, they were actually putting in Agorin, who was like turning everything around. So Agorin, insane, first rank on Korea, first rank in EU multiple times. So outstanding player. No way was somebody we actually, I was asking, I can say this, I was asking No Way if he wants to play for us, but he said no. So
he said no way.
Yeah, no way.
No, he didn't. Okay, Ginny is standing by. That's our roving reporter. So let's go check in with her.
Hello, Ginny here, and we have Valentine as well as Keeper. So we're gonna have a little bit of a question because you can already hear it. The KC fans are absolutely riled up. They have some flags. Maybe they want to wave them, but before we do get them on camera, I have a question for you. You're here as a KC fan, and we can already hear the cheers. They're absolutely such a passionate community. What does it mean to be part of such a lovely one?
Thank you. Well, as you can hear, everyone is here to support the Karmine Corp. Being part of this community is really a lot of support, meeting a lot of people, a family, friends. It's always being here to support our team. Kind of the best team in the world. So it means a lot for us to be able to be there today in order to compete against T1.
You are going to be going up against T1, that's right. T1 against Karmine Corp is one of the matches we're going to be having a look at today. Now, you're bringing that rivalry onto stage in front of thousands of people. What are your expectations?
Well, for a lot of teams, being able to compete against T1 is something extraordinary that may not happen during their whole career. So for Karmine Corp, being able to compete against T1 is already extraordinary. But I really think that Karmine Corp is going to be able to beat T1 today, even if they are the world champions right now. So just stay tuned to watch Karmine Corp, because we are going to be there and we are going to be here to support our team when they are going to crush T1 to the ground.
One more time for Karmine Corp. All right, thank you so much. We're going to be heading back over to Laura.
Not yet. We're coming back to the desk. Laura's, of course, here as well. She will be interviewing some players throughout the day. But we can see the KC fans going absolutely insane already. We can still hear you, Ginny, but pop off, Queen. Go ahead. Back there. Yeah, I like it. She's just saying, yeah, we're going to stomp them into the ground. Of course. What else would we expect?
Yeah, I mean, that's the confidence you need, right?
You need the mic,
that's
actually.
the confidence you need to win against a team like T1. And, I mean, the question is, how big of a foreshadowing was this game right now? Like, are Ona and Zeus going to keep playing like this? Maybe it's something to actually abuse a bit.
The next match, of course, will be T1 taking on NNO. As we delve a little bit deeper into that specifically, we already set it up for most of the viewers. But as you say, we saw the top lane in the jungle maybe being a little bit too frivolous. Tell me about the top end jungle from NNO.
Well, we have Tolkien on top lane. He, as I said, is the most decorated player of the German scene. Basically, what he did all the time when they were still playing competitively is it almost became a meme. Like, he always managed to somehow sneak through the backlines, backdoor. I think they probably did like 5 or 6 backdoors in one season. I don't know how they managed to do that, but Tolkien, he's someone who's, I think, mechanically still very much on par with the best players in the scene. And I think it's not going to be as one-sided as Zeus might think. And on the other hand, we have Agro in the jungle, who Shipi already said, multiple rank 1 player, EU, Korea, and he has a special pick prepared today for us. Yeah, he does have some...
Oh yeah, you can't tell us, of course.
I mean, I think I can.
Can?
Yeah, let's say it's pretty hot and spicy, right?
Okay.
It's going to be the brand jungle.
Oh!
Ona is not afraid and bans it, maybe.
And
maybe Ona's not.
That would be great. That would actually be such a mark if Agarin could say, yeah, he banned it against me. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That would be crazy.
They're afraid.
So here are your predictions for this one then. Tolkien will die 1v1 versus Faker on side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get some context. Of course, Tolkien is a very decorated player, but what also stands on his wiki actually specifically is that he is a massive Faker fan. He almost was fainting. Who isn't? But he apparently is even more. And he was fainting when he was receiving signed jerseys from them, where Tolkien was on the back of a T1 jersey. So that is insane. And I think he might become a little bit too excited. He could be somebody who shows up in mid lane minute 6 and just try to kill
Tolkien.
Faker. But yeah, Tolkien. But I really think he's very fixated on Faker. And what will happen is that he will try to solo kill him. But the Faker, the Chad he is, will just slap him away and. So Tolkien will die.
And Zola, you said, okay, Agarin is so good, he's great, he might pick Brand, but then he's going to go 0-5?
I mean, it is Brand after all.
Yeah.
We all know it from solo queue. What does Brand do? He goes in, he ults, he does most damage in the game, but he's 0-10. And I think it might be similar in this game. Like, if they stand a chance, then I might be wrong, but if T1 wins the early game the way they did against Big, then Brand has a really hard time not dying over and over and over and over again. So I think I was being nice with the 0-5.
You were being nice. Okay, let's see if that happens in a second. We're also going to get a rundown of which champions T1 can't pick. The list isn't that long yet. There's only 10 so far, Sheepy, but it is going to get longer and longer. But here we are. Are there a couple of things here you think that are actually going against NNO that they would have liked to have picked?
Oh.
Well, they can, of course.
What do you think, Sora?
I mean, I would say the Poppy would be something Tolkien plays if he has to, but I think he's going to go into the skill matchup today. We're going to probably see like Camille, Aatrox, Gnar, something like this. Other than that, I don't see too much overlap. I don't see...
It was my bad. Of course, NNO can pick all these champions.
Yeah,
it's T1 that can't.
Right.
We're just getting ready with the tournament rules as well as we go. But on the other hand, T1, I have no doubt in my mind that they have enough to put on the road.
I don't think they want to play champions like Braum or Poppy. They
want
to go in.
Getting the Pyke and the Varus out, it might actually stabilize the bot lane a bit. So I think that's nice for NNO.
Yes, Varus pick was really good. Thank you very much. And now, actually, I hope that NNO has a better chance.
Let's see, and let's meet our second heroes of the day.
Oh, Berlin. Let me hear you. Make some noise. Come on! Look at this. This is amazing. Now, Berlin. I know you're thinking. You're looking at me thinking, that jacket, ads. I'm getting major Abominable Snowman vibes. I get it, okay? You could equate it to the festive season. I understand. Or consider this. It's an homage to the ice-cold ruthlessness of our teams ready to challenge T1 today. Just like our next team, their name alone carries mystique. But will the element of surprise ensure they defeat the world champions? Would you please make some noise for the challengers, NNO!
I've been watching T1 for 10 years. Playing against them is a dream come true.
Welcome to Red Bull League of its own, NNO! Wow. Brokey, listen to this! Wow! Oh man, this is incredible. Brokey, I think it's fair to say you have a few fans out there for NNO!
Thank you guys, thank you! Absolutely amazing crowd, amazing.
Amazing crowd, amazing. This is absolutely incredible. What does it feel like to compete against one of the world's greatest in front of everyone here today?
It's an amazing feeling, especially for our top laner who's a big T1 fan, but for everyone it's super great to play the world champion.
Now, you secured a Pro Division slot last year. It was a miracle run. That kind of willingness to get ahead and against all odds, make it, give your blood here to get against T1. You're going to need that kind of against all odds attitude to beat them today, aren't you?
Yeah, the miracle run continues today.
You heard it, you heard it. You're the first team to take on T1 here with a restricted champions pool. How have you prepared for this matchup against T1?
To be honest, we just didn't, but we also never lost to T1 so far, so I think the odds are pretty even.
I'm going to ask you as well here, is there anything you want to say to this electric crowd here in Berlin today, because you've got so many supporters of NNO in the audience?
Yeah, so in the name of all NNO members, we are very thankful that you gave us the opportunity to play the world champion today. Thank you guys. Have an applause for yourself.
And lastly, on a personal note, can you promise us that if you do win, you won't get undressed, will you? You won't get undressed.
I cannot promise anything.
You heard it right there, folks. One more time, give it up for NNO! Yeah, I think it's fair to say they've got a few supporters here in the arena today. This is going to be very, very spicy indeed.
Thank you so much. Indeed, absolutely insane. I love Brookie. What is that about? What did he say about taking his shirt off?
Yeah.
You fill us in?
Well, it's not about his shirt, though.
I didn't hear the answer. Someone was talking to me. Can you repeat?
It's not about his shirt.
It's not about his shirt. Oh, it's because of his nickname?
Yeah, the nickname.
Yeah.
Shall we
But-
try her?
But you know,
course.
you know, broek in Dutch is pants.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
everything
what?
makes sense.
No way.
It was predetermined. It was written in the
Yeah,
stars.
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's
fate.
Yeah.
Brookie has very sweaty legs. And,
Oh, he does?
yeah, and because of he needs the airflow
Yeah.
to go through sometimes.
I get that though. Don't we all
Yes.
understand that?
We do all
Yeah.
understand it.
Yeah.
So when he's feeling very excited and very ecstatic about something, then on stream sometimes you don't see anything, of course. But
Of course, of course.
I do think if in any chance they are winning against T1,
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do. He's crazy.
Nobody
he's a
will
crazy
know what
person.
happens.
Cool.
Nobody will know.
No, it's insane. And it's true, they get the chance from the audience to play here and to do this. And I really like that he thanked everyone as well, because it's such a cool moment, right? Because these are all individuals who are super important for the German community.
They are the most beloved players for sure. I know that people are saying not only the most decorated, but most beloved. Like all of them are such amazing guys. They're very friendly. No Way is known to be like the nicest person ever. And even him is trying to like get ready for this tournament. And we tried to make him talk some smack. We asked No Way if he's going to solo kill Faker, and he said twice. So No
He was
Way
being generous.
is
He was
ready.
being generous, I think.
So it's really, really amazing what NNO has brought up to this stage. Thanks to all the fans they've been invited, and honestly, amazing people, amazing team.
It's a lot of fun indeed. For our viewers who don't know about kind of all the memes and stuff, what are your favorite memes from these players or streamers?
Well,
if you can say it, if it's not like too...
favorite memes. Ooh.
Yeah.
I think Tolkien, the meme that he really is in love with Faker and the whole of T1
is huge.
Is more alive
I've
than
seen
ever
it.
today.
Yeah.
I think it's probably one of the happiest days of his life.
Oh.
For Brookie, it's the pants.
And Argorin.
Oh.
Argorin is just Argorin.
Argorin is a crazy, crazy guy. This man has played everything in the jungle. Everyone knows that if NNO is going to win, like if they are going to win, then it has to be on the back of people like Argorin. So yeah,
He
this guy is...
actually said on stream that he will play Brand if he can, and that if he gets Brand, he's confident that he might even be able to carry the game.
Okay.
He actually said that. I mean, I don't know how much hopium is in there.
No, but I love
crowd
that.
is getting absolutely crazy here.
I
Everyone
love
is
that.
just shouting. I mean, T1 against NNO in Germany is really like a dream coming true for every German fan.
And for
If I
T1
could-
as well.
If any German could think for T1 meeting their favorites, you know.
Yeah.
But really, if you could think of a tournament, that would be it.
It would be so much fun indeed. I love that the people are waking up a little bit more. I think we started off a little bit slow, then we had the whole Faker reveal and everyone was loud, but obviously this, because of the nature of the matchup, it might be one of the most hyped ones today. I'm also looking at NNO KC later. That might be spicy, but in terms of, I think they're yelling every single name. Brookie?
Yeah, Breuki.
Yeah.
And you saw how excited he is. He was like, in the beginning of the interview, like sometimes stuttering because you see how excited he is playing against the world champions overall. But sovereign in his answers, saying he can't promise anything. If they are going to win, then hell will break loose. And I'm gonna say it, like the German community, if we win this game, this is the last chance to beat T1. We will never forget this.
Yeah, I think for each and every one of those players, it's a once-in-a-lifetime situation. Probably Tolkien has been looking forward. I mean, look how excited he is. He has been looking forward. He already told me he's not gonna pick like tank, weak side, whatever.
Nah.
He's gonna go into the skill matchup, try to outsmart Zeus, and I mean, we saw it can work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can actually.
I'm wondering
do it.
about the comms. Like when Faker does a triple kill, he's like, "Holy shit, Faker, you're so good."
Yeah, he's like being a fan
Yeah,
whilst they're
yeah.
playing and the team is like, shut up, dude. Like,
Yeah,
we're
I think
trying to win this
that might be the case. Yeah.
Oh, it was a false flag. The draft came up, but it disappeared once again. So
Man,
we'll
they're
get into-
teasing us. They're
They
teasing
are
us.
teasing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, NNO just took to the stage, so they have to check their settings, make sure that everything is okay, and talk about the draft at hand as well. We didn't mention it yet, Sheepy, but you actually had a bit of a dare, right, for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So for every game, there was a certain thing you're going to do if they beat T1. What is it in this case?
So in the first one with Big and Eintracht, I wasn't very, sure that they are going to win. So I was like, okay, all right. But NNO also known as NNO Old,
NNO?
is kind of like the retirement home for German players if they are very, very famous and very good. So far, only those 5 have been making it. And if they are going to win, I will go to a retirement home in Germany for one day and help the elderly in the name of NNO Old. So they're not only playing for the youngsters here, but also for the old.
That's amazing. Make sure they don't keep you there.
No, I mean, honestly speaking, they're very nice. I'm a very big fan of old people.
Oh, that's awesome. Me too. I am one after
Oh,
all.
it's
Here we
going
go!
What do we have? What do we have there?
And
It's the brand first pick.
And props to T1. I don't know if they know it or not, but we have been very vocal about it. They left it open. They're like, come at us. We're not afraid to get burned, but this might come around. Yeah, come around to bite them. Brand being picked is such an amazing move. So tell me again, what do you expect? Because you have very mixed feelings. On the one side, you're like, man, this man is so confident. But when you speak about Agri and Brand, you are more like, I'm not.
I am confident, but I'm also just realistic, you know what I mean? He actually played it yesterday with NNO when they were going in the G2 showdown against the UK team, and they picked it in the third game. Let's say it didn't go that well.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it at that.
But we have a highlight here, guys, everyone. Of course not Jin. Jin is obviously a crazy pick, but we have Asia. Faker Asia is on the board. Faker really came to this tournament just to win. I think the people around him were like, hey, we're still young, we want to have some fun, but Faker is like, if I lose this one and I will stay the next 20 years in the scene, then it might get a little bit tough with the Germans.
I can't carry this, that I got beaten by NNO for the next 2 years.
I think also usually Faker is one of the oldest players on the stage, no matter which team he plays. And here he is one of the youngest. He's not even the top 3.
Yeah, true. All of them have so much life experience. They see Asia. You know, when you look at the book of League of Legends, and you go to
oh my god, did we just get Z
no,
from going?
No way!
No, that didn't just happen. That did not just happen.
What? No way, Zed?
That's crazy. But it is a really good matchup into Asia.
Dude, but it's Faker Asia and no way Zed.
It's no way Zed.
Oh yeah, it's no way Zed. Come on.
That is.
I mean, that's the confidence
I
want
was
to see.
expecting Victor for sure because no way loves Victor up and down. Corki is also both great matchups. But
I mean, we kind of do need some AD in mid with Brand jungle, right?
I do agree.
That's
but
one
Zed
point.
against Faker.
I love it.
The Faker again, like he knows Zed. He was when Zed was born into the League of Legends scene. Faker was there to carry him in his arms and bring him to fruition. So
yeah, but no one actually
remembers.
already played League when the letter Z was not even invented.
Yeah,
yet.
you're true. Yeah. There was only like 10 champions at this point.
And also 10 letters in the alphabet.
Yeah. It's old.
It's kind of what I wanted to say, where if you look at the success, you see a picture of Faker, but if you look at the back of the League of Legends book, you see written by NNO Old.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
how it is. We also got the Zac login. All
wow.
the homies love Zac.
Let's see where Zac is going. Is usually always in the jungle. It's a fine matchup against Brands. You can just jump on him.
I'm pretty sure, my memory fails me, but I'm pretty sure we saw it at Worlds from T1 in the top lane. But I can't actually remember.
There's no. It was not played.
It was not by them.
Yeah, it was not by them. But Zac also was played in the top lane at some points.
Oh, in the playing stage, I believe. Anyways.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Camille from Tolkien coming in here. We have the Renekton Jax preparation bands going on. He said he looks forward to playing Camille.
Zyra!
Laura, are you watching? Ooh. That's a Zyra.
And
she's jumping up and down.
She is jumping up and down.
She's very happy about it.
Yeah.
He wants to run on stage.
Come on, you're the end of the spell.
She's very, very happy. There's a lifelong romance. Laura's always begging LEC teams to play Zyra.
But this is
also...
Oh my
God.
Camille against Zeus. We have it on the board.
I think Kani needs to take one for the team and just play a setup champ.
Yeah.
I think he gets the boring pick.
Yeah, he needs to...
Someone needs to do it, right?
Yeah, someone needs to go in and be the sacrifice. But
the caretaker.
Yeah, but Kani's cute. They will be like, oh, he's not that dangerous. And then suddenly, boom, Rel combo, and they're all dead. So...
Oh, never mind.
And look at them.
The bard.
They knew what they're doing.
Let's go.
They know.
Hello.
Tolkien cannot stop smiling. I love it.
No Way also walked on the stage like he owns this place. I think No Way is just very comfortable.
Maybe he does, Maybe he got it.
Oh, maybe.
Who
Yeah.
knows?
I mean, at this point, and what do we have here? Vayne top lane? No way. Oh my God.
Probably.
They show no mercy against Tolkien. Tolkien is like, can we be friends? And Zeus says no. Vayne top lane is really one of the most disgusting champions Riot has ever released. You have such a hard time killing her.
It.
She can permanently bully you. Zeus really just picking all the AD carries also in top lane. He's like, Guma, you're not gonna play any Vayne today. Akshan, I mean, could have been also a pick, but yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, this looks winnable.
You've said
this
that.
looks
You're
very winnable.
But
I'm just gonna keep saying it.
The predictions get bolder. So is it now, you have to make a choice. Do you think NNO wins this, or is it a 0-5 Agurine angle?
I think both.
Okay.
He's going to carry, but he's going to go 0-4 in the first 5
That's
minutes.
how you do it on brand.
And
exactly.
NNO really needs all the support that they can get.
They do, but they have it here in the Velodrome. They are so loud for NNO, and they're going to take on T1 with the voices of Vedius and Dracos.
Thank you very much, Shox. Here we are above this wonderful crowd, getting ready for this matchup. I'm ready.
The audience was crazy for NNO. Obviously, a very popular team here in Berlin. And some crazy, we were talking about this is the Xerath, you know?
Yeah.
The German namebot is going to be taking his Xerath up against Faker's.
No, it's the Zed.
No, it was the Zed. And there's a lot of history with all of these players. Agurine's brand, something that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. I love how the analysts were talking about how if he gets that pick, he's incredibly confident that he might be able to carry. We'll see what he can do. The German streamer team will make their way onto the Rift, have an opportunity to go toe-to-toe with the reigning world champions.
5v5 mid, the square up, the showdown. West Side Story, baby, start snapping. All right, initial hits coming through.
Oh, they're taking shots, Zeus pops the ghost.
Already ghosting.
Faker with the poke.
Zeus.
Oh my god, Zeus.
Taking a lot of damage. I don't know if that was a positive trade.
The T1 from Tolkien.
All right.
The love from both sides, we respect it. You can see smiling faces on both sides. Noe and Faker with big grins on their face. Oh, Agurine, man, come on. Let the man base. This is a gentleman's competition here.
Nope, that was your moment. They met in the mid lane, they did a little handshake. Now it's nothing but bloodlust. It's ruthless League of Legends from here on out.
I don't know if you're familiar with Reddit, Daniel Dracos.
I don't know if you're familiar with T1 playing exclusively T1 skins in this game,
That's
but
true.
that is literally the most baller thing you can do in League of Legends.
True. They are
they're basically the only team that could do it with this wide of a variety of champions.
It's
they
the
are the only
T1
team.
comp. That's crazy. Wait, does that mean that Faker is actually running?
That's right.
And it's not even his skin.
I forgot.
It's easy hoons, yeah. I mean, respect. All right, well, I'm really excited for this one. Tolkien, I loved his reaction to the Vayne lock-in as well. You know, he wanted
this man's emotionally invested.
Yeah, a top lane brawl against the best top laner in the world.
There it is.
Are we getting a live action replay of the 5v5 mid?
Here we go. The cinematic angle.
Oh,
wait
how
a minute.
epic is that?
Who shot first? It's a Han Solo situation. Who shoots first?
But how epic was that shot? 5 T1 skip.
It was okay, Gurren. All right. Broke it early. All right, Gumi Machine carry up. Early push here, Bard level 1 strong, but maybe not strong enough. There is no way. Be able to fight back a little bit more at level 2. Does have first strike. He's going to need to be pretty proactive on getting that damage down. Pretty easy for Faker to take that one away. Halo Blades on the Azir 2.
I mean, it's always it's bold to lock in Zed into Faker. Of course, let's not forget there's also a Zed skin.
Yeah.
T1.
Yeah. But also, European fans, don't forget that, I mean, Febiven did it in 2015. I don't see any reason why No Way can't do it today.
True, and based.
This exact matchup.
Great example.
So something to consider. No Way gets a little bit of harassment down. On the top side of the map, Tolkien just wants to give Zeus a hug, you know, a fandom, like a moment of appreciation. Zeus is keeping him at an arm's length.
Agurine, he's looking. Can they really make anything happen here? Level 4.
That's like Ghost Brand. I have zero idea what it can do, but it's about to be nasty.
Here they go, the heal pop.
Roki going forward. Guma holding on to the flash for now. Agurine, can he get the predict? Goes for the conflagrate, goes for the seer. Quick flash away, still a ton of damage. Ticking, burning, but will not finish the kill.
Thumbs up from Agurine as they get the summoners out from Gumayushi. Here comes the dive top.
Oh, knocked into the wall. Owner immediately going to go for the follow-up. Slaps back. Gives him the high five. Quick first blood on the top side.
Poor Tolkien. He's dreamed about being able to play against T1, and now he's getting the full T1 experience. Welcome. Oh, your jungler's bot side? Well, we're going to cross-map you, and we're going to dive you.
This is more jungle attention in 2 games than Zeus got for the entire world
worlds.
Poor
Nice
Tolkien,
condemn there from Zeus.
The question is, how big of a fan is he? Is he like, yes, they killed me? Like, is he that depraved? Like, how deep does the team?
Or is he going to be like, no way, swap lanes with me?
Yeah.
Give me this.
To be fair, it'd be too bad. Faker keeping the push up. We'll see what the Zed matchup looks like once Zed hits level 6. Obviously a big point. Also, just a bit of ability haste, certainly going to go a long way in the 1v1.
Oh, look at this vision already set up on the top side as well from T1. They have that deep ward on the blue buff, spawning out Agharin. And obviously that river ward from the Scuttle Crab. NNO kind of in a similar position to Big, where the kills aren't that different, but already a 1k gold deficit. Often the experience of playing against T1, those individual leads already starting to mount up. Nothing too dramatic just yet though. NNO not in too deep water.
Yep. All I'll say is, Karni picking up the Bard for Brokey here. Support him. But that Bardal, as we get later in the game, with the brand, could be big. Zayas, there's a casual backstep. Adaptive defensive is now coming through, but Zayas just taking his time with this one. One more auto. Goes in for the sweep, denies the healing, Zayas. The quick 1v1 kill, the solo below.
Yep, that was quite the counter pick from Zayas. Oh, and the wave is in a horrible spot for Tolkien as well. Nice base timing from Zayas. Yeah, that top lane matchup, something needs to happen. They need to get this Bard out of the bot lane, perhaps look for a roam up towards top. Agharin maybe can look for a gank. But I imagine that their eyes will be focused on the bot side. Owner looking to cover here.
Yep. Owner gonna get denied if he goes in. No, he doesn't stack it, so the stun comes through. Instead, they just portal back into Owner. I like the play. Brokey, full confidence. Gets Zach passive out, but now he needs to get the hell out of dodge the Bloblets. Can they take him down? Agharin looking to burn somebody. Big damage, Agharin grabbing first blood for the side of NNO. Karni now on the run. Guma looking to make it happen with a 4-shot. Karni getting lower and lower, taking Flash out to safety, but NNO will get the kill.
Great confidence there from NNO. It looked to me like Agharin wanted to do the E into, as the Q is flying into the air, you hit them with the E, and then you can connect that stun. Maybe he was too close. I didn't quite tell if he got the timing off. Carrier now in danger.
Here, doesn't matter. Agharin hitting like a truck. Faker going in, trying to scooch, and he whiffs. Clean footwork from NNO, but it doesn't matter. Agharin goes down. One of the 5 deaths promised by our analyst desk.
But overall, ends up being, what was that, 2 kills? Yeah, it was 2 kills for T1 in exchange for 1. We're going to look back at this play. We'll see if he does actually connect the stun. No, that Q just hits straight up first.
Yeah. That's the old Swippy swap.
That is.
Owner wasn't ready for that one.
And yeah, but I like the confidence. You called it. Brokey just going in, makes the play happen. And then the Pillar of Flame to secure it for Agharin.
And this is the thing about Brokey that impresses me. He's done so much. He was on the desk earlier, casting here at the event. He's come through, he's worked his way back to Division 1 Prime League. He's like 32, he's got a pension, and he's still got the balls to E into T1.
He's got a pension.
He's grown, like what's the signature move of a grown person? Ready to maneuver.
Well, Faker did get the edge up on No Way. Zed is usually the champ that should be looking to run, but of course this early prio is something that Faker very quick to take advantage of.
You need that haste, man, that ability haste. Jam those abilities, get that wave clear up. But hasn't had an opportunity to back for quite some time. Karni on the way mid, though, maybe could change that. Level 6 for No Way.
Here we go.
Going in, ulting immediately. Faker no ultimate available quite yet. They're just going to try to cut him down. Agharin on the way in as well. 3 members mid to take down Faker. Agharin grabbing another kill.
That he will. 3 kills for Agharin now on the brand. He's feeling more and more confident after every kill. Nice roam from Karni. We need to see him getting out of that bot lane, looking for plays elsewhere on the map. They're able to find the kill on the Faker. Look at the smiles on Tolkien's face right now. He is 20 CS down, but he does not care. He's playing for the team at this point. He knows what he needs to do.
Certainly is. I mean, if he puts Vayne in the cage or Guma in the cage, and there's a brand there, they will die every single time.
That wave is in a horrible spot, and Zayas is only going to make it worse.
Yeah, it's not pretty on the top side. We're just going to assume that Tolkien's having a great time and stop looking up there because it's not getting any easier.
Hang on a second. I just remembered a piece of lore. Do you remember when Faker came to Europe?
Yes.
And he died to a gold brand mid?
I do.
Do you think that that's what Agharin is trying to channel right now?
The gold brand mid?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe he's digging deep within himself to bring back that Reddit thread 5 years ago now. Quick kill, though, on the bottom side.
Oh, the heal.
Karni giving up one to give Gumayusi false confidence.
That's a dump. Oh,
Brokey was not giving that one up, and now it's bouncing back and forth. Can they lock up the brand? Karya still standing. Agura desperate to finish the kill. Karya ticking down, but he will survive. Guma and T1 clean on the bottom side.
The bot lane of T1 find 3 kills in the 2v2. They're extending their kill lead to 7, and NNO is very quickly falling apart. I see Owner as well hovering around the mid lane. This top lane matchup is absolutely horrible. Tolkien goes in.
Continue on him. Good damage on Zeus. Zeus gonna be forced to ultimate here. No way, gonna ult to try to get away from something.
Oh!
Nice, clean footwork. They're under the tower. Faker now trying to push back, but Owner was already there waiting. No way, desperate to get something back. Owner ticking away. No way! There's no way he lives, but he does it!
The nod of approval from Noe. His fancy feet able to keep him to safety. Very well played from the mid laner of NNO. This is going to open up a dragon. Owner was forced to flash after that play. He's low. Doesn't feel like that he can stick around to contest this, so they're going to get their first objective of the game.
Nice to have the Ocean Drake. Here comes Karya, though. A little bit intimidating. I imagine we'll see a lot of damage coming out from Karya as we get later in the game, but good early Drake. Karni getting chunked. Unfortunate amount of damage. He might be forced to Magical Journey out to safety. He will be. Things are difficult, though, for this bot lane, I will say.
Be a challenge, yeah.
Gurren getting all those early kills, while it looked nice, has put Brokey and Karni in a little bit of a difficult situation, because Ezreal does very little damage right now, and Jhin has double buffs and hits like a literal truck. There it is, that's the truck.
Oh, Agharon?
Truck, Agharon over the wall, managing to find a bit more damage, gets the kill. Quick trade back though, but Karya already locked up. Maybe they can try to find the fall. Binding back into the wall. Brokey immediately gonna ult. Karya now gonna be in trouble. How far does Brokey want to go? Won't push for anything else. Happy to just trade the 1-for-1.
I wasn't even looking at Agharon diving the tower to make that play happen. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but he does get the shutdown and a kill onto Gumayusi. No easy feat. In multiple games in the World Finals, he went deathless. Oh.
Not back.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of healing. Tolkien now running, has to ult, but he's dead anyway. The shield coming through. He'll go down too, but on the bottom side, they managed to get another kill. The side of T1, 4-10 now the score. He said it, it's falling apart.
This will happen there for Brokey. Does end up losing his life. No way will secure himself a plate. Bit of gold for him. Perhaps the angle that they're going for is, we've got the late game.
Yeah. And based on what we saw in the previous game, if you wait long enough, Zeus and or Owner will do something silly.
Perhaps. Perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. So here's the... I don't know if I can call this a dive. Agharon popped Ghost.
He
took tower shots. He ulted.
Missed it.
And then he misses the Q, but it doesn't matter. Ends up getting himself 600 gold. Look at that. Leandri's completed along with the Salt Shoes. He's going to be doing a lot. Ooh, the Ghost.
Good damage. Gurren caught out, just trying to get a bit more damage out into Zeus. Karni flashing forward. Magical Journey out to safety. Makes the heist happen. Tolkien now 1v1 versus Faker.
It's a dream come true, and he runs away.
True.
He has no skills, no summoner spells, and the bot lane tower will fall once again. Very similar to what we saw in game 1 of the day. But you can see how the pressure is on. T1 with their 12-5 kill advantage. They're looking to secure their second 5 plates, by the way. We're not even at the 40-minute mark. No way, though. Does he have the shadow up? Didn't see if he used that earlier.
I mean, Zac is very squishy. That is a Conqueror Leandri Zac. So yeah, goodbye. Passive still going to be up. Who do they want to give the kill to is the question.
No way, perhaps?
Yeah, it would make sense. I thought Tolkien was going to walk in and steal it, and I was like, buddy, you're a big fan, and you got an ultimate. Otherwise, you are a walking bag of gold.
Sometimes I do think that Owner is getting a little confused as to what side of the jungle he's supposed to be on, because he did this last game, he's doing it again. He has no support from the rest of his team. He's just looking for a couple camps.
He's world champion, not red side jungle champion, bro. He goes where he wants to go.
That's true. The jungle is his jungle, and NNO punish him for it. Agharon going to steal away these bot side camps. They're looking for a dive. Does Faker read the play?
He's going to check with the soldier here and see it in a second. Are they going to be able to react instantly? Right over the wall. Instant brand damage now going to follow up. Faker slides, glides, gets a little tricky with it, but there's already the portal there. Owner does big damage, though. Keep in mind, it is the AP Zac. Have to be a little bit careful. Karya coming over the wall. Nice sidestep. Faker now taken down. Tolkien now coming back in. Karya over the wall looking for his moment, but he will not find it.
That's 2 kills for NNO. Good punish on the bot side of the map. They're going to get some plates for themselves. They sent Brokey up top lane to match Zeus in the 1v1 just to catch that wave. But Faker, really nice slide and glide initially.
Oh, that's a level 7 Ezreal.
Oh!
Still going up.
Brokey, no ult.
Zeus. He's gonna back. He learned from the previous game. He has to hold back a little bit sometimes.
Brokey, will he see this though?
EQ. Oh, angle not quite right. I think the timing wouldn't have found the kill, and they most likely would have retreated. But Guma now going to be in trouble. One shuriken only going to connect. No way. Should be able to grab this one. Coming in and taking it.
The smile on Tolkien's face. The team is feeling more and more confident. They've got a number of kills.
I'm starting to believe.
You're starting to believe?
I'm starting to believe they got that.
Winnable, perhaps.
And T1 got nothing back for it, really.
I mean, here's the facts. No way. Level 11, Faker level 10.
Sure.
No way. 103, Faker 121.
Yes.
No way. CS advantage over Faker.
Yes.
Look at this punish. Instant. Faker checks with the soldier. He's not expecting 4 members of NNO to be here. Without any hesitation, they go through that portal. Ona tries to defend, but it's not enough. Look at this nice snipe there from Agarin. Ona overcommitting, knowing that carry's on the way, but it's not enough. And they're able to secure a bunch of kills, and we're going to quickly, I imagine, jump over to this mid lane play. Will we see that kill onto Gumayushi? No, we're not going to get to see it. That's fine.
Straightforward.
Again, look at the facts. Mid lane, there is a gap starting to arise, one could say.
Yes. And, you know, no surprise. It is no way making it happen.
No way, you would think.
How many times are we going to do that one?
How many? We don't know.
We'll sneak it in.
You could say he's in a league of his own, perhaps.
Oh. All right, Owner once again has found his way back to the jungle that he believes is his. And it would be proven to be his thus far. Again, more AP. Imagine this demonic embrace coming in next. Zeus, very scary. Seems to have decided to only play Blade of the Ruined King champs thus far today. It's fair, it's a good item. As Tolkien, he had his brief moment of fun on the bottom side, but he's back to getting bullied.
Yep. Yep, this is really fun for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it genuinely is. The lane isn't, but like he's having a great time.
Yeah.
Agarin. Oh, has he seen Faker? Does he know? Yeah, I think he knows. Yes, he does. Faker versus Agarin.
Nope, Faker wants a tower. He's going to hide under it. He's going to walk away.
All right.
He knows better than to take
Agarin
that 1v1.
shows mercy.
Stays his hand. Allows Faker to leave.
Yeah. The Rylai's now completed for Agarin as well.
There is a problem on the Rift right now, though.
For who?
For NNO.
Oh, for NNO? I see.
Just you might, but I noticed that you've conveniently covered up the Jhin portrait on our viewing monitor. If I remove that sticky note you put there, that is a 5-2 Jhin.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no tanks on the team.
Guma's good, I guess. You know,
yeah, he's all right.
He's all right.
Pretty good.
He might have an Infinity Age, you know, but you know.
Guma Jhin, historically, kind of a cursed pick. Obviously brought it out towards the tail end of Worlds. People were a little bit concerned, but performed on it. So, see if any of those concerns are justified here in this game. As Carrier's just fishing over the wall. You know, he saw Wolf back in the day get that heroic Zyra play, and he's thinking, you know, I need one too.
Oh God, all the flashbacks now. Yeah, I'm remembering.
Yeah, this is the old man party hour right here. Tolkien. Walk away.
Fine. He's got Agarin right behind him. That's a cheer of elation on the cams.
And here comes Owner, zoned away from the tier 2 tower. TP behind.
Here we go.
Barney coming in, manages to land the stun on the Zyra. Zeus now coming in as well. Tolkien off to the side. Guma should just get taken down, deleting the most good member before the fight even starts. It's clean, it's calculated from NNO. Zeus isolated for a brief moment, going back in. Zeus getting chipped away at. Karmine flashing out safety, has to be careful.
I mean, NNO, they don't want to overcommit, right? They get the pick onto Guma. They get a kill onto Owner as well.
And Proki said it. He said the miracle run will continue.
Well, they're going to need a miracle to win this game. They're at a pretty significant deficit. They're looking for this mid-top. Faker!
Going for the shuffle. Hitting Tolkien. They can just portal out to safety.
And that's what they'll do. Nicely done from NNO. They don't want to overstay now. Remember, the Owner is now back out onto the map. Guma as well. They need to get these resets off. They need to spend what gold they have. Replenish those HP bars. Look at all this vision invested from T1 on the top side of the map. They're committed to trying to secure this tier 2 tower. Agarin continues to counter jungle.
Owner has to be careful about walking up here. Damn, Owner. Oh my goodness, man, just getting chunked. All right, passive down. Karmine needs to body block some of these shots here. Stepping forward. They should just be able to get Owner. Should just be able to walk out. Easy pickup for NNO.
Can the punish come through from T1? Carrier's on his way.
Fans are ready. Ooh, we're going off to the side. Carney now just running, giving his life up. The sacrificial bard will get taken down, but Agurin makes it out to safety. Crucially, does not give up that shutdown. 8-4 and 4. Brokey a bit more damage. Going in onto Carrier. Looking for the solo boa. Flash over. Manages to get it. Faker now on the way in. How much longer on the shift? Root not quite going to connect. Brokey going to make it out to safety.
NNO are finding their confidence. And look, Tolkien, has he found his hero?
Here we go.
No, he hasn't.
Not quite. Sidestep from Faker.
Wouldn't be his hero if he had, though. It's not going to be easy. Faker will get away to safety, but think about this. The kill score was 10-4 earlier down in Dracos. Now we find ourselves at 13-14. NNO are finding this confidence. They are slowly crawling back into this game. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Let's see if they can get in a position to contest. 2 items now finished for No Way. Means that he's got some serious damage on his side. And Guma, he's got no peel. No flash, no heal. He's going to be his core target. Agurin did end up dying on the back end of this. Carney will get picked off there by Carrier.
Yep.
Actually, how did Agurin die? Really nice play from Broeki. He doesn't die to the Krugs. No. What did he do?
Did he die? I was not.
No,
I missed it. Yeah. No. He did. Oh, yeah, you're right. Shutdown. I'm getting too lost in the moment here. As Faker going in, pushing back Agurin. That's your most important target. Does manage to push a couple buttons there, and will take one out with him. No Way in trouble on the bottom side. Zeus untouched. No Way still with cooldowns up and available. Herald now coming through. Gumayushi from so far away, just laying down damage on this bard. Clean sidestep coming out from Carney to survive for now. Will not get hit by the deadly flourish. That tower getting lower and lower. Zeus stepping into No Way, doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. Tolkien might look for a bit of revenge up to the laning phase. Owner now going to be in trouble. No Way going back in. The death mark onto Zeus. Will not finish it, but the kill still goes down anyway. Tolkien still living for now. Carney now trying to step forward, but Guma's so damn strong.
It's a 3 for 3, but T1 still have their AD carry, and they're going to secure a tower as a result. I think they'll be forced to back away, though. Agurin's back out onto the map. Tolkien, no TP means no flank for him. But Carney is not giving any leeway.
Just wants to stop the backs. TP for No Way maybe is the angle. Nope, just waiting for Agurin to ghost his way in there. Carrier now locked up, will get taken down. Guma on the run. Tolkien going to continue to chase.
Doesn't have the flash, so he's going to dissuade for now. Agurin secures himself the blue. Are they going to start this Baron? No. Yes. They are. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. Brand baby.
It's a bold move. Brokey on his way back. The TP has come in from No Way.
No Way sees Guma. Guma's going to be in trouble here.
Can he get the drive-by steal? Vision
Owner.
gained.
The Zac signature move. Is he a gamer? He's into the pit. He's AP Zac. It's getting lower and lower. Who's going to get it? Owner! Steals it away from NNO, and now Agurin's in trouble. How many cooldowns does he have left for Faker? They must have tried to burn the objective down, but still the Azir is getting shredded. Zeus untouched for now. Brokey needs to make his way out and over the wall. He doesn't have the cooldowns available. Agurin, maybe one combo could be enough, but it will not happen. Double 80 carries from the side of T1, cleaning house.
Agurin, he chokes under the pressure. With Owner in the pit, he goes to the smite fight, and he's not quite able to secure it. You can still see smiles on the faces of NNO. They're not going to give up just yet. But the smite just comes in a little too early for Agurin. He thinks with the burst it's enough. 16 HP it gets down to. Incredibly close for NNO. I like the ballsy call. They even get this kill onto Faker. But then Zeus and Guma are able to clean up. They get Brokey. They get Agurin. And they walk away with a Baron.
Impressive stuff, most certainly. Crushing that they were not able to secure the Drake there, even if they had lost a couple kills. Would help balance out the gold at least a little bit. Red Bull Baron power play, of course, going to make it that much easier for T1 to push, although not every member was alive when it did go down. Kind of waiting to see what No Way will do here. 5-1 and 4, CS lead in the 1v1. A lot of ability haste at this point. This is where Zed starts to get really terrifying. That said, oh, double carries. They're going to spot him. This is a bit awkward. I don't think he can make it out, but now he has to see if he can take someone with him.
Yeah, he's going to look for Guma, I think.
Yeah, Guma knows he's the more vulnerable link here. The pushback is there. No Way going to be forced to ult shortly. Oh, no, he just does not have enough time. He needs to get the hell out of dodge. He's going to have to ult somebody. Where's the W cooldown going to go? He doesn't even get a chance to do anything. Brokey just taking out 2 lambs to the slaughter.
And with 2 members dead, this means that it's an easy push in the bot lane for T1. NNO trying to cross-map top lane, but with the Baron at T1's back, I don't think NNO is going to be able to hold out much longer.
The rest of them need to back. This is an inhibitor gone, most certainly. Potentially more. Zeus and Guma together. Again, double 80 carries. Looking to close this one out. Backs have been stopped. Brand damage is good, but not good enough to finish the kill onto Owner. The wave is here. Might be an unceremonious exit here. TP now coming in for Tolkien.
No, they're not going to end, are they?
They are just going to end. Give them a fight, T1. One last shot, Brokey. No way is here, maybe. Maybe they can make it happen, but he's going instantly in onto Guma. Usually he needs to find
Oh,
the
Guma.
is there. Guma's too clean. Faker coming in as well. The last stand for NNO will not be enough. But T1 still looking to finish it in style. 1 kill traded back. They're not hitting the Nexus now. They are hitting the Nexus to stun for a Carney. Tolkien now coming in. Can they just kill Faker? They do. The Nexus is still standing. Tolkien walking forward. The ulti not available. Tolkien has to be careful, but here comes Agurin. Good damage.
Zeus is just fighting them. He could end.
And they're killing them. Yes, NNO! They live to fight another day.
They hold the line.
You say benevolence from T1, nonsense. I say the stones of NNO to hold the line.
Tolkien.
Not hide in their fountain.
Hey man, Tolkien achieved his dream. He killed Faker. Job done.
Damn.
Tick off the bucket list.
Bam, bam. Caps.
I mean, credit. They're able to hold the line here. T1. I mean, they get overzealous. They think that they can kill all of NNO. They underestimate. But look at this play from Guma. Oh my goodness. Incredibly clean. You'd think that with no peel, it would be harder for the Jin to survive.
And I know what you're thinking. You've played League of Legends before, and you're like, they could hit the Nexus. That's where you're wrong, dear audience. They couldn't do that.
The crucial play here is the fact that Guma actually ends up dying to the spawn tower. And that then leads Carney to a beautiful 2-man connect to Tolkien securing that kill.
And here comes Gurren, who, fun fact, once you have Raw Eyes, makes it pretty easy. Hit those abilities. So here we go. Every stand is the last stand at this point for NNO. Gurren over the wall. Not going to connect on the Faker. Besides, I think just about everything there. No way, immediately going to ult Owner. Good damage now coming out, but he gets locked up from so far away by Guma. But crucially, that's the Duskblade, baby.
The ultimate from Carney will buy a bit of time as well. 5v4 in favor of NNO. Noah's ultimate is not going to be on a long cooldown.
They can push in. They have to go absolutely psycho if they want to push for the Zeus continuing to step up here. He's very beefy, but it's so much damage. He's now bringing it back to the rest of his team. Will tumble away just in time so no one else gets hit.
He pushes Aggron back. But they have
Zeus
no wave.
Lower and lower.
Siege. Baron is up in a mid
so cocky. Oh, Bard hitbox. It's so good. Why is it so huge? Nobody knows, but they make it happen.
NNO, they find another pick.
Brokey.
They'll slow the siege down. T1. You could argue that they're trying to play with their food, but their food is biting back right now.
Agree.
No way.
The
Ultimate
world's most
again.
dangerous game, NNO.
Faker sitting in no man's land.
What's he doing here?
He's just going for a walk.
That's fair. Walk about, explore the other side of the jungle.
Exploring his domain.
Here you see.
But Zeus just goes in, all in.
I mean, and to be fair, the movement is clean, but there are a lot of people there, and Brand does hurt.
Carney.
Oh yeah, witnesses.
The world's class Bard performance.
Just Bard things. Wait for this hitbox.
Connects it onto the plant. Beautiful stuff there. Gives him the kill on the Zeus as well.
Bam. Instant follow-up. Double
Nicely
stun.
done by NNO. Very nicely done.
Carney's clean with his Bard, man. That's respectable.
Okay, they're sieging onto the tier 2s now. No way, level 16. 2 levels up on Faker. 6, 3, and 5 to 2, 5, and 6. 50 CS up on Faker. Impressive performance from Noah.
I mean, all I'm saying is Faker may have won the World Championship, but Faker's never gotten out of Division 2 Prime League, so...
That's true.
Something to think about.
Record right now is 0-0, NNO versus T1. That's going to change today.
Yep, historic rivalry, NNO versus T1, of course. Okay, at this point, you can imagine the recalls. Yep, synced coming in. 5-man hold. T1, if they're bold, will accept the 5v5 team fight. They're scared of NNO. They will rush the Nexus. And we'll know forever that they were scared.
Oh, flash in.
Now going in. Agurin doesn't have any defensive tools, so he's just going to get cut down, but they're managing to take one back. Tolkien also getting taken off the board, and T1 just slaughtering them in the base. No, he just hasn't been able to do anything. Living Shadow out to safety. Oh! It's not even the fourth shot. It's just the second bullet. Doesn't even need all 4. T1, we're not scared. T1 take the fight, and they take down NNO.
incredible.
No doubt in my mind.
I mean, it was super fun to watch, and you can see the NNO incredibly humble and honored to play against T1. It was a super fun game to watch, and nothing but smiles from both sides across the entire game.
I'd go so far to say Faker looks pretty honored to play against No Way, based on facial expressions. And you can hear so much love from the audience in-house, hometown favorites. But that's enough from us here at the Cash Desk. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk. Shocks, take it away.
Thank you so much as we hear the Velodrome shouting for NNO. Woo. And they're not done yet, of course. Oh, this is so amazing. Yeah. I love it. You know, the way you set it up with like Tolkien, it being kind of a lifelong dream of him to be able to play versus Faker and make it happen, and just the fact that they get to play here, it was great. And I think in terms of kind of like individual moves, skill checks, I was so happily surprised by NNO.
Absolutely. I was never so happy to be wrong with my prediction. Like, Iron's brand was popping off, and the Z from Norway, holy moly.
Whoa.
I don't know where he got that from, but I think he showed Faker some moves.
He did. Sad that it wasn't enough to carry the game, because at certain times we were really believing, but we just gotta call it out. Guma Yushi, I mean, the guy's just absolutely insane. You said it already, but you know, Agarimpic's branding goes 0-5. I don't know if it was exactly 0-5.
It was absolutely
It wasn't.
wrong.
Great.
Yeah.
And then Tolkien will die 1v1 versus Faker on side. Did that happen?
Nah.
Not really.
They were
Faker
fighting.
tried.
But I honestly, yeah, Faker tried. But Tolkien was like, I have none of this. I don't have items. I don't have anything. But he killed Faker, so like Draco said, off the list.
Yes, exactly. And the most electrifying moment presented by Kia was NNO killing Faker.
Woo. Yeah, so technically what they did was... Now I can talk. What they did was they killed Faker with 3 men.
Yeah.
But technically, I think Norway, Kani, and Arwin each got 3 solo kills on Faker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think they can
That's how
all
it
check
works.
that off the list.
That's smart.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you're the analyst, right?
I am.
Who's going to stop you at this point?
Oh, that's gruesome,
Oh
actually.
my god.
Okay, and then the minions just
The minions
walk
don't
over?
care. They don't
No,
care.
that's good. No, but a really hopeful performance, I think, also in terms of what's coming, right? Because NNO was bowing, but they're taking on KC, right?
Oh yeah.
So
next up.
I don't know why they're
Hope.
leaving, so
Is it Copium? I don't think so. Honestly, when I saw No Way play, and I was saying before that I said this guy is really good. We wanted to have him as well for the first division of our. He's of course a streamer. He made his own team.
Yeah.
It was way before then. But he is so good. He had CS lead. He had better scoreline than Faker. I mean, at this point we can just kind of stop the recording. You know, like he did all the things he wanted and set out to do. He played such an amazing Z. And honestly, it didn't feel like old people playing against the world champion.
Not at
It felt
all.
like young, brazen kids catching fireflies in the night. You know, it's just everything was very nice. And yeah, it felt very, very joyful. I was very happy this year.
it was awesome. We do have to say, as we highlight Agurin one more time, everyone's going to be scared of the brand. Does this mean now, Sola, that T1 is just stronger than all of Germany because they beat both big?
I mean, technically, they didn't even beat all the German teams that were
Okay,
here
that's
today.
true.
So
So technically, they didn't beat Eintracht Spandau.
they didn't.
Ah.
So on a technicality, that's not the case. But they haven't dropped the game yet, which is absolutely amazing. And I don't know, I'm having less and less faith in the fact that they are going to drop a game, to be honest.
I mean, T1 honestly had a little bit more fun than they had to in the first 2 games. But the first game, they had fun and they slowly were growing their gold lead. This game was quite close. They were always only 2 or 3k gold ahead. Agrim was making a proactive plays. Brookie, this man had no fear and just flashing into carrier all the time.
And then Tolkien.
And Tolkien was dreaming.
He had a bad time.
And it turned into a fever dream really quick. Getting some love.
Yeah, but you said it. I don't think there's ever been a top laner that has been so happy to get Dove. Like, I think with every auto
He's like,
attack...
yes,
He's like a
Exactly.
sadist. He's like
Every auto take from this, like,
Dive
oh, you're
me.
so good. Yes, hit me
Send
again.
every
Oh, your
T1 player
spacing
top.
is so good, sis.
Yeah. You know that he has also the T1 emoji as the only one from his team, so he's like playing the double agent game, you know?
He's
Yeah.
a trooper, for sure.
Oh, it's awesome. He
I
tried.
mean,
I
It was
mean,
just
this
really
matchup
good
is really...
This is so dirty, by the way.
It's
so annoying.
really... This is... I'm not okay with that. I think Zeus should have played something more kind, something more nice, especially against probably his biggest fan, so yeah. I think Tolkien received a lot, but we are very proud of NNO. I
Yes.
think they were not underestimated. If the movie Red, Retaliate, Extremely Dangerous, taught me anything, it's you shouldn't underestimate the elderly and Honestly, NNO was showing up. I'm very happy with their performance. Germany can be proud, and I think they're going to win against KC.
Yeah, like I was going to say, I think nobody will be mad at them for losing to T1, but they really have to win versus KC.
Of course.
The German crowd.
Because
that would not go over well, right?
No, of course, because Germany has the better teams, right, Sola? Sola?
I think I need to be very careful with what I'm saying today.
Oh, why?
But, I
Why?
mean, KC is not any team, right?
No.
I think this roster has shown in the past that they are also one of the very best in Europe. We have a lot of veterans, some very talented players combined with this fan base.
But you can't bring up veteran when they are playing against NNO. NNO is veteran.
It's true.
Essence.
It's crazy. I do see, and you guys see it as well, Gumayushi is right there.
Okay.
See him?
Oh
He's
my
waving
God.
at
He's
everyone.
waving us.
Yeah.
Was it at me?
I think it was
No, it wasn't. It was at everyone else. That means Laura will be talking to him in just a little bit, so that is absolutely awesome.
Do you think Laura will only ask him about the Zyra pick? It's like, how was it playing
how
with
was it playing
Zyra?
with Zyra? Do you like it? Do you think they should do it again? Okay, we'll see. We do have Ginny standing by as well, somewhere on the floor, so let's check in with her.
Hello, we're joined here by UL Kaisa. So do you want to give a little spin of the cosplay? Okay. Can we give it up for the Kaisa cosplay though? Thanks guys, okay. Well, lovely to have you here. I think I'm going to have to ask you the most important question. Do you play Kaisa?
I do play Kaisa. I love AP Kaisa, even if it's not good right now. Yeah.
Okay. I respect that. So you're here obviously with Unicorns of Love, but when it comes to all the teams that are competing here, do you have a favorite?
Like, of course, my heart is here for all the German teams today, but having T1 here and their amazing gameplay is like so special, so of course my heart beats for them.
Thank you for that. I think the most important question in terms of your career, you're cosplaying, you're doing this as a hobby, maybe full-time, but when it comes to anyone watching at home that's also interested in cosplaying, we've seen a couple around though. Any words of advice?
Sorry, what was the question?
Any advice for someone who wants to be a cosplayer?
Oh my God, just do it with love, and it takes a lot of time, but it's so worth it, and it's amazing being on events like this with all the passionate people playing the same game as you and recognizing you and taking pictures, and it's so amazing, so it's absolutely worth it.
Thank you so much for that. We're going to be heading back to Laura with the interview.
Thank you so much, Ginny and Gumayushi. 베를린에 환영합니다. Thank you so much for joining me. 축하드립니다. I want to talk first off about this fact that you just won Worlds. You're here in Berlin to play a more fun event. How did you approach this event?
이렇게 월즈를 이기고 이렇게 독일까지 오셨는데 레드불 리그 오브 이츠 온 어떻게 생각하시는지 준비하셨는지 그리고
정말 좋은 행사라고 생각하고요. 이제
It's a very cool event.
다양한 팀들과 많은 팬분들과 함께 경기할 수 있어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
There are so cool teams out here and the audience is amazing. So I'm very happy.
I think it's going to get louder in the next games, but we'll talk about this a bit later. First things first, I feel like you guys are famous for playing weird champions. What do you think about the format for this event?
T1 선수들이 되게 이상한 픽을 한다고 소문이 났어요. 그래서 이번에도 그런가요? 이번에도 그런지.
이번에는 좀 규칙 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 해야 되는 부분들이 있지만 다들 즐겨서 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
So because of the rules of this event, we had to choose like some champions we don't even play, but it's very funny and we are very happy.
And we just saw this right now. You just played a full comp with SKT T1 skins. Do you have any more fun planned for later?
지금 다들 SKT1 스킨을 입으셨고 게임 하셨는데 혹시 미래에 다른 스킨도 있는지?
이제 저희가 우승을 해서 저희 스킨이 나올 텐데 나중에 그 스킨들을 입고 경기를 하면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Because we have won the Worlds, I think there will be a special skin for us, so we will play with them.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing your skins next year. Last question. The fans behind you are Karmine Corp fans. And this is one of the most anticipated matchup, you versus them. Do you have any message for KCORP before facing them?
지금 이렇게 소리 지르시는 팬분들이 거의 다 K-CORP 팬분들이거든요. 그래서 혹시 K-CORP 팀에게 한마디 하실 수 있으면 어떤 팀한테요? K-CORP.
약간 이제 홈 어드밴티지가 뭔지 좀 깨닫고 있는 것 같은데 저희도 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So you guys have a home advantage, but we will give our best to win this game.
구마요시 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the translation. Looking forward to the match versus KCORP, of course, and they're playing right next against NNO. So Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Gumayushi is stepping off the interview stage and has a lot of fans waiting for him, as we thought, of course. Loved the last question about KC specifically. Home advantage, I guess that works. It's Europe, after all. It's not France.
Yeah.
I also want to welcome Trouble to the desk. Hello, Trouble.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Hi. So let's get into it then. We have KC up versus NNO. So will you set the stage for us in terms of KCORP, of course, the EMEA Masters champions?
I mean, okay, when Gumayushi heard about KCORP, he was like, who? But if you're a European fan, I would say 4 times world champion. 4 times the RL champion, though.
Yeah.
That's something to be bragging about. So 4 times the only team to have done it that many over in the ERLs. They hold one of the loudest crowds I have heard. And we do have NNO having the home ground, but one bus of KC, I have heard, can make the difference here.
Is that only one bus? That's a lot
That is
of
only one
people.
bus.
It's a pretty big bus.
Maybe it was like a
huge
triple
bus.
decker.
Yeah, it's like a triple decker indeed. But a great point, and it's true, right, Zola, when it comes to kind of the regional landscape in Europe, the LFL takes a huge part in terms of also just the crowds they have just attending their games. But KC, it's such a huge team that, of course, we will see also next year in the LEC.
Yeah, and I think what makes them special is they are not only a team with a huge fan crowd, but they back it up with performance, and with winning, you know? It's not only a streamer team, or, I mean, only is maybe not the right word for it, but
I know what you mean.
they are successful, and I think that's what makes the story even more beautiful. Like the fan base not combined with the success the team has, hopefully next year in the LEC as well.
Definitely so, of course. This is the configuration we're working with now. We don't exactly know what will happen going forward, but in either case, I think this is a great opportunity, Georgia, to look at KC in terms of celebrating their year and now topping it off with a chance to beat T1.
That would be absolutely fantastic. I want to take you back all the way to 2021 when the reign started for Karmine Corp. They were screaming G2 from the LEC. A lot of the fans were like, we'd love to see that team compete versus LEC teams. We'd like to see that team compete internationally, where here is your chance. You're literally competing internationally versus the world champions.
Later. Now, though, versus the world champions
Now
of our hearts.
World champions.
A little warm-up first.
NNO.
Yeah.
So, Sola, lay it out for me. NNO, good performance versus T1, individually, crisp, on point. How is it gonna go?
I mean, they kind of showed their cards a bit. I think the brand jungle is going to be a staple in this game as well. Depends how respectful KCORP is going to be against it. I mean, it had like 11, 12 kills. It looked quite promising. I think it probably had most damage in the game.
It's
so
bannable.
they might even ban it away. But then Agrin has a special champion pool left. Like, he has a Javan, he has the Kha'Zix, he has the Elise. Like, he loves to play those champions where he can play his own game and dictate the game state depending on what he wants. And I think for KCORP, like, limiting this as much as possible is the most important way to go for it.
My eyes are all over that mid lane. I feel like out-CSing Faker on Azir, on Zed, when playing on a pick that's very niche, quite difficult to play into an Azir as well. I think Noe did fantastically well. He had a ton of assists, he had a ton of kills, and playing into Seiken, who also has a very Faker-esque pull on his champions, I would say, the Azirs, the Rises. That's what he's known for. I did predict that Noe is gonna get
I love it, you were just setting it up. Yeah.
I didn't say versus Seiken, so...
Yeah, it is for this match. Oh, okay, I see. So versus anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. And Sola, NNO wins through backdoor.
Yeah, I mean, it is the classic. Against European teams, NNO always wins through backdoor. It didn't work against the Korean team, but I think against KCORP, we will see Tolkien clapping some Nexus while the others are busy, I don't know, trying to reach their base, but that's how they always win, and that's how they
What do you
win
think of the
this game.
statement, it shouldn't come through winning through a back door if you played the game out sufficiently?
No. That's not how it
I disagree with that.
I disagree.
It's
Respectfully
just
disagree.
Respectfully disagree, indeed. We'll need to see what happens. We had the conversation yesterday about kind of like the fan bases. If you had to send out a risky tweet with like a strong statement, either about someone on NNO, on KC, or someone on a Spanish team, so respectively the German community, the French, and the Spanish, what would you choose?
Spanish are not here, man. Take your chance.
Take your chance. I know the German scene quite well.
Yeah.
I have to say they are pretty tame.
They are?
So if I had to take a shot, it would probably be at someone.
You probably do that all the time, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what's been popping off in kind of the community in terms of this match specifically?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think NNO and KCORP didn't have too many overlapping points so
true.
far.
Yeah.
I think probably the most, not practice, but the most games they had maybe in solo queue a couple of times. They are all quite high ranked, also the NNO players. But I would say this is a pretty unwritten book so far. There's maybe rivalry in the future if we have more events like this. But that also is the opportunity for NNO to show up again and take the hype from the first game, put it in the second game, and take home the win.
I like the way you put that. The book has not been written yet, but maybe it'll be a book filled with pictures of the rivalry. Who knows? Georgia, how do you think it's going to play out when you look at what you've said already, right? KC, also in terms of the fandom, they do not want to disappoint them, especially not versus a regional team. And I think for KC, be it NNO, be it T1, be it anyone, they're always going to want to show up, especially when you look at what might happen with the roster. And we know that Kalist will not be able to play, of course, so he'll be wanting to prove himself on this stage as well.
I mean, all I'm going to say is that this is a one-day event, so technically it's a final, right?
Yes.
So in my entire career in the ERLs, I do not recall KCORP losing a single final in their career, and this is a final, so I don't expect them to lose here either. A lot of the players are rumored to go to the LEC as well, so the bar has been raised.
The bar has been raised. Let's introduce Casey.
Thank you very much, Ifya. How are we doing out there, Berlin? Oh, you all come to life like stars in the sky. Are you ready to meet the next team? All right. The next team we're going to meet here on stage are EMEA Masters champions. They will feature in the LEC next year. But we need to find exactly where their fans are here. Where are the fans? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Then let's meet our next challengers, Karmine Corp!
Nobody freaking asks what's the color anymore.
Berlin, make some noise for Karmine Corp! I'm joined here on stage by Synchro. Make some noise! There they are. You can't miss them. What an incredible experience this is. How are the team feeling competing here at Red Bull League of its own?
That's really exciting. For me, it will be probably the last event with Casey, so it's really amazing, you know, with the crowd. Today I was walking in the morning for breakfast, and I see on the right 500 Casey fans walking, you know? So that's just insane,
We saw recently you put out a tweet saying this is the last dance. I mean, how special is it for you getting to compete with the team here, here at Berlin Arena in front of these fantastic fans? It must be a very special moment for you as well.
Yeah, that's very special. I mean, with Casey and Synchro, you never know. Maybe in future we're gonna meet again, but yeah, we are just here to smash, you know, everyone.
They hope so. They hope.
They know it. They know it.
They know. You've been watching here as well. You're looking forward to the opportunity to contest these guys. How are you guys prepared for today as well?
We didn't. I mean, we were talking, but it's about the draft, but it's kind of for fun, you know. Obviously, we can play a lot of champions, so we don't really need a lot of preparation.
Okay. Feeling confident. Hey, one more time, would you please give it up for Seagrove and Karmine Corp! Merci, monsieur. Bonne chance. We head back over to the desk. What a matchup we have in store.
Wow, even a little bit of French. Merci beaucoup, Adam. Awesome to hear from Syncroft, of course, saying there the last dance, someone who we know very, very well in Europe, played, of course, in the LEC, did so much for KC, so it's cool to know that the fans are behind them as well.
Absolutely, and I think it must mean a lot for him as well, getting to play versus T1. KC is the team that showed him to the world, and KC was struggling this year, and when they took Syncroft back, they won yet another EMEA Masters, so it's just meant to be for him to be there, and that last dance is just going to be that much more special.
Yeah, it's very cool. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity, right, to show what you have in the tank, Sora.
Yeah, for sure. I think this event is a good bang to go off. And it's going to be interesting how the draft is going to go, because KC goes in fresh. NNO kind of showed their hands. There we see the brand ban, so I think that already speaks volumes.
Unfortunately, Agurin is not going to get his hands on it. Look at him, he's like, ah!
Look at this, they are just targeting Agurin.
Yeah.
Now the Kazakhs is going to come this way.
Very sad. Anyway.
I feel like the fun thing about the two teams is how different they are in the structure of how they play the game. For NNO, they are the fighters in the early game. Agurin wants to play in your face. No way picked Zed in the previous game. He's not afraid to pull this out. Tolkien with the Camille. They're all picking self-sufficient champions in lanes to try and now play you. Whilst KC have played in the most competitive league they can over in the EROs as a team. They know their structure. They play a little bit more laid back. Syncroft is more of a facilitating jungler, if you will. Same as Seiken, he will play these heavy push mid laner champions to try and create space for that bot lane to shine.
Love how they said, how much did you prep? Not at all.
They don't prep, it's KC.
That's usually the way NNO preps. Usually they don't prep at all, so they did the Uno reverse cut this time.
Yeah,
so.
It works. Exactly.
If you would remember that Vitality that was rumored to have stopped scrimming, and then they just made a comeback.
And then took off.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
It's a tried and true recipe. The Rumble getting locked in, most likely for Cabo, but who knows?
Hey, it's most likely for Cabo. Yeah. He played it over in EMEA Masters as well, and he's...
I'm just saying, you never know, especially today.
Especially true. Okay, fair enough. Okay, the most broken champion has been locked in on the Rift, which is Orianna.
NNO is not joking around. Orianna Nocturne with the interaction with both ults going way beyond the usual range. Just a good way to start the draft. You can build upon that basically with anything you want on side lane and bot lane.
I'm just gonna say, not the biggest fan of Nocturne together with Orianna, because usually Nocturne is way out of range for Orianna to put the ball on an ult, but it can work anyway.
Well, they have been playing together for ages, they have the synergy. They have been playing together for so long. They know each other.
You might have been onto something there with the Rumble not going top lane, Shocks.
You don't believe me, so.
Because we usually see Yon over in the top lane. It's not necessarily a champion that you see Seiken play over the mid lane.
Now I don't know anymore.
It should be Yon mid lane, no?
Yeah, the mid lane, and then Yon in top, and then Zed Shot.
It depends what...
As we expected. The Rakan gets locked in, a lot of playmaking potential. I like it so much.
I like it. It's also very comfort from Kani.
Yeah.
Like one of his favorite champions, pairs well with the engage from Nocturne. Just pretty conservative right now, what NNO is drafting here. KC wants to show up a bit more in the early game with the Yon Sejuani. We have double melee right now with Sejuani passive, pretty high gank potential. So let's see what Tolkien is going to pick on top lane. We have, against Rumble, we have a couple of choices. I think his Camille could work again, especially with Ori, with Rakan. Pretty good pairing.
Yep.
But
I'm looking over at the bot lane as well, and Kalist was that one player that was hyped up throughout the entire year, especially from KC, and I'm seeing every single hyper carry open and available for him. The Jinxes, the Aphelices, the Vowers, if you choose to go to, the Kalista also, that matches a lot with his name. He's got so much setup from the Sejuani. Targamas always plays these setup champions that love to engage and roam them up as well, so I feel the road is golden so far for that KC draft.
Yeah, it might be a little bit scary.
Yeah, you could say.
I'm sure they thought about it. They have the Rakan, of course, to make something happen in the lane as well as he engages in the team fights, but we're gonna see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're actually gonna see a blind on 4 from NNO. Just pick some AD carry, try to survive bot lane and reserve top lane, so KC has to drop their flags. We might actually be seeing a Ziggs bot lane from Berkey. That's one of his signature picks as well. Good weak side, pairs well with Rakan, never diveable, and then we can play full top side and try to punish the Rumble or the Yon. No
Take the Xayah away. There's Sejuani ults coming at you. There's Yone ults coming at you. There's Rumble ults coming at you. Incredible synergy with the Rakan as well. Gets to push the lane pretty freely.
Never mind.
But they're going to leave AD carry for last.
Really?
Setting up the team fight is the name of the game, and Nocturne and Ornn are so good together. You turn the lights off, you have no idea where the goat is coming from.
Oh, and there's the Vayne again. Tolkien has something to say about that pick. But he promised me to not pick a tank today, so I'm a bit
You're mad?
No, I mean, if he solo kills twice, it's fine for me.
He's a team player in this game, you know?
Yeah.
He took one for the team. He took one for the team.
But I'm
it's
not
fine.
sure which pick Berkey wants to last pick that might turn around this bot lane matchup, because Rakan is not really a champion you win lane with, so reserving AD carry for last pick could work out, but what are we seeing here?
The Swain support.
I mean, it's Targamas after all, right?
Happened before. Together paired with the Vayne, and then see what Berkey has in his back pocket. Varus. Why you seem disappointed? Are you scared?
I mean, I'm not disappointed. It's a staple pick from him as well.
Yeah.
Works every time, but why last pick it? Why not give the last pick to Tolkien to pick something
to do
spicy?
something else. I see you're very disappointed.
I actually agree here. I'm with him on that one. I'm like, you can blind pick Varus at this point into anything you want. You've seen most of the engages on the draft anyway, but yeah, Varus is a pretty strong lane champion anyway, can bully the Vayne out as well, but also is very self-sufficient, lots of wave clear. You've got the ultimate later on to stay alive. He's running Flash and Ghost as well, which means he's going to be extremely mobile, so I guess it works out right here. And I mean, NNO have the perfect front to back, but will KC allow them to teamfight? Because Cabochard was known for being one of the only split pushes that we had over in the ERLs and being able to split them out through that.
We'll see what happens indeed for NNO. It is about a lot more than this match. They want to beat KC. They weren't able to do it versus T1, but maybe they can now. Over to our casters.
Thank you, Shocks. Excited to get into this matchup. Little France versus Germany. And like, KCORP have this entire section. I don't know if you guys have been able to see it at home, but they're loud.
Oh, they're super loud. Yeah, a
but
dedicated
NNO
KC fan base.
Everything else.
Yeah,
So
they do. There's in particular, like, it's kind of like their rivals. There's a big NNO group over on this side. There's a big KC group over on the other side as well. And one of our matchups we're going to be looking at is this top side. Tolkien, he didn't have a lot of fun at the start of the day. He played up against a Vayne in the top lane. That Vayne was incredibly frustrating to have to deal with. This time, though, he's going to be playing more on the weak side with the Ornn into the Rumble. The beauty of Ornn is great into everything. He can weather any storm. And as we jump onto the Rift, we're going to be seeing where this focus is put. NNO do have more of a team fight type of comp, whereas KC have a lot more individual prowess. Things like Yone, Vayne, Rumble, all champions that have pretty good dueling, can offer really powerful team fighting, but also in the side lanes can be a big threat.
Certainly do. I like a lot of the combinations that you can put together with the Yone. You've got this 20 as well, the Rumble. So potential power here if they can make it happen. Level 6 is going to be very scary on the side of KC. It's a similar story, though, if NNO can split up the KC lineup, see if a Gurren can punish sides here. Obviously, triple banned in the first phase there with the Cossacks, the J4, and the Brand taken off the board. So if the Nocturne is good, he's going to feel damn good about this performance, knowing that they targeted him and he was able to have a successful game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, NNO had the beauty of warming up against the world champions.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And now they get to show their full power against KC, an organization that is a lot of hype behind them moving into next year, especially around this young AD carry in Kalist. Kind of reminds me of the old story of Reckless when he debuted onto the scene. We'll see what he is capable of doing on Vayne, no less.
Yeah, picked a very flashy champion. Vayne Swain, other than rhyming, not a duo I see a whole lot of. Vayne, I feel like, in solo queue these days, and also your bot lane is really confident. More of a top lane pick. But see what Kalist can get done early on. Varus usually able to get a lot of lane priority early, but the range advantage of the Vayne Swain might be enough despite pretty lackluster wave clear from Vayne.
Well, Targus starting with the E means that once that's down, there's not a huge amount of threat coming out, but as you rightly said, they are looking to get that early push. No way, likely looking to get that control in the mid lane as well.
Well, and this is a solo queue matchup that neither of these players are strangers to. See how it fares as we get a few more levels in. Both sides taking TP, nothing too crazy. Kappa, though, with Ignite on the top side of the map, really wants to get some pressure down here. Token we know will be relevant late game. There's no stopping an Ornn from being relevant, although Karni taking a big chunk of damage there.
Very nice trade from the KC bot lane. We can see full clear top side from Synkrov. He knows that Aggron did start on the top side of the map thanks to that ward. So what is his game plan here? Looking for a mid play?
All right, no way. Should play to the bottom side here, knowing that that's where his jungler is. Seiken, you can see stepping up, trying to zone him. Nice side step from No Way, though. Gets a bit of damage back. Massive shield there coming in from the Yone W, however. No Way now needs to be careful. Not going to quite flash out in time for. That's going to be the stun, the knock up, the instant follow-up. No Way still living for a second, but will get taken down for first blood.
KC make it look clean. Seiken goes in for a very early trade to kind of bait No Way to overextend in the mid lane. Then Synkrov hard commits. Seiken quickly stacks up the Q3 and is able to follow up. Look at this. Flash in, immediate flash from No Way. The stacks still get applied, and then Seiken stacking up his Q3 so he can very quickly close that gap, allows him to secure first blood.
Yeah, and you heard on the desk, Orianna, an incredibly powerful pick at Worlds. Seiken and Synkrov, this duo, a lot of kill pressure, a lot of threat with a melee champion paired with Sejuani. Now, Rakan locked up. Karni gonna get taken down. Mid lane already finding the kill. Bot side now dominating here.
A thumbs up from Kalist.
Gurren waiting over the wall, but
trying to steal what he can, but pulled away by Synkrov. And no mercy being shown by KC in this early game. Mid jungle play, secures a kill, and in the 2v2 bot now Targamas looking to punish Brokey.
Gonna be tricky for Brokey. Not a good way to get out of the Vision of Empire there coming in from the Swain.
It's a good trade of flashes. Support for AD carry means that a potential gank can be set up. KC definitely showcasing that in the off-season they have not lost any of their aggression.
Yeah.
Really nice early start. Aggron just going to show his presence in the mid lane as he looks to secure that top crab.
Kalist now being forced to back away here. Brokey with a health advantage for now. Doesn't want to step too far forward. Karni gets the knockup.
Oh, Synkrov.
Extended trade though. Could favor Kalist. Brokey, nice fire back, but Synkrov was right there. Brokey, no summoner spells, trying to sidestep as best as he can, but there's just not a lot of hope left. Kalist ignited, but he'll be able to cleanse that one out. Kalist still standing! It's a clean Vayne performance on the bottom side for KC.
Incredibly well set up. Cabo in a 1v2.
Cabo still burning him down. Gurren wanting to step forward here is just going to walk away the Rumble. Too damn strong.
Holy moly, absolute dominance from KC all across the board. That bot lane play was just set up so nicely. Kalist and Targamas getting the flash out. Targamas is going to get executed to allow that wave to be pushed underneath the tower. But wow, 4-0 start. Getting that early investment to get the summoners out from Brokey, allowing Synkrov to then come down and make a gank happen bot lane, secures 2 kills for the young AD carry.
And it's wild because we've watched T1 play 2 different teams today, and this is the most dominant early game we've seen so far. That's the ulti now coming in. Gurren's most likely going to burn down. Ticking, but he will live. Just barely holding on. Cabochard taken out, a little overconfident on the top side.
So we're going to quickly look back at this play. Obviously, with the level advantage and the pressure that they have, NNO feel confident to take these trades, but KC is just buying time for Synkrov to walk over. Kalist plays at the very edge, gets the level up, which means he gets a little bit more health back. He's able to land that auto. The cleanse allows him to create space, condemns Karni into the wall, and then secures that second kill as well. They're in here. They're able to Well, I think this was the play where they force him out. Oh no, is this actually where they get the secure? Yes, it is. Incredibly low HP. Well, level 6, incredibly close. But he ends up walking away with his life. Very well played there by NNO.
I think slightly different angle. There's an argument that maybe, but Tolkien, of course, with Flash still up and available. Does not pan out. Cabo's still incredibly powerful. Early Sork shoes coming through. The MR will make it easier for Tolkien, but still have to respect the Rumble, especially once Equalizer is off cooldown. On the bottom side, Vayne with the boots too for some quick, easy trades. Vars we expect to be stronger at one item. But see what they can do, man. Right now.
Remember, NNO's comp is a lot about team fighting. And KC are leveraging some of the powerful duos that they have and some of the early game presence that they can make happen. Knocked in level 6 is kind of what they're waiting for, and Syncroft is taking advantage of that with his Sejuani all around the map.
Well, they've spotted out the level 6. They know it's going to come, but KC, of course, pressured in the mid lane.
They're going to fight this.
It's a bit of a crazy fight, but level 6 is there. Knocker immediately going to go in. The pull back there, the combo is clean, but do they have the follow-up? Yone going in, finding the knock-up onto Carney. 2 more now, knocked up with the fate sealed, and then NNO's fate is sealed indeed. I don't know. Now trying to fire back. Seiken stepping forward, not quite going to hit the Q3 there. Kaliss untouched for now. Seiken continuing to walk up. The Yone is so damn strong. Manages to get the knock up, even in the face of the fear, and KC are slaughtering NNO.
I mean, NNO tried to force a 4 versus 3. Their AD carry wasn't there yet, which meant that while the initial combo looked promising, they just didn't have the damage to clean up. KC secured themselves 2-3 kills. They get themselves the dragon, and they might be looking for more.
Seiken overstepping for a brief moment there. No way, holding on for his life. Will get the shutdown. Massive to have that in the back pocket of the Orianna.
And here, look at this engage. Really nice 2-man ultimate. The Vayne forced to run into the pit. But it's only 3 members. A nice ultimate response from Seiken. Connects onto 2. Sets up the play now. Cabo.
Tolkien running, burning, dying. KC fans, electric. Tolkien. It's a rough day.
Yeah, I mean, KC is showing absolutely no mercy. An incredibly one-sided affair. 8-2 is the kill score, 2.5k the lead.
Yeah, and it's tough because obviously that first Nocturne Orianna combo, you really want that to go well. If you can find that fight, you can snowball, you can start to take over. But the fact that the first 2 ults together had so little actual impact in the fight, and the counterpunch from KC was so much greater, it can make things quite difficult to get later and later into the game. Yone almost completing that first item. Rumble, hard to say. Got a lot of gold in the back pocket of Cabo Shard. Is Herald going to go down as well? Herald, Drake, 8 kills to 2. Just about everything KC could possibly want going in their favor.
3-0-3 for this Vayne is absolutely crazy.
It seems like in the battle of teams who didn't practice, KC are winning right now.
I mean, it builds more hype for KC versus T1, which will be our next matchup. Of course, we needed to give T1 at least some type of break throughout the day. Yeah. They're playing 5 games today.
To be fair, we originally were pitching that they should run on treadmills the entire time, so we could guarantee to win test their physical and mental stamina, but that seems it was
a little excessive.
A little excessive, okay, all right.
But yeah, of course, going to be exciting to see that matchup. Of course, KC haven't won just yet. Still need to take that Nexus down. And with the 2k gold advantage, things are looking very good for KC.
It is 9 minutes. There is time, there is space, but it's tricky. There's so much individual agency with so many of these picks. Cabo, when he has an advantage, can 2v1 a lot of the times that topside matchup. So, NNO really need to be flawless with their plays. Gurren going to go for the fear here. Seiken going to go for the snapback because the fear still connecting immediately. The fate sealed going to take him out to safety. The follow-up is there from a Gurren, but the Q3 is ready. A Gurren now flashing in to try to finish this one. Ignite now ticking down. A bit more shielding coming in from No Way, but a Gurren will still fall. The final auto from Targamas. Enough. And here comes Syncroft. And again, No Way for the mid laner to escape. Not an intentional pun, it's just an unfortunate reality of casting this man. But right there it is. Kaliss now on a rampage. Absolute slaughter for everything that NNO are getting. KC are getting 2 or 3 times as much.
A nice solo kill by Agarin, but it was a forced play that they tried to make happen on the bot side, and the collapse from KC was swift. Cabo is happy to be left on his island. The damage is lethal.
Tolkien needs to back up. He needs to get the hell out of dodge. Here comes a surprise Varus gank.
Is this going to be enough?
1E going to connect. Cabo now flashing out to safety. There's not really a play to be had here. Gurren, no ultimate either.
Well, it's something for NNO at least, but Cabo kind of weathering the pressure here. And a lot of time spent from Brokey. He's going to lose that mid wave too. We'll see Agarin punishes Seiken for the aggression. Is able to connect the fear down. Good ultimate usage from Seiken to create space between him and Agarin. The ignite there from the Swain, along with this final auto attack, was enough to secure that kill. And then you'd think that with Karni on his way, there's a world where NNO can actually get out of this situation, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough.
Just was not going to happen. Yeah, well played by Seiken as well. Forcing out so many resources for them to be able to get the kill. Uses the ultimate beautifully as well as the Q3 to escape there, even if Ogurin is able to connect on that fear. Now on the bottom side, Ogurin ultimate, 25% of the cooldown remaining. See where he wants to go next with it. Only level 8.
We look at the dragon spawning in about 45 seconds. You imagine that'll be the next objective on the map. KC reminded that they are venturing their way forward into the LEC next year, which of course many fans are excited for.
Yep. No way we just saw on his face cam, not quite as excited. He kind of gave it the face. Don't know what he was talking about. Maybe some team comms as to what exactly they ought to be doing. Still not a completed item here, which is a bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, NNO find themselves in a very difficult position right now. But of course, they are still the hometown favorites. They do have that 6th man in the form of the crowd that continue to show their support.
Do they, Vedius? I'm sorry, did we all go quiet when NNO started losing? Did you lose your faith?
Yeah.
Nah, they're there.
They're there.
Come on, NNO faithful, you got it.
They believe. No way in a bit of danger.
No way with the pullback. Should be able to walk this one out. One more auto. The stun now coming through. Where's the follow-up going to be? Seiken. Ton of range. Flash forward, but he completely whiffs. Soul Unbound, though. Finishing the job.
And the KC corner in the arena is electric right now. 12-3. A plate will be taken back by NNO.
In goes Ogurin. The lockup is there. Kliss now trying to run out to safety. The fear slowing him down just a little bit. The shutdown going over to Proki. A brief glimmer of hope for the side of NNO.
Much needed punish from the side of NNO. Cabo with the collapse.
NNO in no man's land. Karni trying to get a bit more vision. Brokey looking for the sidestep. Rumble going a little bit wide here, but Brokey is surely going to drop. He just doesn't have anywhere to go.
And it's ruthless. KC show absolutely zero mercy. They find 2 in the jungle. They get 2 quick kills. And NNO is falling apart. 5k now, the goal difference. Dragon is up. But KC's more interested in stealing away those enemy jungle camps.
Yep. And it's tricky at this stage of the game. I mean, you got a 5-2 Yone, a 5-1 Vayne. Swain already has Rylai's, which makes your life so much more difficult. And Cabo, obviously, sitting pretty on the top side. Maybe there's a world, Vedius. In Caster classic fashion, regardless of language or broadcast, we can always talk about scaling. 2 items, 3 items.
That's true.
But we're very far away. No way, though, just able to complete his first item. Locking down Kliss, obviously a tricky task, as long as he hasn't burned the tumble. The Syncroft is the target. He has been spotted. He has been knocked back. Tolkien now looking for the follow-up. Another clean pick from the side of NNO. And there's no counterpunch yet from KCORP. Overall, solid play.
Very nice punish. That's all they need to keep finding, these small picks, while not giving up much in exchange. Of course, they still have those outer towers in mid and top, so they can still hold some form of line, and now the dragon should be secured for them as well. As far as I can tell, no objective bounties up just yet. But still, delaying that potential soul. Just buying themselves a little bit more time for an opportunity.
Yes, they are. Cloud coming through. It'll be an Infernal Rift. It'll be big for either side, but we're pretty dang far away from a potential soul. Tolkien is going to have a hard time surviving unless he can instantly delete this wave. Will E right as the CC comes in. Well played. Now they have to eat the entire tower if they want to go forward. Right now, Brokey just moseying up to the top side, making sure he can cover here. A little bit of a lane swap coming out. Tolkien, of course, with the TP, can return to bot side quickly if he needs to, or be anywhere else on the map. We'll just look to match the Rumble for now. Tricky now with the Protobell that's coming through as well, but Karni should just dash out to safety here as Seiken gets a bit of free poke. Q3 comes through. It's not a bit of free poke. It's an all-in.
Seiken fully committing to that play there. Of course, could argue that it's just a bit of a zoning tool to mitigate any form of potential contest. Easy Herald picked up for KC. Now they're looking to drop that top lane and expose the map a little bit more. Ogurin, though, has his eyes on a pick.
Instantly looking to lock down Cabo, but Cabo, quick Protobell flash out to safety. And another Nocturnal to little effect here. Really only that one on the bottom side against Seiken that was able to grab a kill. And Seiken Just teasing here, using the soul unbound. That's the lockup coming through. Targetman's there as well. Carney doing what he can to peel. The stun should connect, but Syncroft is not quite in range. Tolkien now looking to re-engage the fight. Targetman's flashing out to safety. Brokey flashing in, looking to finish the job. This way healing will not be enough. Brokey now just needs to sidestep. Clean movement. Bars passive doing so much work. Oh, that extra attack speed paying off.
Nicely done there by NNO. A great TP from Tolkien and a really good engage from Carney. Means that they can buy enough time for the Ornn to arrive and then the turnaround in favor of NNO. Very similar to what we saw in their game against T1. Able to find these small punishes, and NNO, okay, maybe their early games aren't the strongest, but they're really good at punishing these small mistakes and slowly crawling their way back into the game.
Oh. Tolkien. Ian out, but the knockup is there from Seiken. Seiken will eventually be forced to snap back here. Flash out to safety for Tolkien. It just does too much.
Wow, that's a lot of damage from Seiken. Just melts through the Ornn. Even with the flash, Tolkien can't escape to safety.
That's just the Yone classic.
And Seiken's going to be a serious threat in this side lane if no one can really match him.
It's not getting better because that's a hull breaker, so good luck.
Yep.
Tricky task. That's a ruthless side lane threat from KC between the Yone and the Rumble.
And the Vayne as well. Don't forget her. Can happily side lane. Tower's going to be dropped mid. That's another tower secured, and that will be all outer towers now dropped for NNO.
Running out of room to play on the map. Would love to have a bit more early momentum, get this Nocturne ahead, maybe break a mid lane tower, open up some more opportunities or space to make these picks. No way. Just harassing Cabochard a little bit here. Does have the Shockwave, can threaten. Cabochard no flash. 2 ranks in the Equalizer though, does make it a little bit tricky.
I mean, we're in a situation now where there's no real objective on the map to play for. So NNO can just sit back, farm away. KC don't want to overcommit. That's how they can throw this game away. If they try and force too many plays over no real setup, could be an easy opportunity for NNO to find a pick, and that's exactly what they're looking for right now. I'll see the Orianna, the Rakan roaming with the Nocturne. I'll spot out Syncroft. Are they going to go for it?
Syncroft, a tough target to lock down. Radiant Virtue, that extra healing if he does throw down the ultimate. Oh, ooh, nice backstep. Nice thumbs up. Carney's sticking around for a while here.
As long as Syncroft has his Q, he's always going to be safe.
Passive is off immediately. The counter engage now coming in. Is Agurin on the backside? The spell shield has already been taken out. Here comes Cabochard as well. Agurin now running. Carney now running, but Agurin is getting burnt down. Kalist still standing. Looking to pick up so many kills. Brokey able to sidestep the Yone ultimate, but it is not enough. KC again in the mid lane, finding the angle.
A devastating fight for NNO as KC clean up with 3 quick kills. No Way tried to set the wombo combo up onto Kalist. Immediately flashes away to safety. And they're able to turn the fight around. 19 kills to 7. KC reasserts themselves in control of this game.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, almost a 6k gold lead. You can see the angle here.
Keep your eyes on Kalist. They spot him out with the blue trinket. He immediately flashes away. The Orianna ult used so early means that there's no real follow-up. Kalist nicely flashes away from it. NNO is too spread apart, and KC can easily collapse and secure themselves a team fight win. Now NNO looking for something back as the bot tower falls. This game feels like it's very quickly falling away from NNO.
Yeah, it's difficult because you're not winning out on these trades. You're committing a lot of your resources to show up in these situations. Seiken, though, should get caught out here. He can try to turn if the rest of KC wants to make this happen. Q3 instantly going to get interrupted. Projectile still comes out, but Seiken gets taken down. TP going to be used for No Way, though.
And Dragon up. They can easily contest this without Seiken. A lot of their damage is now gone.
Really want to get more here, but Kalist is already going to look to grab mid lane tier 2. Some counter punches there from KC already.
It's a good trade. Just open up the map a little bit more. Secure that tower.
Trinity Force Vayne just eats towers, so quick objective shred there. They can move to the top side of the map. Baron about to spawn. Do they want to go for an early Baron?
I mean, they're doing it. Right?
They
are just doing the Baron. Remember, Vayne going to be incredibly fast at melting this objective. Will be spotted out. Will KC continue? The TP is available for Seiken.
Ulti from Tolkien, up and available. TP now coming in. Kalist keeping the objective aggroed. It looks like now the call is to back off. Tolkien locked up. Can they cancel the R2? They do. Immediately the knockdown now comes in. Agurin right on the backside. It's a clean combo. But where is the follow-up damage? They can't get it done. They just don't have enough in the tank. They hit 3 with the combo, but it does absolutely nothing. NNO running for the hills. Syncroft on the chase. Kalist chasing down as well. dissuaded from pushing any further. For now, at least NNO have stopped the Baron, but KC might just turn right back to the objective.
The wombo combo was fantastic from NNO. Unfortunately, as you said, Dracos, they just didn't have enough damage to clean out the fight. Seiken got a zone NNO away. The flash is used from Noe.
TP now going in. Tolkien on the way. Knocker from the Baron stops Seiken from getting out of the pit. Pushback comes in from the Vayne. A little bit more damage coming in from Tolkien. The Baron now aggroed. Sinkhawk getting lower and lower. Current manages to snipe the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade around the pit.
I mean, NNO get another one. They get that pick onto Seiken. Do they now commit to the Baron themselves? Brokey is on his way back. But they're going to decide, you know what, not worth it. We're just going to take the kills. We're going to delay the Baron, and we're going to stay relevant in this game. If they can unlock this mid tower, it would be a good opportunity. But Kavashard going to be there to clear that wave up. So, well done from NNO. What was a devastating fight loss into stopping the Baron from dropping. You see this combo initially, a really nice Rumble ultimate prevents any sort of support from Tolkien. Then this combo, 4-man shockwave from Noe. But then where's the rest of the damage? Seiken with the re-engage ultimate. It's difficult for the Varus really to get close. Nice connect there from Targa Mrs. E to lock down the AD carry, and NNO is forced to retreat.
Yeah, it's difficult because obviously the Varus, especially with this build, sustained DPS, the name of the game, not burst to follow up with a Nocturne and Orianna are bringing to the table, so it can be a bit tricky to navigate those fights. Well, both Noe and Agurn were able to find their way into that backline. You can see that Brokey struggled a little bit to get much more done. But has 2 items now. Ginsu's, if he's left alone, if he's left unattended in one of these fights, can certainly do an immense amount of damage. NNO fans starting cheers in the audience. Have not given
morale
up.
High.
Yeah.
NNO obviously in a very dire situation, but there are opportunities. If they can find another wombo combo like that with a few more items under their belt, the problem is, you look at the items on the side of KC, that is a scary Vayne. Seiken, just as scary. Infinity Edge and the whole breaker.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's tough. You know, side lanes are going to be a big problem. It's really hard to match any of the champions. KC are bringing to the table
the Baron again.
Yeah. And the fortunate thing about the KC side laners is they also have a decent amount of teamfight power if they're able to connect multi-man ultimates in the Yone and the Rumble. So something that has to be respected, but NNO, this is the arena. Battle lines have been drawn. Seiken fishing with the Q3. We'll go right back on the Soul Unbound. KC don't really need to overstep here. There are ways that they need to catch on top side. Look to do that before returning to the area. Looking to lock down Targamas. One shot, a squishy target. Easy pick to kick off the fight. Q3 out from Seiken. We'll make it to safety. NNO, solid start to the exchange. They burned 2 ultimates. They have to be careful about taking the fight. Tolkien in the meantime. Ultimate now coming in for the Rakan. The horn has been blown. The Call of the Forge God goes completely wide. Brokey now flashing out to safety, but I don't think he can win that 1v1. Or can he? Massive damage now coming in. He snaps back. Kalista on a rampage, but it's a 1-for-1. The final shot from Brokey will find the heart of Seiken. Kalista stepping up. Agurn now walking in. The knockup going to be sidestepped. This Vayne is just absolutely untouchable. They don't have the resources. Kalista getting lower and lower. The Ignite now ticking away. Tolkien now forced to flash out to safety. Kalista still holding on to his flash. Will go right over the wall and take out Tolkien. It's a quadra for a king in the bottom lane.
Wow, the young rookie of Kalista really showcasing his mechanical prowess in that fight. With a numbers disadvantage, with NNO finding so many great picks, he dances his way around the team fight. 12, 1, and 6. If you weren't sure where the hype came from, that right there is exactly what causes it. Phenomenal play from him. Quadra kill for Kalista.
Clean movement. Here you can see the quadra kill. No? Now we'll get a chance to look at it again. Again, the fight, it looks good at the start. Again, so many resources burned to take Targamas out, but that's a free pick. Sadly, it's a little bit more contested as we get deeper into the fight.
Yeah, I think they overextend here. Like, they try and catch Seiken out on the side lane. They think they see an opportunity. Now we're back into the action.
Agurn able to land the ult. Good poke down. Agurn immediately going to try to flash. It is still a hole breaker. Yona, they have to be careful. Q3 back into 2. Should be able to take out at least Karni. Seiken not able to connect on the Q. Will find Agurn, but now Kalista is here. The Vayne is terrifying. Kalista legendary. There's nowhere for Brokey to go other than golden, other than down, other than straight back to the fountain. Another double for Kalista.
2v1, Seiken is able to get himself a kill. Kalista with the cleanup. Now with the Baron, they're going to continue to pressure onto the base of NNO. Synkrov is securing the dragon. They don't need him right now. 14-1 for this Vayne. Seiken continues to look.
Doesn't have any Q stacks, however, so was not able to follow up on that one. fearless with the use of that Yone E. You see why as Kalist, again, just obliterates that tower. Has a stopwatch. No summoner spells, but it just feels so difficult to lock this man down.
Kalist is going to get a fantastic opportunity after this to go up against the reigning world champion in Gumayushi. It's going to be an exciting one to watch for sure, as they now make their way into the base of NNO to try and end this game.
They can walking in, but again, no stacked Q. That's the awkward thing about not having access to a wave is Yone. Ulti going in, they're looking to burn down Targamas, a bit of sustain there. They don't want to commit too many resources. They're waiting for it to fall away. Now they're stepping into the front line. Kalist, again, untouched for now, continuing to walk forward. There's no damage being done to this Vayne. Kalist uncontested on the backside. Bit of CC is going to connect. Brokey now trying to free fire into Synchron, but he just doesn't have the space to maneuver. Turning back, looking to take down Kalist, but he doesn't have the damage or the time. KC breaking down the doors of NNO's base. Looking to barrel through, looking to end the game right here. 26 minutes, it's 32 kills to 13. A slaughter in favor of KC. Agurna, no way. The last men standing, looking to make one final effort to hold on in this game. Pull back there, no way taken out. Kalist going golden, legendary now as the stopwatch fades away. A clean win coming for KC, a warm-up before their matchup with T1.
EMEA Masters champions right there, continuing their incredible form. KC, a team to watch, especially as they get closer to the LEC next year. And still smiles on the faces of NNO. It was always going to be a tough fight, but they did what they could. But KC showed no remorse. And definitely, as you rightly said, the warm-up that they're going to need as they go up against the Titans of T1 in the next round.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to see that matchup. Much love to NNO. Played their hearts out on the stage today, and KC obviously just getting started. Cannot wait to see more, but that's enough from us here at the Caster Desk. Let's send it back over to the analysts to talk about that game and what we've got coming next.
Thank you so much. Indeed, KC just playing with their food almost. It wasn't difficult at all for them, unfortunately, Zola. Again, we were watching, you said, this is just typical. NNO, they go down a little bit early, then they smack you in the mid to late game, but it was a little too late.
I mean, they tried a bit of smacking. It was just not enough. I mean, Kalist definitely lived up to his hype with 70 kills, amazing performance, and I think it was the most diplomatic ending, you know? NNO still had some fun, and KC is actually even more hyped now to play against T1.
Yes, as we see there, NNO just saying goodbye to the crowd. I'm sure they're going to be around, you know, visiting with the German broadcast, walking around, saying hi to their fans. It's awesome to have seen them on stage, but alas, it was the Kalist show, as it very often is when you're watching KCORP.
17, 1, and 7. The guy was absolutely unstoppable. We're like, he has so many hyper carries. Which one is he gonna choose? Vayne was the one of his choice for this one. But I feel like this was such a methodical, classic KC, except for one guy. Yone? Yeah. I couldn't actually believe that Yone went and was Seiken in his hands. It was an incredible performance. I even had to look at his goal GG to see if he had actually played. He had not. That was a first-time performance on Yone.
Crazy. But I do want to talk a little bit more about Kalist and our most electrifying moment presented by Kia. It was one of the many kills he had on Vayne.
It was what started everything. You see, he doesn't have any kills right there. He's just level 3 with Targamas over in the bot lane, but his mechanical prowess is just on another level. Targamas takes all the CC onto the Swain. He's quite tanky, as you can see, and then he pulls back. This is when Synchron shows up, which is especially what Synchron does for Kalist throughout this entire year. A very clutch cleanse right there onto the Ignite from Kalist. Seals the deer for the first double kill, and the many more to come.
Yeah,
especially for me as an AD carry player, it's always a joy to see someone spacing so well. Like, he was baiting all the time with his low HP. He knew his jungler was coming right at the tip, like one step forward, one more auto attack, he would be dead. And then the insta cleanse from the Ignite, like, it was just perfectly played on the edge. And I think Kyria could actually take some examples of how to play on the edge and not tip over it.
Oh, I love it. Is this also what happens when you play ADC? Is your jungler also always there just at the right moment?
Well, anything I can say, or I say today will and can be used against me in scrims, so I rather not say anything right now. I love you, Autofill. You're a great jungler. Please gank bot lane.
Fair enough.
He can't speak. If he speaks, he's in trouble.
There's big trouble. Indeed. So, KC, crazy. We're going to take a look at your predictions and what happened. Noe gets first blood.
Hold on.
Can't even remember.
He got first blooded. Does that count?
Yeah, it's like 2 letters difference.
Yeah,
you got it.
That's what I meant.
Zola? No,
Yeah.
NNO wins through backdoor. Yeah, it was.
I mean, how can you backdoor with On though?
But how close did they get actually? How many towers did they get?
I mean,
not many.
I was told that Tolkien is not going to play tanks today.
I know, this
So
is the
my
most
prediction
disappointing thing.
is based on not playing tanks.
I actually have to say that's the most disappointing thing about everything because yes, okay, yeah, it's serious, but it's also not. It's a bit for fun. It's about playing your heart out, and we're disappointed with you, Tolkien. If you hear it, I hope you will be making it up to Zola.
No. It's all good. Like some people just like to play tanks, you know. I don't
It's
want
true.
to ruin the day.
Some people do have
It's all
fun.
good, but he had to play against Vayne again.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do?
He's going to have a trauma from that, for sure. I can see out of the corner of my eye an interview being set up for later. I believe Noe is over there, but it's not quite time for that yet. But we can look a little bit forward to this KC that we're going to see going up against T1 in a bit. I think this is where Noe gets first blooded.
That was really cool from Synchro for that, because he has 2 melee laners, one in the likes of Rumble and Yone, so he chose to go towards the mid lane, shutting down Orianna, taking her flash early on. Pretty much renders her useless in that huge wave clear that she has and pushes the lane towards you. You cannot step forward, then you get killed by Yone.
Yeah, if you get a lead like this on Yone against most control mages, the game basically plays itself. Here we see a nice example of the Orianna Nocturne combo. They picked it specifically for that. Argoin has been praising this Nocturne Orianna ult combo for a long time on Twitter, on his stream.
Yeah.
And I think it showed quite nicely, but in the end, it wasn't enough to get the better of Kalist, who, it's just a joy to watch his lane, I have to say it again.
It's crazy, the Yone as well, and I think so cool for Seiken as well. Someone we're really, really watching, right? Not just right here, but in general, always putting the moves on the Rift. And we dare to dream, will KC be the first team to take down T1?
You know what? I had to be careful when I was talking about Seiken, because I was like, wow, Seiken's the Korean Faker. No, the community told me. Faker is the Korean Seiken.
Okay, maybe. We'll see. From what we've seen though, Zola, do you have I don't think you'll be joining us for the next game.
No, I won't.
So what do you think? Is there a chance, especially when you look at kind of the bot lane prowess?
I mean, it's going to be interesting actually, because in the first 2 games, Gumayushi has lifted a lot of the weight of the shoulders of the other people, like top lane and jungle, I have to say. Especially Ona is having a bit too much fun, maybe. And if he might even lose the bot lane matchup against Kalist, they could be in serious trouble. So it's going to be interesting how the bot lane goes.
They could be. Let's see. And I'd love to know who Genie is standing by with.
Hi, Ginny here with one of the biggest NNO supporters that I've seen in the crowd today. There's quite a few of you guys, so make yourself some noise. Either way, you're here supporting NNO. Oh, there we go. A little delay, but still it worked. Thanks, guys. Happy you guys decided to wake up. You're here supporting NNO, and you've been very loud, but I think I want to ask you specifically, why have you decided to come out here today and cheer for them?
I was very excited when I heard that NNO were going to play T1 because it's such a legacy team, and I've been supporting NNO for quite a while now, and I know it's been their dream to play against T1, especially Tolkien's stream. So I was so happy for him when I heard the announcement, and I decided I just had to come and had to see this for myself.
Well, you're not the only one who had that idea, because there are about 100, if not a couple thousands of you here in the arena. If there's anything that you want to say to the NNO supporters that are sitting here, but also at home watching, what would you like to share?
I am so thankful for the community. It has been such a cool time supporting NNO from the beginning, from the miracle run and everything that has happened. And I'm just so happy that we get to be here and we get to play against a team with a legacy like this that I never imagined this matchup would happen. And it's so insane, and it's been the best day ever. And even though we didn't win, I think we did such a good job. The boys played so well, and I'm just very happy that I got to witness it.
All right, that's very wholesome indeed. One last time for NNO. All right. Heading back over to Laure with the interview.
Thank you so much, Ginny, and an amazing day for NNO fans here in Berlin. And Noe, thank you so much for joining me after the second game. Tell me about the day. Tell me about the way you approached the day. It was a different event compared to the esports events we have usually. What was the goal for you guys as the outsiders of the event?
So we always had one goal, to last longer than Mad Lions, right? Because it took 16 minutes and 47 seconds till they got beaten. And that was our goal. We had like little hope we would reach such a late time in the game. But I think T1 had a little bit of fun. That was a big surprise for us as well, because we thought like, okay, they're gonna be like very serious and just crush us. But they wrote like, go all mid, 5-5, and just dance for the start. They were very, very nice, to be honest. So yeah, it's crazy to be here and to be allowed to be playing against T1. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and you tweeted it earlier. You said, unbeschreiblich, undescribable. This experience, were you talking about the event? Were you talking about facing off against Faker, against T1? What was undescribable to you?
I mean, when we had like our entry, going onto the stage, T1 waiting there, everyone was shouting, it was so loud. I mean, we are just a bunch of content creators after all. And we're playing against the world champions on a stage like this. So yeah, it was a really, really nice moment. I will treasure for the rest of my life. Yeah.
And for me, that's the beauty about the event. As you said, you don't always get the opportunity to face off against T1, to face off against Faker. What do you think of the event and the fact that we can have format like this where you can end up playing in the mid lane against Faker and against people that you would not play against before otherwise?
I mean, when we were in the fourth call, right, and they said, yeah, there's the possibility you can play against T1. I mean, I was just like, it was crazy feeling. And now to be here and they actually being there, and then they got like world championship winner as well during the, like, we didn't know at the start. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy, and I'm very, very thankful for Red Bull and everyone involved to make this happen. Yeah.
Noe, you're an important figure in Germany and in esports and in streaming actually when it comes to League of Legends. I'm gonna address you as the captain of the team, let's say. Who was the best player of the team today, and how proud are you about the rest of your teammates?
I mean, Agorin played very well today, to be honest. He kind of schooled Ona a bit there, yeah, not gonna lie, like a little bit, yeah. So I think Agorin is our best player. He's very, very strong. Does a lot of the calling as well, really good mechanical guy. Yeah, and I think if I played a little bit better with the leads he gave me, we could have actually won around the Nash, maybe?
Being humble.
Because they were having a lot of fun, so.
Being humble. I love it here. Last question for you, of course. There is so many fans cheering for you guys today. I see some of them waiting for you as well after the interview. Do you have any message for any NNO fans that came here to cheer for you guys today? They were so loud. I don't know if you could hear them, they brought you a lot of support. This is your time to address them.
So, everyone, thanks so much for making this happen. We couldn't be here without you. It is an absolute pleasure. Thanks to all of you, and I wish you a lot of fun with the rest of the games.
Noe, vielen Dank für das Interview. Thank you so much for the interview. And Sharks, back to you for the next game.
Thank you so much. Dankeschön. Oh my God, Laura, you're flexing in every language today. I love it. What a wonderful interview with Noe. And it's just so great to see, because we talk so much about kind of the importance of particular figures to what League of Legends is. You know, we talked a lot about Faker during Worlds, of course, but I think Noe in his own right is also so incredibly important, as Laura said, not just for the German ecosystem, but for the League streamers in general, and as a personality that keeps pushing League forward.
Oh, absolutely. He's been an OG figure for so long. Oh yeah, hi guys. But outside of that, been an OG figure for so long. You know, used to hang out with streams and Brox as well. He has been there for an international audience too. And obviously, as you said, very important for the ERL ecosystem as well. We get that from multiple nationalities as well. We see it from Karmine Corp. And just the fact that Europe can be built up by the smaller regions like that coming together for events like this, it's what makes it so amazing.
It's been a lot of fun.
I think a lot of the times what it is with content creators is that they're a little bit closer to people than a lot of pro players are. You saw the emotions, you saw him jiggling in his chair, you saw how excited he was. They're cheering for him as he walks off the interview stage as well. But you saw the excitement in him. He brought the human element and the emotion to being invited here, to as a content creator have the chance to play against one of the greatest, if not the greatest player of all time in League of Legends, no question at all. Out CS him, played so well, on Z, something that Faker is known for. It was unbelievable. Well done, Noen. Well done to you.
It's crazy indeed. Congratulations for a great performance, albeit not any team has been able to beat T1 yet. Perhaps it will be KC. And of course, Goldberg, they have a couple of tools at their disposal because T1 are locked out of all champions that have previously entered the Rift. This is not this last game because T1 wasn't involved in that, but we'll run down all the champions they can't play in just a second. Already 20 off the board.
Yeah, it's incredible. But I also think Karmine Corp wasn't too strategic in their match against NNO, just with the fact that, they picked the Vayne. Vayne's already been picked himself as well. So, it's not really a takeaway in that regard. But I also think that even with the repertoire of champions being taken away, the thing that makes T1 so scary is not necessarily their champions. I think the early game can be close, but it's when they get that mid game. The macro of a team like T1 is indisputable, and that's why they will really have to contest them for it.
Can I just say that T1 look like kindergarten with their teacher here today? It feels like everyone is having fun. We've seen Vaynes, we've seen Zaravs, we've seen Keria pick whatever the heck he wants, right? He's like literally a child in a playground. And then you've got Faker where it's like, Nico, Azir. Someone's gonna rein them back in, right? We've seen everyone have a little bit too much fun. No way said it, but Faker is like...
Okay, listen here. Okay, Ona may be a world champion as well, but what have we seen him pick so far? Akshan? Vayne? Are you kidding me? That's disgusting in a top lane like that as well. Come on, give me some melee champions for a guy like him too. Ona, of course, as you say, has been having a lot of fun, so I think those are the avenues where you can strike.
These are supposed to be like crazy predictions, and Trouble's like owner ganks top around 3 minutes.
3 minutes, so 3 camps in the top.
Okay, I see. So a little bit more difficult than a regular gank, and Goldberg, KCORP's bot lane, will find a 2v2 kill against T1's bot lane.
I woke up very early and made this prediction, so I will say I was a bit sleepy when I put it in on the phone.
No, I
thought it's been really good, and I think I'm super hyped for a guy like Kalista to play against a guy like Gumayusi. I think
17-1-7, bro. You're in.
Yeah, I mean, we can go for it. I mean, so far the analyst hasn't been doing too well on the predictions, so we'll see what happens. It is a bold statement after all.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bold. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I saw that last game, and I know that for KC, there's more to them than just their bot lane, but everyone loves watching them for their bot lane.
Absolutely.
Like and if there was a time to pop off, we know, of course, unfortunately, Kalista's not even old enough to flex on everyone in the LEC. So maybe he can do it now. And we've been talking so much about how we want to see him versus the best competition in the world. Trouble, well, here's his chance.
But you know what is even more hilarious about that bot lane is the fact that Gumayusi was like, who is KCORP? He's like, oh, KCORP, right. With Kalis putting that performance that you mentioned in the previous game and showing off his skills, I think Gumayusi might pick a little bit more of a serious pick this
game. He'll know their name after this. Hopefully now KC is waiting on stage, so let's once more take a look at T1.
Berlin, how are we? Are we good? We're good. We're good. We've gathered here today for a team that need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway, because they are very, very special. They are juggernauts. They are titans. And they next face Karmine Corp. One more time, would you please clap your hands, stamp your feet, as we re-welcome to the arena the unfathomable, the incredible, the one, the only T1! Hear you, Berlin, one more time! The one and only T1!
everyone, T1! I lost my voice in a minute, I got so excited. Right, it is time for their next matchup against Karmine Corp. Will T1 do it? Will they beat them? Well, we are about to find out. Let's head back to Shox and the rest of the team on the desk. This is going to be one seriously interesting matchup.
Yes, perhaps the most close one we have had today, as we are looking behind us and we see all the KC fans.
They brought it. That's a blue wall. I don't know if the camera can see it.
In the house. I love it. I'm so excited to see this match, and I'm so happy that we have a fan base like KC in League as well, because they always bring the noise and the blue wall, and there is an actual opportunity here. And I know, you know, in terms of for fun, but this feels like the most tangible one for me, even though Syncroft said, did we prep? Not really. Maybe that was just versus NNO though.
But you know, it's interesting because we always see these comments every now and then that flourishes. I don't agree with them, but it's like, what if we send the European Masters winner to Worlds? What if we let them play? Don't agree with the sentiment, but still, you have the chance now. And we've of course talked about how many fans are passionate behind them. They get to witness that. Matchups that they have been dreaming of for ages. You have a mid laner that they call the French Faker. It is Seiken.
Faker is the Korean Seiken.
Okay. I
don't make the rules, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, go for it. We'll have a look at it later.
I love that you brought that up. So do you think actually if they beat them, this must now mean that the EMEA Masters champion can be sent to World?
We would definitely never hear the end of it, and I can tell you that much.
Look at the blue wall.
You know what it is? On one side, you've got a 4-time world champion.
Yeah.
On the other side, you've got a 4-times EMEA Masters champion.
What is stronger?
We'll have to see.
I don't know. That's so interesting.
This is specifically why we need this tournament. Otherwise, we would never know. I saw KC there. I think they have all the championship because, of course, not just can they now craft a draft that they like best, but they can also think about everything that T1 doesn't have, so they can rule out possible counter picks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where it becomes difficult for T1 as well. I actually don't know what side they've been on, but they've been banning a lot of the Nikos champions that they've picked themselves, champions that you don't have to worry about. And there's two ways to go about it. If you are red side as Karmine Corp, well, obviously you won't have to worry about the blue side or the red side bans. Now they are coming in blue side, so a lot of the OPs will be banned out. We just saw Capo play that Rumble as well in the top lane. I expect Nico to come with it too.
I feel for T1 this gets a little bit more difficult to draft as the day goes by.
I wouldn't even be able to remember.
Because you can't remember everything that's been banned. Also for KC, a lot of the drafts are kind of like logical, right? We ban one piece, then the other puzzle piece falls in. It's a perfect draft. You have it all written down. But your draft literally gets decided straight after the previous game when more champions get added into the ban pool for T1. So I cannot imagine how complicated it must be to draft for these two coaches right
now. But last game they played only with champs that they had a T1 skin for.
Ooh.
I thought that was really awesome. You know what's even crazier? They do it again. That's the amount of champions that have available to them.
Yeah, it was crazy. Shout out to Nymera on a stream. He's been talking about the Faker stories, including the skin one. But here we get into the draft. You know, Kalista off the table. KC also doesn't want to see that on the other side.
Yeah, but things I really want to see here, and I know they probably want to win, but I think that made Kalista super hyped to watch at the EMEA Masters was the fact that they would bring out a Yasuo in a bot lane. You know, I want to see them really answer down in the bot lane with the exciting picks that made him so renowned doing the EMEA Masters too.
And we bring up a Yasuo in the bot lane versus T1. I saw that at an international tournament from another team as well. Way in the past. We got a Senna.
We've got the one piece down. We're waiting for the other puzzle piece to drop. We know that Targamas is an avid lover of playing Senna towards that bot lane. He played it over in his time at the very beginning in KC, then he brought it over to G2, now back to KC. He's been playing a lot over his EMEA days as well. Ooh, Timo banned though, that's a little bit of difficult.
Oh, are we going to see God? Somebody getting a bit inspired by a former KCORP player. No!
Volibear.
I mean, Baus got that going for him as well. We could see a split pushing. You know, we have seen some AP Volibear with Holbreak up towards that top lane. I would love to see Zeus to charge.
Zeus has been having too much fun today, I think.
He's only playing range top laner. This is good for me. I love seeing this.
Could be jungle, right? Oh. Hold on. The one and only. He tried his Lee syndrome with the Briar. It didn't work out. Now he's gonna lock in the Lee Sin. He has the chance to take the Q or not. He's not bound to it.
How tryhard are we? Is it just straight up, all right, Poppy in for Syncroft and then a Yasuo down for Kalist and let's have an awesome matchup or at least flex it or keep it going? Having a Lee Sin blind, it's bold by Ona and there are answers into it, but we've seen what this guy can do on a champion like Lee Sin. He looks like the best in the world.
Absolutely. He was insane during Worlds as well, specifically in that final, so we will see indeed.
Oh, that's also a classic. Something he brought out doing the Emiya, and it is actually going to be the Neela too. So Senna Neela, great pairing, gets that extra experience advantage, gets the healing you get that you can both damage and of course sustain with from the Senna. So great bot lane to come through.
And Seiken, of course, going back towards his more faker-ish champions in the mid lane. His legendary rise is coming out right on time to face Faker, of course. Faker's Azir no longer in the pool, one of his huge staples. I don't think Syndra is either. Yone gets locked in, of course. That must be mid lane because that Volibear cannot go anywhere else.
Just watched that last game and he was like, maybe I want to play it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad, but of course can also flex it. We've seen some Lee Sin top lane come out after some of the buffs that came to the champion too, but that's more for fun in solo queue. Poppy Band does come out. I think they just want to stabilize some of their champions where they have so much mobility in them and they want to deny the ground in effect.
Now I'm looking at all of the jungle champions that are still open for Syncroft. Things like Setsuwani, Maokai come to mind. Anything that can facilitate towards the bot side of the map. This particular duo over in the ERLs was banned all over the place. Ever since they showed it at the EMEA Masters, teams that played them afterwards would either ban one or the other of the components, the Neela or the Senna. They have showed that Senna is the most important component of the two. So it didn't matter what AD carry it was paired up with, but that was the most deadly. And if I'm not mistaken, this is 100% win rate throughout the entire year with that Senna Neela bot lane for Casey.
I think what could come out from T1 as well would be something Ella Deluxe and Caitlyn that just can really punish the short range that does come through from Neela as well in the laning phase. We often see them want to win the laning phase from the get-go. That's why we often see the AD carry champions come through. They are having a party.
Do you want to make it more wild?
I want to go over there.
Do you want to make it more wild?
Should we go over there afterwards? Just have a good time. Yeah, we'll join them.
Volibear, Kai'Sa, bot lane. Before Volibear got reward.
Guys, they played Briar already. You don't have to ban it. It's already banned against them.
Did anyone tell KC the rules?
Just didn't want to play against it. And Shogav just instantly picked up. They're going for a fun one. We have seen some Cho'Gath bot lane as well. Usually it is paired up with a Senna, so I'm curious to see what that's going to be about.
Did any of you see the AI cover of Cho'Gath singing California Girls by
No, but can you show it to me afterwards? I'd love to see that.
Yeah, anyways, some people know what I'm talking about. Olaf.
I'm just saying, I'm leaving the possibility open that there might be a Kai'Sa Volibear bot lane.
Whoa, what?
Hold on.
Where is this going? Is this going to be... Wait, okay, so there's two places this could go. There's either a jungle Taric or a Taric
brain is shortcutting.
I know, it's just losing my mind already.
There's only one thing. Cabo is playing Olaf. And Seiken is playing Ryze. That's for sure. We just need to figure out who's in the jungle, but the only potential champion that can go in this jungle is the Taric.
Is this Cho'Gath support? Is there something that Kerry has just been cooking for fun here, just for us? Little dish to come out here. I think it will be.
I can see it. I mean, Caitlyn has the range to be safe in that lane, right? Doesn't
knock
that
up,
much health in the
you
game.
pop a trap,
you boom, and you do some damage. So for now, we see that it might be Taric in the jungle.
Here's what's going to be super funny. I can already imagine the combo. Taric W on the Olaf. He's got the Ghost. He's got the Ragnarok. He's going to run into your face. He's going to sustain. He's going to stun. There's going to be... Senna ult can come through from long range. We also got the ultimate to continue the fight. This will just be Cabo shot, diving straight into them, never looking back, hoping he gets a kill. If yes, cool. If not, we'll try again next time.
If not, Kalist can clean up, maybe.
Okay, I like where this is going. Keep it going. Keep it going.
I like it. Oh, I love it. For T1, you see that they're having to go a little bit deeper when it comes to their picks and bans, and it's only going to get worse for them and more fun for us. We've got a Cho'Gath, we've got a Caitlyn in that bot lane, and
they haven't swapped.
They haven't swapped yet.
Gumayushi is on Cho'Gath.
Oh, Dracos Sveti. What's that?
They're cooking.
They're cooking.
Is it going to taste good? I got no idea, but it looks good.
I mean,
and it's definitely hype.
T1's draft is definitely being pushed to the limit at this point.
Is it?
I mean, it's fascinating how as the day progresses, their competition gets harder, and also the available champions that they have becomes more and more limited. They're probably also thinking about champions that they might want to save for later. We were talking about you may as well lock in the Lee Sin now, so at the very least you get to play it.
Yep.
But AD carries on supports playing against each other's. Targamas, of course, we're very familiar with his time in the LEC. Carrier, everyone should be familiar with because of his international presence. But he was one of the initial AD carry support enjoyers, someone that was bringing out things like the Caitlyn.
Yep.
And he's running the heal as well. I'm a little, oh no, okay, I looked at his item and I was like, if I see a Torrens blade down there, I'm assuming he's taking the roll away from Gumayushi, but not today. He will still be in that support position. And Faker's Yone, something I'm very excited to see as well.
Me too, versus the rise of Seiken. Faker no stranger to the pick, of course. I want to see what the Taric jungle is going to do. I'm liking the rise of Ghost for junglers.
I've only ever seen this in solo queue, and back when, do you remember the funnel compositions?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only time.
Yeah, or the classic, like, various Master Yi strategies.
Yeah, exactly.
For a free bit of cheeky elo as Carrier. Level 1 Caitlyn with Hail of Blades and Q start, pretty good, turns out.
Getting that early gold, get a bit of farm.
I think the Cho'Gath is an interesting option here. Obviously, when you lock up or silence the Neela, she's really going to struggle to do a lot. One of the biggest strengths that she has on the bottom side of the map is that she, obviously with 2 dash charges and the ability to mitigate autos, it's easier for her to find positive trades against the Cho'Gath.
Cabo here.
That's what I thought. Axe now burning down. Owner's going to be in trouble. Cabo just going in for a cheeky 2v1, and Owner's the one who has to run for his life. Where's the next Axe going to go? One more hitting, and Cabo getting 1. He's going to walk away, happy with the single kill.
Cabo just solo killed Oda in a 2v1.
I'm stunned.
I'm blown away. I saw Syncroft just laughing on the player cams. That was a crazy play. Oh, hang on a second. Targamas.
Has to be careful. Guma doing a lot of work here, a lot of damage. Kalist taking as much as he can, but he just gets knocked up. Another cheeky auto coming out from Carrier. Syncroft just ghosting at Faker in the mid lane. Another knockup gonna connect. Q. One more auto. Carrier now hitting level 2. Flash auto!
Carrier's clean with it. Carrier is clean with it. They find a 2v2 kill bot lane. The confidence was high for Kalist after his previous game against NNO. But look at the battering that is coming out right now. They were just waiting for the cooldowns. Gumayushi, if he gets another knockup, that has to be a kill, surely.
Carrier just continuing to walk forward into Targamas. Ease backwards. Tower not going to do it, and Carrier gets another one.
They make it look easy. Carrier is able to get that headshot off as well. The flash comes out from Targamas. Syncroft hovering around top lane. But this bot lane from T1 has been so consistent today. Regardless of what's happening on the top side of the map, they are not likely to falter.
Yeah, Kalist just hitting level 2. Of course, he's able to see us a bit more comfortably in this lane. They might be able to recoup and get a bit of an XP advantage. Courtesy of the Neela passive, the Senna healing as well. Really strong synergy for this duo bot, but just getting caught out by the raw power of the 2v2 on bottom side. But Cabo again, looking to further cement that advantage on the top side. It is Syncroft who will grab the kill, and finally Cabo's going to be able to back off, spend that money, come back to top so much stronger.
I will say, bold move. Obviously, Seiken, very proficient Rise player. He's played it a lot throughout his career, but to pick it into Faker, the Rise.
The Rise.
It is always a bold move. Of course, he finds himself in a bit of a deficit in this early game, thanks to that early play from Syncroft. But yeah, well, I'm excited to see how this early mid-game matchup goes. But top side of the map in favor of KC, bottom side of the map in favor of T1 right now. Very clear win conditions for both sides. We'll see how this translates as we get later into the game. 4 minutes in, and this is the smallest gold lead that T1 has had today so far.
A humble gold lead for T1, but bot lane is, as we say in solo queue, unplayable. So it's gonna be tough.
Owner's here.
Owner is in the area. Targamas just gonna walk up and take a couple souls. At least take 1. Owner now committing level 4 to level 2. Root will connect, locking up 2 members, but
they have to be
Guma hits anything. Knock up, sidestep by Targamas. That's gonna be clutch. Owner now just leaping, and the trap is already there. It's another easy kill pickup. Guma just backing away. Kalist has to get so fancy here if he wants to live for this one. One quick dash through. Nice sidestep. Built up for Peacemaker still coming in. The Q not quite going to connect. Silence now. Does he still have the W cooldown? What does he have left? That's a shutdown pick from Kalist. Fancy footwork. E-charge. How much longer? Here comes the Taric. Kalist! Absolute mad lad manages to make it work. gets the kill, gets the shutdown.
Welcome to the big leagues, Kalist. All eyes were on this young AD carry to see how he'd match up against this world-class bot lane. And obviously, the level 2 did not go their way, but being able to navigate that 3v1, walk away with a kill as well. Extremely well played by him. Still a massive deficit to crawl himself out of, but you got to take what you can in a situation like this. Level 2 to level 4, you talked about it earlier. Targamas so starved of XP. The level 3 comes out from Kalist. He's able to sidestep the knockup, but look at the damage here. The silence comes through. The damage is incredible from T1. Gumayusi holds onto the tower aggro, and let's see how Kalist manages to navigate his way around. Sidesteps into the yeah, uses the dash. Oh, sidesteps ease again onto Gumayusi to dodge away from the Caitlyn Q. The auto attack comes through. That gives aggro onto Carrier. With the stacked tower, he ends up losing his life. And then at the last clutch moment, shield comes in and a heal from Synkrov to escort him to safety. Very well played there from the AD carry of KC.
He's just so damn fast. Lee Sin out of energy at the tail end of that exchange. Just couldn't get it back up in time to get anything done. Lost chapter though, now coming in for Guma. He's gonna be a lot more threatening on some of these all-ins, especially as you get closer to level 6. Kalist, early bit of lethality collector, usually the first item here to come through for the Neela. Can't help a lot in some of these fights, but it's the all-in. Zeus gonna get the shield here. Is he gonna ult out to safety or just accept his fate? He's gonna get the W proc just to heal up. He's ulting out over the wall. The axe can't connect yet, but Zeus, he's in no man's land. Where is he gonna go?
Does he have TP? Nope. He's gonna try and recall, but maybe he can buy enough time to execute.
Syncroft
gonna let him out.
Running, searching, second guessing himself. And it's gonna cost him the kill on the big bear. Oh, David Hasselhoff walking away empty-handed.
You can see the smile on the face of Syncroft.
Knock a bomb. What?
Here comes Ona once again. KC experiencing the pressure from T1.
Carrier locked up. Kalista will block a lot of auto attacks here, continuing to dashboard. That's both dash charges used. Targamas taking a bit of poke.
I mean, fair play to KC. Obviously a huge opportunity to get to play against T1, and on every single wave, they are threatening a dive. This amount of pressure.
I just don't think there's an angle to stay here.
I mean, there's no jungler in the area. They're just gonna have to sacrifice the plates, and T1 continue to extend that gold lead.
And your wave clear is bad with this duo bot lane. It'll be very, very tricky, especially now that Gumayusi has level 6. Once Carry has level 6, just the raw amount of burst damage you have is gonna make it so hard for anybody on the map to survive if isolated. Nice sidestep from Seiken. Phase rush coming through, making some of these trades a little bit easier. Nice knock up from Faker. And obviously Ryze remains Ryze. We'll see what he looks like once he has a Roa, once he has a Seraphs. He starts to hit him a little bit more like a truck. Kalist walking in.
Solid damage there.
Yep.
We'll get some healing. Oh, hang on a second. 5v3.
Syncroft not able to connect the stun. Seiken untouched for now. Faker, ulti is available. Owner making it out over the wall. Does Faker want to throw down the ultimate? Seiken just continuing to walk up, toe-to-toe with Faker. If any piece of CC hits, he could be in trouble. Guma right there with the silence and a knockup ready to go. Knockup will connect. The T1 just backing away. KC moving in, threatening around that Drake.
Yeah, I misspoke there. It was a 4v3 initially, but then Faker found a way to rotate down, kind of equalizing the numbers, and both teams just walk away for the time being. As we've often said throughout this day, T1 with an early game gold lead, a lot of it coming off the back of these early tower plates secured in the bot lane, but KC not in a position that they can't crawl out of just yet. Syncroft is looking for a gank in the bot lane.
Will he be spotted as he moves into the bush here? Owner could potentially look for a gank on the bottom side. Carrier walking a little bit too far where that stun might just be enough to get things kicked off. Snare already going in. That's the immediate ult. Apotheosis coming out from Kalist. Looking to ascend just a little bit higher. Gumayusi could be now in trouble as well. They have to be careful about blinking health bars. They have to be careful about the Lee Sin. Kalist, how fancy can you get with it? Ulti, where's it going to go? Knockup, waiting for the kick, the stun. In goes Owner, down goes Kalist, and now Syncroft and Targamas are in trouble because Guma still has ult up and available. Syncroft now running Faker in the area as well. Can just immediately ult if he wants to. Walking forward, going for the W, gets the auto, finds another one. Targamas still standing for now, but it is not enough. Nom nom nom, says Guma. And down goes the support.
And it's T1 with the punish. KC have been pretty good at finding these proactive plays. They get that initial pick onto Carrier, and they want to chase for more. But with the arrival of Owner, he plays it to near perfection. There's a reason why he is so feared on this champion. It is one of his comforts, and he makes it work. Again, Carrier not expecting the Tarek to be sitting in this bush. The stun connects, the root follow-up. Flash in from Kalist. He's trying to get both with the ultimate. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have the range to do so. Now we're back to live. Carrier.
Taking good damage. Carrier very squishy. This should just be another fast kill pickup.
EQ, EQ, EQ.
All right.
Clean combo there from Seiken and Targamas. Secure themselves another kill.
Keria looked up briefly at the shining blue wall in the distance. Couldn't see, just walked into death.
Yeah, big shout out to those KC fans in the arena.
That was sick. When
That
they had
was
the art
super
piece
cool.
up,
Yeah.
when they had the, yeah, that's incredible.
Super dedicated fans. Zeus continues to trade back and forth on the top side of the map. Kabashard, of course, a veteran of, of Emir of Europe.
Of Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, he used to play it back in the day, right?
Yeah. Through like every era of the Vitality rosters, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Urgot, a lot of stuff. Syncroft is here. Ready to strap a stun to the back of this Olaf.
Zeus.
Owner's in the area as well. And Owner's strong.
Oh, and so is Keria.
Keria ulti now coming in. CC immune. Maybe he can be completely immune to all damage. Sunglasses coming in. KC saying deal with it, but Faker might just be able to. Now their stun coming out. Quick snap back. Q3 flash forward. Instant bait sealed. Easy peasy for Faker and T1 on the top side.
Oh my god. Faker, he's got the moves. That was clean from Faker. He used the E back to immune himself from the stun from Tarek, and then he flashes to get the knock-up into the two-man ultimate. Just very well played there from Faker. We'll secure some more plates. KC will get some back of them.
Kalist did get a kill on Guma during the time that play took place. You might have caught it on the scoreboard. So if you're not KC fans, there's still some work being done on the bottom side. That said, Everfrost coming out from this Cho'Gath, it is going to just be so hard for Kalist. He's dodging skill shots left and right, yes, but
I
at a
think
certain
their goal
point,
is,
there's just too much CC.
You say that, but at a certain point, Senna, Tarek, the scaling that is potential there, the late game threat that they have is very real. We're going to see this re-engage from T1. Nice collapse. The TP actually up from mid lane for Faker. He's saying, you know what, I can go for this 1v2. Look here, uses the E to mitigate the stun. Flash knock up into ult. Just very clean stuff from Faker. Secures his team 2 kills.
Yeah. Now that he's snowballed, has an early Kraken Slayer, he's going to be tough to deal with. Owner waiting. Sitting, waiting. Takes his time to activate the Q2. Takes his time to activate the Resonating Strike. Just denies a bit more CS over the side of Cabo. Zeus gonna grab this tower. One tanky Volibear.
I mean, the gold just continues to mount in favor of T1. Plates are being secured across the board. I think that's 4 plates in bot, 4 plates in top.
I mean, it's 4-1-3 for Owner. Gore Drinker already done. See what he wants to go for next.
I mean, there was a cheeky kill from Cabo in his enemy jungle. But, oh no, he got his revenge. The root will now connect.
Knock up connects, that's gonna be big. Dash out to safety. Second dash can just be used on Targamas.
Does he have ult, Owner?
Yeah, W to stop any auto damage. We're not quite gonna be able to find the angle. Early ulti from Syncroft. Not gonna be able to kill him before it comes down. But now immediately the re-engage coming through. Owner could just be in trouble here. Close just gonna try to finish the kill, but there's so much healing now coming in. Gore Drinker keeping Owner standing.
All right, Owner was feeling himself after that play. If nothing else, he gives them control around the dragon. Will force KC back.
Keria just looks him dead in the eyes and says, dodge this.
Nice pick up there from Keria. Faker going for a bit of a back and forth to Seiken. Seiken, though, with some very nice trades.
Seiken winning out on the individual trade. I think
support v support, supportal combat.
Supportal combat. Keria, does he win?
It's close.
Ace in the hole.
Don't interfere. Keria realizes
it's still the world champion T1. He's allowed to interfere.
Hey, Targamas has played against them before, you know.
It's true.
MSI.
He's no stranger.
2022. Yeah, sorry, 2022.
That's the one.
It was not fun.
No. It was tricky.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. So yeah, we see Syncroft kind of getting chunked out here by Keria and Guma. And then Owner says, my mind's telling me no, but my body. He gets very close to getting a kill here. Nice kick on the Seiken. Doesn't really result in much, though, as they don't have the damage. And then Keria says, you know what, I need to face check this. Oh, he drops the ward. He's fine. And then, as you rightly said, dodge this. Nice pick up there from Keria. And T1 continue to extend their lead and control over the map.
And respect Keria as a player. He's got that energy, you know. I feel like he's always just playing like he can 1v1 you. And he's a support. Just the weirdest combination of all time. Like, what's he doing? Syncroft is ready, he just dies. This man just keeps walking into melee range and pushing abilities.
Our first pause of the day. Syncroft gonna be looking to fix some issues very quickly.
Yeah.
Wow, what an exciting day. So far, T1, they played against Prime League, played against Streamer Team.
Also Prime League now, Division 1.
Yeah, of course, Prime League,
NNO.
of course. Yeah, some very talented German players.
Big.
Going up against
NNO.
EMEA Masters champions.
KCORP.
And next, LEC on the docket, but not only LEC, they're former rivals.
Former rivals, true.
Yep. And like, you have to feel that that matchup isn't going to be heated. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to be seeing a lot of legends on the Rift. It's going to be super excited.
They're also going to be 30, 40 champions down at that point.
They are going to be a lot of champions
Let's
down.
see. If you've missed it and you're just joining this event, for whatever reason, we are getting back into game, but keep in mind, every single champion picked in every single T1 game cannot be picked again only by T1 for the rest of the event. So this is our third match. There are 30 champions.
That does reset when they go up against G2, though. The shackles are taken off.
The shackles are removed.
Oh, Ona, he tries to go for the Q into ward, into kick, into Q. Doesn't quite connect it, though. Cabo, 1v1.
Yeah, just walking up, just going to heal as much as he can off the wave. Obviously, Zeus with healing reduction makes it a little bit tricky. Cabo just continuing to walk up. They're taking their time. They're focusing down this bear. Zeus, though, massive shield coming through. Ulti, not quite enough for Targamas. Now unstoppable. We'll just walk away from that one. Has TP up and available if he can get the back, but here comes Carrier. They have to be careful. If he gets into melee range, he will ult them.
TP now, coming in from both Faker and
the angle, has the Q, looking for the kickback. Targamas now going to be in trouble. Faker instantly going for the face steal, but they managed to flash backwards. Now all three are immune, but I don't think it's going to be enough. In goes Zeus, slow, still going down there, running for their lives. Syncroft holding on as long as humanly possible. Another heal coming through, but it is not enough.
The collapse from T1 is strong. They only find a single kill, but they will starve Syncroft of his jungle camps. They're going to make their way towards mid lane now to try and take more objectives on the map. Kalist needs to be careful. Staring down Gumayushi in the mid lane. This is probably not the AD carry matchup he was expecting, but it's the one he's got to deal with. Ona,
yep,
not going to go for the dive.
Focusing on taking down the objective here. Owner, does he want to reactivate? This time the mind wins, not the body. Kalist now going in. Apotheosis quick follow-up, but the stun does not connect. Syncroft not quite in range. Tower will drop, and there's no follow-up play here. Guma just immediately disengages.
It's a TP top lane from Seiken. They're looking for a collapse on the carrier. He does have the flash.
Flash out. 90 caliber net. Will walk away. T1 playing incredibly aggressively, as has been the name of the game. Carrier continuing to roam as if it's his pipe game. Respectable. Just clearing out the vision with the Umbral Glaive.
Seiken just looking for a bit of information. What's going on in the enemy jungle. T1 reset.
Seiken's scaling, my dude.
Yeah.
A lot of short-range champions on the enemy team.
It's true.
The long-range champion doesn't have gold, so it's looking like a pretty sick rise angle if we go late enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, the scariest player on T1 right now is Ona, 5-1 and 4 on this Lee Sin. I feel like that he's going to be very difficult to kill. But I do believe in KC's late game if they can get there. With T1, they are pretty unrelenting when they do have a lead.
Yep.
Oh, nicely done there by Seiken. Gets away to safety thanks to his ultimate.
Just in time. He'll make it out. Does still cost him his flash, however. The difficult thing for KC right now is you don't really have a lane that Kalist can sit in and farm comfortably. 2 items really where I think this champion starts to feel fantastic. Obviously incredible synergy on Neela. As Owner goes in,
1v3.
How does he keep ending up in the enemy jungle? It's hard to say, but that Gore Drinker healing is insane, and here comes Faker. Just in time, that's the Fate Seal. One now taken down. Owner could be in trouble though. Kawashar starting to chase, but he just goes in again. He just takes another. Owner dominating. It'll cost him his life. It'll cost him the shutdown.
I mean, Owner's just playing with his food. He doesn't care. The enemy jungle is his jungle, and he makes his presence known. Faker with a good support.
Knock up on Targamas. Decent. Root gonna connect.
He's gone.
That's gonna be one just instantly cut down. Seiken though, Phase Rush not quite able to take him out in time. Silence now. Seiken should be strong. He just needs to find the angle to consistently throw down spells. There's just 3 members stacked on top of him, but he just doesn't have the time, the health, the tankiness, the damage.
And it's T1 walking away with victorious fight after victorious fight. Owner and Faker finding 2 kills in mid. And then the rest of T1 find another 2. They're going to secure the Herald. We're not even at 20 minutes in. But that is a 9,000 goal lead in favor of T1. And KC, they've shown what they can. The top side of the map was promising early, but as we've entered the mid-game, it has just been a T1 dominance.
Yeah. And credit to Zeus, obviously this is the least flashy champion that he's played, but he weathered the storm at the strongest point on the map for KC.
Ona's just here for the wolves. You know, nice kick. So much healing from the Gore Drinker.
When you're a world champion jungler, probably everyone looks like a wolf to you. There's one wolf. He's going to go back in. He's like, oh, I forgot one. One more wolf. Bam. Cleared the whole camp.
Well, he was sitting there thinking to himself, I'm not going to get out. I'll just go and get another kill. Why not? He's going back in again.
Continuing to go face first into the stun. He will fight for a single tiny baby Krug if he has to. And credit to Honor. Playing like an absolute psycho.
On his Q is very good.
Yeah.
He's looking to get his third dragon of the game. We're going to get a replay of how he gets this kill. Pretty simple. Buttons. He kicks. He slaps and then he kicks.
True. Is it a punch or is it a slap?
I suppose I should call it a palm strike.
Is it a palm strike?
Technically, that's what his E is, right? He slams the ground with his palm.
True. Okay.
Yeah. With his kick. And they're going to be able to get themselves another dragon. 3 now to 0. They're at soul point. 20 minutes into the game. The Baron is now an option. Remember, you've got 2 smites with the Cho'Gath ultimate primed and ready to go. And KC find themselves on the back foot. They're kind of only shining light right now is Seiken, the position that he's in, but I don't know if he's going to have enough damage to solo carry. Kalist in a bit of danger.
Certainly. Knockup is going to be there. Kalist is going to be forced to use the ultimate now. Invulnerable can't heal up so much in the duration of this ultimate. Cabo Shard now running forward. Owner taken out. If they keep this momentum, if they keep this fight going, Seiken looking to run more Cabo into the back line, as well as Syncroft. They need to get through Zeus as quickly as they can. Carrier waiting off to the side, can do a bit of damage here. Zeus getting taken lower and lower. Seiken taking a lot of damage back in return. Unstoppable now. The stun not quite going to connect on the Carrier. He will be able to walk away. Guma walking forward, just looking to devour somebody. Shutdowns coming through. Seiken still standing strong. Kalist now going in. Apotheosis for the pullback. Guma not able to find the damage. Knockup will not connect. Cabo looking to step forward. Axe is available. Guma, a very big, beefy boy, but Seiken laying down a bit more damage. Zeus on the way. They'll get the shutdown. That's key. That's clutch. They're not favored enough to go for the Baron. It's just a couple of kills traded back and forth. And now the TP coming in for Faker. The fight just doesn't stop.
I mean, it's a much-needed teamfight win for KC. They're going to close the goal gap just a bit. Faker chasing onto Targamas, but he's going to be able to flash away to safety. The Baron is up. Resets are coming out. T1. They're pinging it. Herald going to drop to create a bit of pressure. Faker going to push out this mid-wave, and I imagine the T1 are going to start this one off. They have the TP on Gumayushi. He can just join the fight immediately. So KC is still trying to get back out onto the map. There's pressure in mid. They need to answer, and here we go. The Baron being started off.
It's so hard for them to respond right now. Kalist just a couple hundred gold away from Navori, a couple hundred gold away from Cabo on his mythic item completion. Faker trying to zone. Stun won't quite connect. Trap line already set up. It's a bit of a slow Baron, all things considered, as it's not being focused down, but not a lot of recourse here for KC to get into the pit. A single path forward. Syncroft just barely able to step around that trap. Targa is not quite so fortunate. Stun not going to connect from Cabo or Syncroft. Owner now going in. It's the kick flash back. Taken into the back line. Taken out. Knocked up. Silenced. Eaten alive as KC now need to back off. They need to get the hell out. Zeus running forward. Syncroft in trouble. Carrier going to grab the kill. T1 can turn right back to the objective.
Just clean execution from T1. Owner with a fantastic kick. Sets up the fight for T1, and they'll convert it into a Baron. Faker did flash into a wall, but hey, even the best can make mistakes sometimes. KC will get at least 1 kill back. Carrier doing what he can to try and zone KC away. No jungler, though, means it's going to be very difficult to steal.
Carrier still hits very hard, all things considered. But now, he's very likely to fall. Never mind, the knockup coming in for Guma just in time. Fate Sealed coming in as well. And KC thought maybe, just maybe, there's a way they can steal that one away. And the price for peeking into the Baron pit is the lives of 3 members.
7, 4, and 6 for Carrier. 4-0-6 for Faker. A very dominant performance from T1. 23 minutes in, they have the Baron, a 10k gold lead. And the pressure is now on. Hona's Lee Sin continues to be a force that cannot be stopped. He's in a 1v2 right now. A lot of damage on Seiken's side.
Back. The alley-oop, the setup with the Peacemaker.
They punish him.
Carrier is now in trouble. They're debating which way to go. Syncroft walks into the trap. Carrier! That's your support! Just walks up and pops the jungler. Seiken gonna return the favor at least.
Wow. Carrier is just so...
Assembled alternatively.
Let's have a look back at this play. Keep your eyes on Ona. Oh no, this is just the end part of it where they clean up the kills. Faker with a nice ultimate to just secure those extra kills. Carrier gonna flash in. Auto. Nicely done.
Caitlyn's support thing seems pretty good.
I mean, I think Carrier's just pretty good.
True.
So this is where Ona gets a little overzealous. 2v2. He says, you know what, I can take this 2v1. But Zaken's damage can't afford to be underestimated here. Carrier literally started backing. He was like, bro, no. He's like, fine. If this is what you're going to do, I'll do it myself. Gets the kill. And then there's not much he can do here. Zaken flashes in, and he's out of resources to be able to turn that one around.
Yeah, difficult that Zaken had to burn the flash there, but obviously the kill, the shutdown's going to be big. Death cap is there for Zaken. He is a strong boy. Stun going to connect from Cabo. Kalist just running down Zeus here. Should be able to complete that as he has popped the Ghost. Otto's going to get stopped. Clean kill. Pick up from Kalist.
Nice punish.
T1 getting a little over-eager here to force some of these plays.
Well, we have been seeing that from them today when they have these leads. They are kind of playing with their food a bit. Ona looking for a play.
He wants
Make
to
it
go
happen.
in.
He does.
And this little choke point, we'll see.
Dragon is up. KC want to deny the soul.
Ooh, that's not good. That's actually the worst spot you can possibly be in. Faker immediately into the backside. Cabo still standing, immune to damage. Can't just try to run Carrier down, but Carrier has the blast cone to just get away. That's the ulti coming in. Won't quite finish the job. E in, Otto finishes him. And that's going to be it. Zaken now needs to back off. One quick kill picked up. As long as Zaken is standing, KC have a shot. Targum is going to keep him healthy. Keep him out of vision. Faker looking to flank. No ulti available for Faker makes this a little bit more difficult. If he can stack up two Q charges, it gets so much harder for Zaken to maneuver comfortably. Sidesteps one, but just gets locked up in the meantime. Massive shield, massive shutdown. Targa finding one. But that's it. They're just going to start to walk him down now. Zeus can start to step forward. Carrier coming over the wall. Huge damage from the Pilt over Peacemaker. Spacing on the Bullberry, not quite going to connect. Zeus just walking him down. That's an Infernal Soul. That's one very scary bear.
Yeah, Zeus is just looking to pad his stats.
Zeus is not going to finish this kill. No, Carrier is going to come in and steal it, and Zeus is going to die. We're finding a trend here in T1. Carrier, stealer of glory.
10 kills now for Carrier.
Cabochard now stepping in. Unstoppable, but he goes right back into the tower. Disabled not in time, it seems, to stop the tower shot. Carrier still alive!
Carrier.
And you'll always remember the day you almost killed the 10-5. 2.5 item support lethality, Caitlyn. He's so good at League of Legends.
Yeah, he's quite good.
Kalist, on the other hand, doing his best to dodge literally everything here. He has so much sustain at this stage of the game. Remember, every single bit of crit is extra healing.
Does he have the eat? Yes.
If you've ever seen Indiana Jones, there's that dude with the sword and he spins it around. That was Kalist.
You know that meme, you know, with like this one guy is just sweating, you know, and furiously typing on his keyboard.
Release your inhibition. The guy just singing.
Yeah, Gumayushi having a great time, just waiting.
No. Yep. He felt the rain on his skin. No one else is going to feel it for him.
Well, KC only 9k gold down as opposed to 10. Bright sides. GA completed though for Ono as he continues to look for fights. At the end of this game, he wants to be the highest damage dealt. You know, when the pros check that graph, well, every player checks.
He's working towards highest damage received most of
too. We're getting an instant replay, so you can see here.
Just imagine someone really sweatily.
Look at this: E, dodge, alt,
everything
Q,
that could be dodged.
Dodge, E, flash away. He's away from the silence.
Clean, spaced,
spaced. Nom.
There it is.
Outplayed.
Bet you forgot about my R button.
Well played from Guma.
And to be fair, like, well played to Kalist.
That's why he's the world champion.
He literally did everything he could. Kalist played that as well as he could.
He's literally like, I'm going to prove to everyone why I'm the best. And then Gumi said, all right, I'm going to press R.
Mix it up. Zaken caught off on the side. Massive pick for the side of T1. Certainly already favored in the fight, but disastrous now for KC.
Level 16, Gumayushi makes his way towards the towers. Ona zoning away.
Rumor has it that Owner's new contract with T1 contractually obligates him to take every Lee Sin key. Perhaps that's why we're seeing it. There it is.
Connects another one.
Don't break your contract, bro.
He has a flash.
He has to take it. They're going to make it out to safety. Tarkalt now coming in. Both towers disabled by Zeus.
Baker needs the base. Does have the TP.
The good news is Targamas scaling, getting souls, 8 gold apiece, like 1.5 AD. Some range, getting scarier and scarier.
guess they're going straight towards the Baron. They want to end this game cleanly. Show that respect to KC. I don't think KC can really contest it. There's a lot of wards. Pings are coming down. They're saying maybe a TP, but Kalista's bot lane. There's no way he's going to get there in time. They're going to have to give this one up and look for a last final fight.
Yeah, it's tricky. Problem is they kind of have fake engage. It's like Senna W, Taric stun, strapped.
Oh, don't worry. T1 will come to them. I'm not concerned about the engage.
I mean, again, 2.5, almost 3 items for Kalist. The difficulty is while you have so much sustain, which gives you this kind of artificial tankiness, your health pool is small, and that means Guma's looking at that Michelin star meal, you know? Get some takeout.
124 stacks, 26 now for Targamas, so he's definitely got some, I should say, kick in his step.
Kick in his step?
Yeah, that's an expression.
Yeah. I've heard pep, but I like kick. Kick is good.
Yeah. How else would you step?
It's true.
Exactly.
It's just tons of tiny kicks, I guess.
Exactly, right. T1 now pushing mid and bot. Seiken trying to catch top lane. Level 17, keeping up with Faker. Deathcap, you already said completed. There's the stopwatch. See if that's enough as the final fight is drawing ever closer.
10 stack Magi's for Guma.
TP available for Zeus.
Arglis here. Again, you highlighted
There we go.
souls, 120 extra range. Starting to hit hard, extra chance.
So much damage though.
Zeus just zooming. Realm Warp behind, combined with the ultimate, they're now all immune to damage. Targamas and Kalista on the backside, untouched for now. Seiken stepping up, trying to shred the front line on the opposite side. Keria playing on the edge here. Gargoyle's Stone Blade is so big to buy them more time. Seiken just doesn't have that much space to do damage. Apotheosis is not going to connect whatsoever. That's the knock-up. Seiken still alive. Rai starting to shred through. TP coming in. Syncroft needs to get out and get back to base. The kickback is there. Seiken taking down Targamas and Kalist versus the world. Back into the foul. Keria still able to get the kill. Only 2 ranks in the ultimate, but it will be enough. Bullied back into their base. T1, will they end here or will they take their time? Keria wants to end it cleanly, continuing to auto the objective. There are traps. There is no way out. KC tried their damnedest, but T1 coming out on top. Fantastic game, no doubt. Certainly some good moments, but ultimately T1 very good at pushing their leads. All-star performance from the bottom lane.
And I mean, T1 demonstrating the depth of their champion pool. Players gonna like to shake hands, but overall, KC, they had a great opportunity. They did what they could, but T1 continued to be as dominant as they have been throughout the day.
And importantly, they took 10 champs off the board, and we'll just have to hope that's enough as we send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much indeed. One last chance before we get to the G2 match for our teams in this format to take down T1. It will be Heretics up next. But KC couldn't make it happen. Lore told me, and that actually makes sense, that KC also picked champions that, only champions that hadn't been picked yet or that weren't banned out because they thought that was cooler in the situation, and they didn't want just T1 to have that disadvantage.
So at one point, that's really cool sportsmanship. At another point, maybe you could have picked champions that had been picked and made it more interesting. But I think it's cool because we still got to see some of their own signature champions, and albeit it was not enough, they still all had cool moments at times in that game.
That's true.
I'll give you the secret behind the strat.
Okay.
So if technically KC had already picked champions that have been picked previously, which they were allowed to do, that doesn't take any more champions out of T1's pool. They're already out. But we're all hands on deck right here, guys. All the European teams trying to bring down T1. Heretics will be the last team that will face T1 with all the banned champions. Thank you very much, KC, for your service. You'll not be forgotten.
Yes, and our most electrifying moment presented by Kia was the bot lane shenanigans.
And I think we had a lot going on here. First of all, we learned that Choke FQ and Guma is a targeted ability. Yep. That is no longer a skill shot. Just generally the juggling that came through them here was incredible. And it's just straight up 2v2. My bold prediction was that Karmine Corp's bot lane was going to 2v2 kill them down in the bot lane. Let's not talk about it.
Wow, man, that was such a bold
We can see it, so we don't need to talk about it. A little bit fancy feet, but not enough. Sick. Someone reminded us also on Twitter, excuse me, X, that actually it's a Guma OTP, the Cho'Gath. So he's really good on it.
It shows why he is well. But I do think this is an incredible moment where this is where you can still see the raw mechanics coming out in some of them. I think the micro movement on Kaliste is really good. You can see how close to his character he's actually clicking by the way he's juggling right now. And Vetti's broke it down really nicely. Dodging the Cho'Gath Q, you're going to see him dodging it and the Q as well from Lee Sin again, and just playing out of range. Another really sick stutter step is the one where you're going to see it on the E right here, where you can see goes back just a little bit. I have no clue if it actually mattered, but boy, did it look sick.
I just want to say that happened during 2 traps being down, a bunch of minions that he had to juggle himself through, 3 champions around him, a million skill shots thrown at him, but he made it work, and I think it shows the caliber of player that he is. I think he showed no fear in every single engage that he made over in the bot lane. I think he also 1v1 Gumayushi at some point that was off screen as well, so props to the young talent. He showed up and showed off.
Absolutely, it was a pleasure to watch, but overall, pound for pound, it's really hard to beat T1, regardless of them being handicapped in the draft department. But Cabochard got the first lap.
I'm really mad at this for Cabochard because I said that Owner was going to gank top 3 minutes in. 3 camps into top lane, try to shut down the Olaf. Makes perfect sense, right?
I mean, we are just bad at this because it was Cabochard that got ganked 3 minutes by his own jungler instead.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're not really finding the right side of it here.
No. Well, maybe if he hadn't killed Owner level 1 in his jungle, this would have been a different story.
Yeah, this was just special, wasn't it? I think it was very comedic breakdown as well by Vetti's and Drakus, but it is just you're sweating, you're trying your hardest to outdamage everything, even flashing the silence.
Chomp.
And there is just a normal outplay button as well on Cho'Gath, and there you have
it. He was so close.
I forget
like,
how fun it is.
What are the chances, right? I have 40% HP. There's no way this thing executes me for 40% HP. Well, guess again, that is a pretty fed Cho'Gath.
Is Infernal Drake as well, Soul picked up, so, you know, get those extra stats as well.
Oh, wow.
That is incredible.
That's absolutely unbelievable. Oh, this is so cool. I'm really happy we're going to see more and more and more out of the KCORP fans going into next year as well. I think we're in for a treat whenever we have a big audience, but it wasn't enough to beat T1. I do know that Lore will be talking to Seiken and Cabochard in just a little bit, so that will be coming up. And I think they will probably, Goldberg also, you know, hopefully have had a great time. We said it already, kind of Last Dance vibes, right? This tournament for them today.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent as well, we know, well, rumors and all of that, but... so
Syncroft saying that it most likely will be, of course, his last games with the team.
And I think he you know, he sacrificed himself once again. He was on a great Tarek performance. They did get it going in the beginning, and as you were talking about, like, Seiken and Capo, like, they had good moments in the game too, where it felt like they were going to run away with it. When I see Olaf get fed in the early game and solo queue, it's GG go next, but, you know, T1, they stabilized. Exactly that too, right? But they're no longer playing against the Mia top laners, right? They're playing against the best of the best that exist in the world, and it shows.
Yeah, it shows indeed. I hope they will have had a great time here to check in with our wacky predictions. These aren't wacky enough. I'm really disappointed. What are you guys? Are you cooking something for the next
woke
one,
up. No, I swear the next one's super generic too. I'm sorry. I woke up early. There are bold predictions.
You've said like
this
3 times.
Great.
I woke up early. You know.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'm not going to talk about it, but I didn't get too much sleep. Okay,
I have a cool one for next game. But Norway might have just ruined it.
I really thought you were going to put Seiken with solo kill Faker. It would have been just on brand for you, but I can't believe you didn't do it.
I think it was just too predictable, man.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know what? I shouldn't have predicted anything. I should have just done Seiken better than Faker. It wouldn't be like a prediction. It would just be like a statement, you know?
Targamas here highlighted on his Senna, something he absolutely loves to play. It's been great seeing him playing again this year in KC as well. And we'll see what next year has in store for him. Well, only one of 2 Belgians at Red Bull League of its own.
Wow.
I guess. Are there more?
I don't know. You're throwing this out here, but I
don't know.
I don't know it.
What?
You're the second one.
Yeah, I'm the second one. Okay, and we have a Dutchie as well. Partly at least. Here's Ginny standing by, looking for another important person to talk to.
Thank you so much. Ginny here, and we're joined by indeed an important person. We have Hani Pu. Isa, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. You're a German streamer, and you've built a community here. You're now in Germany having one of the first international League of Legends off-season events in your home country. How does that make you feel?
I think it feels like really, I'm really proud of I'm really proud of my friends because they played on stage and they were so nervous, but they did so good. In my opinion, the first game was so great of them. I'm really proud of them and just thankful that Red Bull invited us, that we could be here.
Anything you want to say to the German fans that are clapping behind us, but in general that are here?
The German fans? Ja, jetzt mal, guck mal, seien wir ehrlich, NNO war echt gut dafür, dass wir hatten nicht so viel Training. Auch mal ein bisschen klatschen, oder? Ja, lass mal klatschen.
Love that. Everyone out here in full force. But unfortunately, NNO didn't win anything. So any teams remaining that you would be cheering for?
So I was cheering for NNO, but since they lost everything, I'm now for T1.
All right, T1, let's go. Thank you so much. Let's head over back to Laura with the interview.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Fantastic interview. And I'm here joined by players from la prestigieuse Karmine Corp, Seiken, Cabochard. Thank you so much for joining me. This match was one of the most highly anticipated match, I guess, for all the memes on the internet, you versus T1. And I noticed that you played champions that haven't been played today at all. Were you playing with the same rules as T1 today, Cabo? What was that about?
Yeah, it was the plan exactly. I mean, I got kind of trapped by Targa because we had to first pick either Lee Sin or Senna. I really wanted to go for it, and then they took the Lee Sin, so.
We saw that you guys played the secret bot lane, la bot lane secrète, as you guys called it. Bot lane that also was played by T1 during the World Championships. Seiken, are they copying you?
You have to ask Kalist and Targa. I think they're claiming that they are the first one to play it, but you have to ask them, I think.
I know that from the French community, everyone was anticipating the matchup, you versus Faker, expecting you to gap him, which you did in my book. Highest in CS, better KDA for most of the game. How was it gapping Faker today in lane, Seiken?
It's just a show match, so I want to meet him in a real competitive game, so it doesn't mean much for now, but it was still a fun game.
Yeah. Okay, but what do you think of it?
We call it the job interview, you know, when you press tab at 15 minutes, you see his head while Faker is roaming. I mean, it was fun overall.
It was a fun game to watch and to play, obviously, for you guys, I hope. Seiken, it was maybe the first time you play internationally like this against teams of this caliber, and especially playing against the world champions. How was this for you? What will you remember from this matchup?
I just want more of it. I just want more. I would like to play them, to play more teams, and for it we need to get to LEC. Maybe we have opportunities. Maybe we will have more opportunities in the future. But it's really exciting to play against players like them.
I mean, you guys have to realize this was the best version of Seiken. He has slept 2 hours, hasn't played solo queue in 10 days, and he's just doing 7-2 on Rise, so yeah, it was perfect.
It is not even his final form, is what I'm hearing here. And Cabo, I think it makes sense, and I'm really happy to hear this because the fans keep on saying that you will be the hope for Europe next year, joining the LEC, competing internationally. Are we satisfied today about what we saw of you versus T1, and are you finally going to bring some joy to Europe next year?
Yeah, I mean, we cleared the ERL for many years, so now it's one step higher. Today was a show match, as I can say. We kind of took it lightly to make sure to enjoy it. But playing with Kalist, that's 10 years younger, you know, I'm the old guard. He pushes everyone with his youth and his everything, so this for sure we're coming for Europe.
We'll see him in the LEC, obviously, one day, we hope. Last word, Seiken, for the fans. I think it's just one bus of fans joining the Velodrome today, but they were really loud, as always, and I know that I ask you this every event, but anything you want to tell them for cheering for you, as always, as loudly as possible.
Je vais le faire en français parce que pour qu'ils nous écoutent bien. Merci les gars, vous mettez l'ambiance à chaque fois, vous êtes trop forts. Vous êtes que 500, mais on n'entend que vous en fait, donc vous êtes des monstres. Merci les gars et ça fait plaisir.
They're only 500, but we only hear us, as always. Amazing support from the Karmine Corp fans, of course. Seiken, Cabo, merci beaucoup les gars. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the LEC, hopefully. And Shox, back to you for T1 versus Heretics.
Merci à vous, Laure. Wonderful. Second that. Saying, thank you to the fans, they're always there, they're always loud, they're always monstrous for us, but also saying, this was a really cool match, but I want to play those real matches versus this opposition. I want to meet T1 in an official match, hopefully at an international tournament, and I love that.
That felt very sentimental. Yeah. I had an interview with Seiken right before his EMEA Masters finals, and I was like, hey man, how come you're not in the LEC yet? You've won 3 EMEA Masters titles, you've gapped pretty much every mid laner in the ERLs. He just sat there and he was like, it was just unfortunate I didn't really get any offers. So for him to be able to get that sweet taste of playing these sort of international matches, even if it's a show match, you get that sweet taste that you just want more of.
Oh, absolutely, and we'll be looking forward to it as well as we run down the schedule and see the matches we have completed already today, and see that next up on the docket we do have Heretics up versus T1. I am very excited for this match for multiple reasons, not in the least that I'm super hyped about this Heretics roster. I gotta say, the old G2 top side back together, then flanked by Flecket and Kaiser in that bot lane GB. It's an exciting prospect.
Oh, absolutely. And you were talking about a Yasuo earlier, famous game from Perks 2. You're putting all these pieces together. Now you have Wunder. Okay, what was Wunder really good at and renowned for in the LEC? His Gragas, weak side duty. You get that going for him up there where he can just be on the Gragas. Yasuo in the mid lane.
You
set up the one, but it could be again. Let's just start the narratives already now. LEC hasn't even started yet. They're back, baby.
I love it. This is a cool configuration, though. This will be kind of the first time we see them in this
People
setting.
People calling them G3.
G3, that's funny. Yeah, happy to see Flecket, of course, on that lineup as well as Kaiser. But that will be the question now with the added tools. Maybe they take a book or a page rather out of KC's book and they say, no, we're also going to play champions that nobody has played yet.
Please no. All the teams have fallen in the battlefield for you, Heretics.
Yeah, they set it up.
Casey said, we're going to put another 5 champions in the ban pool for you, Heretics. You've done it once back in 2019. That trio in the top lane has done it once. They've beat them back in 2019.
A few times.
A few times. Now, the playground has been laid down for them. The road has been laid down for them.
Yeah. It's an old school rivalry, actually. Old school, like 4 years ago.
Yeah, it can be old
That's
school.
a long time,
Yeah, sure, time flies, okay? But even if they fail, I mean, it's just...
They're not going to fail.
No, okay, but if they do, say everything will stay the same and G2 will just be Europe's last hope anyway. So, we'll wait and see what happens. But I am excited for the Heretics roster for a lot of reasons, and you are too. It's kind of like Jankers and friends too, with Flacket having played with them too. Kaiser joins the roster. So I'm excited to see how Jankers will really pilot this entire roster together with him, just due to the fact that he was so pivotal in their success that they had early in the year. He was really a candidate for MVP in Europe. And now that he has better tools to play around with players that he's played with before, it just sets up a lot of avenues for him to already have some predetermined synergy.
That's a good point. Jankos was smurfing it last year. I mean, he always is. So let's see how this works, because we've seen it in the past. You see a roster on paper and you think they're going to do amazing, Georgia, and then sometimes it doesn't quite work out the way you want it.
I'm just not going to name any yellow team colored names. No, I didn't say anything.
Okay.
I just said yellow color randomly.
Yeah, okay.
But I just feel it's really cool to just get a little glimpse of what's to come moving forward, because you never know. Maybe next year they are at this international and they meet them again. Yeah, okay, no way ruined that for me. I was so down.
No way already picked
so Faker.
Do you want to change it?
Pick Zed. Okay, I'm going to say something completely outrageous because you want something outrageous. Faker's going to pick Katarina.
Okay.
Wow, that's bold.
That's not outrageous.
That's actually
if you know
outrageous.
trouble, that's not outrageous.
No, yeah, we'll let you sit for it. I'll go over to mine as well, and you can come back to it. But I mean, mine maybe in the hindsight again, it's not really that bold, is it? The thought process I had was Jankos will remain the First Blood King, and the way I thought about it is either he will get the First Blood, or he'll get First Blooded himself, and surely there's some kingly behavior in that too.
No, absolutely. That's a First Blood either way.
Yeah, right?
We'll see, indeed. We'll see what happens in this one. And of course, I think we've heard from all the players, right? Even though T1 has said we're taking it super omega seriously, they are, because they haven't lost a game, but I just don't think they have been pushed that much by any of the teams, to be completely honest. And I don't know if it's going to happen now, but in any case, these are all the champs that they cannot pick.
I would say it was really cool to see them earlier on versus Big and NNO, because it felt like, hey, we might not have the macro potential that T1 brings to the game as world champions, but if we push them in a little bit sort of fiesta around the map, maybe they lose their focus, maybe they lose their macro. No, T1 bled them all out by having more CS in lane, by staying focused, by playing their side lanes, by playing their waves. So I feel like Heretics might take the same approach, just clown it up.
I don't know how try-hard they will be, but I really hope that they're looking at, there's not too many mid-lane champions yet either. Origana is one of the ones that's still up and very pivotal, either first pick it or take it away. Just make sure that Faker has as few champions as possible to actually go by, or have a blind pick where the only champions available is only a champion that you have a good matchup into. So I'm hoping they've studied this sheep coming up to the stage and having a good plan around their draft.
That's a good point, because we talked about it at Worlds as well, the fact that Faker was out of duty for a while, so when he came back it was only a limited champion pool that we saw him really gravitate towards because of that injury. But you never really get to ban that out anyway when you're playing him in a best of 5, because they just have so much they want to pick anyway, or that has to be banned against them. Now, maybe it's possible.
Maybe, but the thing that makes Faker good was never really the fact that he played one champion. It's the fact that he is Faker. There's a reason he's the greatest of all time in League of Legends. But if there's a guy who's, upset these persons before, it would be Perkz in the mid lane, albeit he was bot lane last time. But, we don't mention that, okay? Now he's in the mid lane. He can still play the same champions. Exactly. We just go by that.
No, indeed. We'll see indeed what happens. We do have a small delay on stage. This is why we haven't gotten to the team introductions yet, but I'm excited for those, specifically Heretics. Just walking through the crowd, shaking some hands, maybe fist bumps, actually, ideally, and we'll see what happens.
I'm just excited to see how the crowd is going to react to them as well, because Heretics are going to be in the LEC, then G2 is also going to come. Going to be the 2 LEC teams that we have in this particular tournament. So I'm sure there are still, I know primarily they all came for NNO because they love the team and they love the influences, but LEC is a very staple tournament, I would like to say, that has been established over in Berlin and Germany overall. So all these players have so many fans that have come to see them play versus T1.
Yeah, there was also a picture yesterday, I don't know if it was G2 or Red Bull on X, they tweeted like the 2019 lineup, because of course G2 and Heretics
are all here
rehearsing here together. That was cute.
It's always cute seeing them together. Of course, it is a lost dream at this point, but someone who was not, of course, on that roster too would be Flacket, that did not have success against SKT, or T1 rather, because he has played on G2. They did meet at MSI. Vidius and Drakus was talking about it in the other game that Tarkamus had played them. Did not go too well, and of course that also meant that Flacket did not have the bestest of time against them either. So while the others might have, I don't know, do we even call it an advantage for the sake of it? Let's just call it an advantage. Flacket is out for redemption instead. Yeah, good memories. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I love it. Overall, also really excited to see Flacket returning to the LEC. Of course, burst onto the scene by playing in that G2 bot lane, and now is back, of course. If not only for the Twitter, the X banter, and the photos, and the banter with Jankos as well. Have you been seeing that?
I mean, I've not seen some of the new stuff, but I know how they are with each other, so it is really, they got the banter going, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So how realistic do we think the approach can be out of Heretics? From what we've seen today, I think Faker has held the fort down. Keria has showed that he's really great, obviously, that he can just ADC by himself in that bot lane. Gumayusi is showing that you can't ban him out, and he's also not bothered by the fact that a bunch of champions are off the table. So yeah.
I think if I had to bring proper analysis into it, I would say that stylistically speaking, how the players are arranged at the side of G2, or Heretics rather, is the fact that Wunder is a weak side player, Flacket is a weak side AD carry most of the time, or a guy that would go even and he would pop off in the team fights. That doesn't give you two avenues in terms of the
Perkz
side
now
lanes
also
of
a
the
weak
maps.
side mid, or?
Well, one of them is going to have to step up, and that's why I think a 2v2 between Perkz and Jankos could be an avenue to go for, try and shut down Faker, and then open that up to the rest of the map with the other players who's holding on.
It's a tale as old as time.
I also feel like T1 have been having a little bit of fun, because yes, of course, Carrier with his infamous AD carries down the ball, he's played the Kalistas, the Caitlyn's, the Jins, the Varuses, like last year over in the LCK was all the rage what this guy was doing with AD carries as supports. But I think this time they might have to hold it down just a little bit more, because even if a lot of them said in a content piece that they're looking to face G2, apart from Zeus, I just want to play whichever team Wunder is in.
Yeah, that was so cute.
I just want to play Wunder.
Did you see that?
No, I actually haven't seen that.
I think it's from Media Day. Every answer that Zeus gave was like, what are you
Wunder.
looking forward to? I want to play Wunder.
Wunder, yeah.
What team? I don't care. I just want to play Wunder.
That's amazing.
It's cute.
Which team is he in? That one.
Yeah, that one. Whatever. That's cool. We'll have to see. I think that might be an interesting matchup to watch, as well as I'm just waiting for an update to see how far we are from introducing Heretics to the stage. But on the other hand, maybe it's been a long day, so T1 is welcoming the little break, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. But then again, like they are used to playing a ton of games. And
That's true.
Like scrim. But it is a huge atmosphere as well here. And most of the time, they've had the crowd against them. I'm not going to lie. So it's an interesting experience as well for them, just taking a trip to the West. Suddenly, you're no longer the fan favorite after coming straight out of Korea too. So it's going to be curious to see. I mean, obviously, they know how to deal with it. Like, it's no problem. But it's still curious to see how much of the rest of the fans can rally behind G2 and Heretics now.
It's true. But everyone, or most fans, when they are fans, are T1 fans as well.
Yeah. It's kind of hard not to be.
They're everywhere.
We were quite lucky with the people that became the GOATs, you know. Also just having a guy like Faker, you know. He could have had the most random name in the world.
Anyone could have been.
XXX something afterwards, but, you know, luckily he chose Faker. Humble guy too, so, you know, quite lucky.
Great role model, I think.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's just so difficult to like.
Shall we
They say you could be the juiciest peach in the world and there would still be somebody that doesn't like peaches, and it's fine. But I have yet to hear about anyone not liking Faker, not thinking he's one of the greatest player of all time in League of Legends, and that's because of the legacy he has built on and off the Rift. I will keep rambling about this all the time. Every single interview I've watched of Faker, even when the reporter will push him into, you know, sometimes like pushing his teammate under the bus sometimes, like, oh, you're already kind of inted right there. He's like, I could have done this better.
That's media training for you, Trouble.
That's
exquisite media training for you. I miss the times when he would step on stage with a broccoli and do a barrel roll on stage. I miss those times, but I get it. And you're right. Like, as he is in game, he is out of game, right? The fact that he's going to be protective of that squad.
I mean, we've just made a Faker podcast as well. This feels like the Reddit front page after Worlds was over. Just not much to post about. We're just talking about Faker.
It's true. Well. So I gotta push you because it's so easy to talk about him, right?
Absolutely.
But also about the other members. Maybe Sheepy was on the desk earlier, and he was like, if there was anyone that I would have to predict or project to be the new Faker in terms of course, the influence that Faker has had on League of Legends as a whole is, I don't think, ever going to be beat. But in terms of maybe performance, standing in a community, and titles and international titles, and he said Zeus. What do you guys think?
I think that's actually really interesting as well. I think the fact that he's been playing as stable as he has did have some up and downs, obviously, but just...
I love how you contradicted yourself immediately.
He's
been so stable with all his ups and downs.
You know what? English ain't my first language. I've had a little break. Are you mocking me?
No.
Oh, okay.
We all have our ups and downs.
Yeah, we do.
No, but I do think like he's obviously been super stable at Worlds, is by what I would say, and the players that he's played against and actually just straight up gapped in a level where you take a look at MSI where it didn't go the same way. It was the Chinese top laners that was having the better in there. So the fact that he's become as good as he had, and while he is as young as he is incredible. I think for me as well, who I think can just solidify himself as the GOAT of support will just be Kyria in the future. I think the mechanics on some of the champions he plays where it's a simple champion, where you take a look at his Lulu at times, where you take a look at the Lux, these champions where you don't expect the skill expression, he has a skill expression on and does things on these champions that no one else will ever do.
Like Kalista, for example, or Caitlyn, as he just showcased. I feel like there is a level of commitment and respect when you join a team like this, when you join one of the greatest on the Rift, and you have to play alongside them because you have a responsibility on the legacy that has been built upon the organization, but also
to
the players
win League of its own.
To win League of its own and anything else around. It seems like once they were on gear, once they won Worlds, Faker walked up on the stage and he's like, I'll show you, we'll win that too.
Yeah, I don't want to lose a single game because that would just be embarrassing. Here we see again the champions that are not available for T1 anymore. Is there anyone that we're really sad about, actually?
Zed.
It's kind of boring for now. Zed, yeah, that's true.
I'm going to have to agree with that. I would have loved to see a flashback to Season 3 with Faker. That's, you know, where we really made the stand of the scene.
Yeah, as we are still trying to get to the stage, we do have Ginny standing by, so let's see who she's found.
Okay.
All right, hello, Ginny here once again, and we have a very dedicated T1 fan coming into this. We just had a little chat, and you said that you came all the way from Austria. How long was your travel?
About 9 hours, just by bus.
Just by bus? Anyone here who had longer than 9 hours want to scream, put your hands up? I see only 1, 2, that's it, only 2 people, 3. Okay, my maths is not that good, but there's quite a few of you. Respect. I might come back to you in a little bit, so be prepared. You're here, obviously, supporting T1. You have their jersey on. from a scale to 1 to 10, how happy are you that they're actually winning as expected?
Well, since I'm playing since I'm playing for about 1 year League of Legends, just because I saw Faker perform in the Worlds of 2022, it's like I'm watching my idol. Everything I know from League of Legends, I know from studying his plays and watching his stream. So my happiness is it's above the root.
Thank you so much for that. Anyone here that started playing League as well because of Faker, could you make some noise? Oh, I see only one person put their hand. You too? Come here. Come on, don't be shy. Come here, man. You put your hands up twice. You gotta join in on this one. Okay, come here. This is the camera. Oh, a cheer for you too. I'm gonna come in the middle between you two so that I can give both of you questions. So, how long did you travel actually?
How long? It was actually 12 hours because there was a bit of a struggle with the trains. Excuse my voice, I've been screaming a bit for NNO. Hey, NNO fans! Yeah.
They're still here.
So yeah, we had to ride with the Flixbus, take some different routes, but it was worth the ride. Hell of an evening, yeah.
It's been incredible so far. I can totally agree with that. You also said that you started playing because of Faker, particularly?
I mean, who didn't, right? We all started playing with some friends, but then we saw some esports, we saw some Faker action, legendary role and all this stuff. His 3 times title now 4th, absolutely insane career, and he's just inspiration for all his League players, I think.
Did you hear that, guys? He's an inspiration. Do you guys agree? Okay. Absolutely love that. Coming to this event, though, for such a long travel, besides T1, you said you're supporting NNO. Has any team particularly stood out to you?
I mean, I have to just mention NNO again. NNO, absolute legends. I mean, all these people, we can't thank them enough for all they're doing for our, for the German league scene. And they're just absolutely incredible with their miracle runs and what they do for all of us. It's been a pleasure. And their performance today, I think they showed up. Really great game. So, yeah, let's give it one up for NNO again, hey?
You guys could be a little louder than that. Come on! Okay. Well, you're here supporting T1. So, any words to the T1 fans with us here today, or those watching at home?
We all know the 4th trophy was for Faker's teammates, right? I kind of hope the 5th one will be for Carrier's Lux skin.
Okay, any Lux enjoyers? Okay, yeah, I think people agree with you. They want the Lux skin. Anything you want to say before we close this one out?
I mean, I just hope we can raise the energy again for the last 2 games. No, it's been bangers, but let's keep it up, crowd. Hey, let's keep it up.
Get some Red Bull because these bangers are going to be on their way. Thank you so much. We're going to be heading back to the desk. See you guys.
Thank you, Jeannie. Amazing. I love that she's like, anything else? Another team? Nah, NNO for life. Like, what? That's the way it should be. You don't waver. I hate those people that are like, they support a team and then that team is out and then all of a sudden they're
oh, yeah, NNO was that team. I don't know about it.
Yeah, exactly. No, cool. We are filling the time just a little bit, so we'll see where we go. But it's a good point. People have been traveling a lot. A lot of issues with Deutsche Bahn this week specifically.
Oh, God, I was sweating. I had to come all
the
way
way
from Cologne. I was like, listen up. If I have to walk all the way from Cologne to Berlin, I will do it because I'm not missing this.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pandemonium. And then, of course, the buses. I assume a fair bit of people have come from France with the bus as well. So kudos to that. And it is quite a long day, not just for us, but also everyone here. So they're hanging in there. Good thing it's a Red Bull event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I am always happy about that. They're the first one to actually kickstart my career as well back in Denmark. So the fact that I can do it here internationally as well, together with all these Red Bull well, at least one to keep it going. That's all I need, baby.
It's amazing. It's really cool that it's been set up. I said it at the top of the show as well, but at this rate, that's been 10 hours ago. The fact that we have such an event, I always think it's cool because I'm always left wanting after Worlds, because Worlds is so incredibly big and impactful, and then it's over, and every League fan is like, well, what now? It's going to take 3 months to get back to this, and a kind of celebration of our community, and not just the international community, but also respective regional communities is really dope.
Oh, absolutely. What are you doing during the holidays? Well, you were relaxing as well. Were you traveling?
What do you mean?
Like, were you traveling after Worlds? Or did
After
you have
Worlds?
time?
No. I just went home.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
well, that's
I
nice
crashed.
too.
That was
Really?
nice.
Don't we all after a year of esports? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
definitely. Worlds was so incredible. But of course, we had to come back to do this event, indeed. And also, I apologize for the delay. And actually, it's been okay, you know? It's patch 13.24. I expected there to be a little bit more adjustment, but for us to have only this situation is fine.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And you know, there's been times where it's been worse, so we can hang in there. I remember back
Are
in
we jinxing it?
You're the queen of that, not me. So can I talk about? I remember 2015 quarterfinals as well, specifically with Rain over playing for Fnatic back then. There was a Gragas bug with the queue where it just suddenly did not work. I was sitting in the audience back then. You were probably working the event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
I was always there. They can't get rid of me.
Yeah, you just had your 10-year anniversary as well. But I remember that was an hour where you just sat there, just waiting for that bug to be resolved, only for the game to be.
Where is Ender when you need him?
I know. I was thinking, what do I do? My head just went. Do we play charades? I don't know.
Is he here, by the way? Is Ender here? You tried to get him a ticket.
I did, but I never got an update.
Oh.
Shout out to Ender though.
Who knows?
Miss you, man.
Maybe. We'll see indeed. All right, what do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, do you just make this a podcast?
Sure.
We could.
But you had to make it interesting.
Okay, do you have an interesting topic?
What is your favorite League of Legends team?
Wow. Okay, now we're diving into the real interesting thing here. Well, being an unbiased analyst, of course. LNG. LNG all the way. Since I started in LPL, LNG, and it's for a random reason. They had a top laner called Mikuya. I just thought that was a random ass name, and I started supporting that team.
Sounds
And just
so cool,
it does good. And they only subbed him in when he needed to play Nah, and then Ale came in afterwards. he was subbed out after ceasing as well. But you know, he made my heart burn for them. So yeah,
but wouldn't that be
LNG
too predictable?
all the way.
It's like you sub the dude in because he's playing Nah.
It always worked.
And then they
it
ban Nah.
always worked. You think it didn't work? It worked.
But like, why would you not ban Nah?
It worked. Don't ask me about logic. It worked.
Mind games. Is yours SK?
Yeah, it's how did you know?
Yeah.
It's SK Gaming.
Yeah, surprise.
We're winning everything next year, so.
Do you have a team?
I have many teams. I'm what they call in Dutch like a success supporter. I just support the team.
That sounded like your surname.
Doing the best internationally. They get my support.
Okay.
So right now, nobody.
That is fair. Yeah, but are you then the type of guy that you just said earlier, where if the team gets knocked out, you're saying they're not there?
No.
Okay.
I will always unequivocally support the European teams at international tournaments, even if they get their asses handed to them, which unfortunately has happened more than recent. I see Zola is coming back. Let's see. Maybe we can get him to join the desk or to join Lord.
To join the
interview.
podcast.
He's just there chilling right now.
I think we have one more mic, so we can.
We do. Hey, Zola.
Let's see. He can't hear us, I don't think.
No, he's busy talking with Law.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
Let's see. So a bit annoying also, I think, for T1 because it's already quite a long day. And I know we say, yeah, they do this all the time, but it's kind of a different environment. You know, you're with all the fans, you have a quick turnaround, you're trying to make it work, you probably have sponsor obligations here and there, and you have to play, and now you were ready to get this next game going, and you're just sitting there.
I wonder if you can play some custom games.
Let's move aside jet lag, the fact they traveled like, 2 days ago and just arrived in Berlin. And
Do you think they fly business class?
That's a good question. I would if I was T1. I would absolutely. If I was T1, you think I ever fly something that's not business class? Hell no.
I don't know. We should ask them.
Also, like straight after the World Championship, you have to fly somewhere where you're going to be jet lagged. Of course, you want to be as comfortable as possible when you're in transit.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're playing Arena up there. I saw the G2 players back.
Oh, yeah? Is that what
they were just playing Arena. That's how they got prepared for today.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Some play TFT. Do you guys play TFT?
Yeah, I actually play more TFT than League of Legends usually because I can just lay on the couch and play it on my phone.
TFT's like my
But I haven't
travel
played the
game.
last set actually. Shout out to the TFT event that's going on in Vegas, by the way.
Yeah.
Looked amazing.
Real sick.
Really fun. Let's see. Production, are they ready with Zola already? Because, nope.
Nope.
Okay, never mind. Oh, we are? Oh, actually, we're just ready for our next team introduction. Let's go.
All right. How we doing, Berlin? We ready for this next one? Yeah? Oh. Every time I say something like that, everything sparkles and comes to life. It's amazing. Right, our next team. Precision, aggression, mechanical prowess. They have tons of thrills in their locker. But will they manage to discombobulate, great word, discombobulate our reigning world champions T1? Are you ready to meet the next team? I need more from you, Berlin. Are you ready? Then please give them a warm welcome to Team Heretics.
This is the first time we will compete with this lineup, and T1 is the perfect opponent for us.
Heretics are in the house. Show them some love. Joining me here on stage here right now is Jankos, everyone, make some noise! Dzień dobry, Jankos. Good to see you. Well, it's great to have you. This must be an incredible experience for you and Team Heretics. How are you finding being here in Berlin with all these amazing people?
Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. It is super exciting. The arena is full, and we can't wait to play already.
We've seen you've reunited your team together, like so Wunder and Perks. You guys, I mean, it must feel fantastic as well, competing here together with a team. I mean, how are they feeling amongst themselves? How are you guys feeling?
I think we are playing pretty good. Maybe we are a little bit washed because it's been a couple of years, but we'll see. We'll see.
I must ask you as well. I mean, you are a streamer. You're very popular. Everyone loves a bit of Jankos, right? Everyone loves Jankos. Do you find as well when the energy in the room is electric? Does it galvanize you guys, inspire you, make you feel stronger, better out there?
Definitely, and I think it's honestly one of the best arenas I've played in. I think the stage is insane. I think the crowd, we have full arena. It's crazy.
You heard it. Now, T1, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. How do you guys go about taking on T1 today? What, are you coming into this? Are you using, I think it was KC under the same champion restrictions to play that same way. Are you going to do the same thing as well?
Well, we are not playing under restrictions, and we are the team to beat them as they have the biggest handicap against us. I think they cannot play half of the champions right now. So as much as they are very talented and they can kind of play everything, I think we can take it.
Okay. Do you think Team Heretics can defeat T1? Finally, any words you want to say on behalf of Team Heretics to the fantastic crowd here in Berlin and watching at home?
I mean, thank you very much for supporting us. I think big shout out to Red Bull for making all this happen, and let me just play.
Go and play, go and do it one more time. Give it up for Jankos and Heretics, everyone! All right, will it happen? Honestly, you look amazing. You guys look amazing. Everything comes to life. It's absolutely unbelievable. For now, though, it is time for T1 versus Heretics. Shocks, I cannot wait for this one.
Me neither, Adam. So we'll be counting down to the draft here. Hopefully it won't be too far away. Heard Janko say it there. I just want to play.
And so do I. I just want them to play as well. I feel like it's been a long time coming here. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. We even see some ball buffs coming through as well. I've seen them trying to get Wunder up the hype train as well. Not really been making it work just yet. But I'm curious to see how that's really going to impact that gameplay today.
Yeah, we'll see indeed for the side of Jankos. We said it already. I see a lot always on social media about like that we aren't like singing his praises enough, right? But I think we do, and he absolutely deserves it. And this would be a great opportunity for him to style on T1.
I feel like there's also a difference between singing someone's praises when they're making the flashy plays and when they're being that pillar that the team relies on, and they make the quiet plays behind the team, being the leader, being the shot caller, creating everything. Exactly. But like if you think about Faker's history as well, he started off as the guy who made the flashy plays, and now he still does make some of them, but he has become the pillar of the team that will lead them to victory, and that sometimes looks less flashy, but not less important.
Honestly, also just unlucky year when Mickey was just smurfing his ass off. You know, like had Mickey not done that, it would have been Jankos as MVP for sure. But now going into the bans as well, there's that Orianna we were talking about, and since T1's that red side, that means that they don't want it to be first pick. They know how scary it is. They don't know have a lot of counters ready for it. You can't pick the Syndra either. Yone out of the way too, and they still have to go for that red side Nico. So all the options available for them, and I wonder how tryhard they're going to be with the picks they're going to come through with.
Hell nah. Okay, cool. Whenever I see a Maokai hover it there, I'm like, this is not the time to play Maokai. Wunder flashing the ultimate weapon in his hands, which is the Gragas, of course. You talked about it all the time. You call it a weak side. I call it whenever people think he's weak side, he kills them both underneath the tower, you know? Ooh.
I was scared we're going to get Jankos and Sejuani duty. I was like, okay, we're picking Maokai for him, we're picking the Sejuani. No, that's not happening.
Maybe Jankos listen.
I mean, it could be a top lane or mid lane actually still, but we're hoping it's not. And the fact that
Fun
a
is over.
Khan bot lane has
Fun is
been
over.
open throughout the entire day is also crazy.
No way that didn't, like not even one of these got played already?
There's still lots of opportunities ready for counter. We've seen some Lissandra. Leona can be good for lane too. There's something that can engage with it here. Nautilus, kind of awkward into the side, but still something Kaiser was to go for. And there is that Yasuo. I was talking with Perks in the cafeteria, you know, who's busting it out. I'm hoping we get to see the Gragas do full wombo combo to make it work.
Oh, let's do it. Yasuo, of course, the callback to better days for Europe when, of course, Perks was playing it versus
Take us
T1.
back.
He's trying to channel it. I see it. I see you.
Yeah, Perks, of course, hoping he can do the same thing. Kaiser as well with a bar too, trying to get that priority early, see if they can make some roaming happen. We saw how Mickey did it in some of the Worlds games too. Didn't win that game, but it had a really good performance.
I was expecting something like a Nautilus here, you know, like a guaranteed knock-up for your Yasuo later on in the game. He's doing really good into the Rakan as well, but I feel for the other side, Rakan was played, but of course it wasn't in that one game that T1 was included, so now they're allowed to pick it up. But seeing both Keria and Gumayusi default into something that is heavily meta.
Oh, come on, lock it in, that's what I'm talking about!
Game 3, finals at Worlds. Faker pulls out Akali and shows the world how this champion's played.
Getting spoiled right here.
Does that
Yasuo
count as like
versus an Akali.
Katarina-ish? Like, do I win?
No, you don't.
All right,
Put it back on the shelf. It's not happening.
All right.
Okay, this is Yasuo cold-blooded against an Akali, and it's going to be amazing. I can already feel it. Going into the bans
Maybe.
now. I love that those maybes you throw out there. Is it a Lee Sin jungle? Maybe. Is it
No,
the
but I
Warcraft
think for the Yasuo particularly, right?
Oh, it's actually true. Could
Yeah.
go down in the bot lane. We did see all G2 competitions, even when Flacket would on the roster, who could be the best Yasuo.
open.
So yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just saying. You want
Okay,
us?
you win this one.
All right, what up? A couple of more champions getting banned out. We have to remember, on top of everything, T1 can't pick. Of course, there's also 5 bans that get thrown their way by the side of Heretics as well. So to make everything extra interesting, we're going to see, or I'm looking specifically at that bot lane as well. We're going to see if it's going to come down to an R5 counter pick, perhaps coming out for Zeus as well. Who knows?
I'm looking at Owner's pool. It's been heavily pinched right now. His Lee Sin has been taken away. Of course, he played it as well, so it was banned. Things like Viego and Poppy that are really good into the Lee Sin have also been taken away. So I'm looking, like, I don't want to see any of the Maokai Sejuani shenanigans right here at all. For Owner, Wukong makes a fantastic
I mean,
pairing
and it's so
with
good
Akali.
too. Like, why do we do this with all the champions they can't play? It literally doesn't
matter.
Are we just going to bust out a Poppy, keep those flexes going, see if we can stop some of the damage coming through? So far, though, there's not too much AP damage as well. Flacket in the past was not necessarily a one-trick pony, but he did bust out the things like a Seraphine as well, or Essex could come through in the bottom lane. With mid lane pick still being hovered, does keep that flex open. You were talking about Shocks, and I bow down to you. I apologize, and there you have it.
It's okay. It also brings memories back that LeBlanc also, you know, Perks, RNG, game 5. Oh, God, I'm old. Anyways, Gnar. are locked in there for Wonder. Maybe, no, probably, let's say that. And let's see what Zeus has in answer.
That is his anticipated matchup. Zeus kept saying, I don't care what team he's in, whatever team Wonder's playing in, I want to play him. He's R5, he does have the counter pick. Nari is usually something like you could pick Aurelia straight into it. It's going to be the Lucian. He played Vayne earlier on, so he has showed his mechanical skill on the AD carries, and this time it's going to be the Lucian piloted in the top side.
This is the third range top laner we see coming out from Zeus. I still find it quite dirty, but nonetheless, it is a very favorable champion to be picked into the Gnar, of course, especially when the laning phase is so weak. But if Gnar does survive the laning phase, you hit level 6, your jungler comes up there, there's a big avenue to actually shut down the Lucian. It's very reliant on becoming a bit snowbally.
It is, but Wukong, on the other hand, is so strong. The setup is there, the Xayah Rakan, it's scary, guys.
I love how throughout the entire tournament, T1 have had so much playmaking potential in every single lane. Yes, we're saying that they're having fun, but they're playing very structured. They know how to play their matchups, especially when they're having these more aggressive picks and they play them to their limits. We did see Zeus solo kill over and over again. He was Tolkien on the Camille. So right here on Lucian, he could do the same.
Let's see what happens. Drakus and Vetty, do you believe in Heretics?
How could I not believe in Heretics?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Unequivocal 1,000,000% faith. The classic Yasuo bot lane. What is there to doubt?
It is concerning that with 8 bans in every role, by the time we entered this draft, that T1 basically drafted a world's comp outside of the Lucian top.
Yeah.
But here we are.
We also thought it was pretty funny that top lane still just keeps picking away Guma's champ.
Yeah, poor Guma. He's got like 12 bans.
He's just like, I will play AD carries now. It's fine.
This just keeps taking them away. Well, as long as they can find a win here, it will not matter.
A bit of a historic matchup, of course. Wonder, Jankos, and Perks were part of the G2 roster that did take down T1 back in the day, back in 2019. This is the roster that we casters love to talk about all the time.
It's all we have, really.
It's all we've got.
It's all we've got.
This is our moment. This is everything that our careers have been building towards. And we agree, right, that if Team Heretics or G2 win this game, that they're world champions?
I think so.
Yeah.
We learned 2 things if G2 win. We learned 1 thing if T2. I mean, they're just the best team in the world, right?
Yeah, that's number 1, yeah.
With 40 extra bans.
Yeah.
Sorry, caveat, asterisk with 40 extra bans.
Well, I mean, they got a world's comp, man. Look at T1.
Sure.
Wukong.
It's not my fault that no one picked, Xayah or Rakan earlier versus T1.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Kind of surprising, but...
I mean, they've got a really strong bot side. That's the easiest thing to say, with Wukong, Rakan, Xayah. This is a bot lane 2 versus 2 that gives you a lot of agency, a lot of playmaking potential, especially against the melee champion in the form of Yasuo. Top lane also has room for potential outplay, but this could be a very volatile lane. If the Gnar or the Lucian loses their flash, there is some very serious consequences that come as a result of that.
Yep.
But we'll have to wait and see where these teams put their focus. Jankos choosing to start on the bot side of the map, Ona looking to mirror. We shall see if they go for a bit of a clash towards that top scuttle.
And have to see if Ona's just going to spend all of his time topside, as he has, in the 2 other ranged matchups that Zeus played earlier in the day. He just lived up there. It was only in the Volibear game where he finally gave him some space alone to 1v1 up against Cabo. Faker getting poked out early on, no surprises there in this matchup. We have to see what the bot lane does, though, because I feel like the Yasuo was probably always a flex, but I do feel like Perks was like, listen, Flackett, you got to take one for the team, brother.
I mean, I remember Flackett actually, back when he was on G2, he was playing a bunch of Yasuo as well. I feel like that it's just a staple that if you join G2, you need to be able to play Yasuo. Wouldn't surprise me if Jankos could also play some Yasuo. But yeah, I don't fully agree that the Yasuo Bard is a lane that I love. It
does some things.
It does some things.
Not a lot of them are particularly synergistic.
Yeah, I mean, the Yasuo Gragas was the bot lane we were very used to.
Yeah. Or jungle mid combo. They had the option.
Or jungle mid combo, also a valid option for sure.
Right now, the only reliable knockup you have for Yasuo is the Lee Sin kick. You can get it with Gnar, but again, not nearly as reliable. Lee Sin just gives you the freedom to point and click. So see if they can leverage that to their advantage early on. No surprise to see them get pushed in on the bottom side. Flackett and Kaiser can't do a lot to fight back at this stage.
Well, no surprise to see Perks with this level of pressure. I do expect to see full AP LeBlanc come out in this mid lane matchup. So far, Perks has been doing a great job in the 1 versus 1. Obviously, for those long-term Perks fans, you'll know that this is one of his favorite champions, one of his most successful throughout his career as well. But Faker, no stranger to Akali. We saw throughout the World Championship how proficient he was at this champion. as we are jumping into a quick pause. Once we have a resolve, we will jump straight back into game. But yeah, a lot of tension. I feel like the aura is different with this game for T1. You know, they obviously pay a lot of respects to the opponents they have across the other side of the rift.
Yep.
We'll see if they can be as dominant as they have been so far throughout the day. This is their 4th game of the day, and so far they're 3-0 in this theoretical best of 5.
Yeah, and the formula has basically been the same. There will be some kill trading early on, but T1 will just consistently pull ahead in the gold, whether it's through farm, whether it's through more advantageous kills, tower plates. They've been building pretty sizable advantages as early as 5 minutes into the game. Let's see if Heretics can give them a bit more contest here early on. But right now, Wonder suffering on the top side matchup. Piercing Light just hitting through those minions. Expect him to kind of suffer here for a little while. Gnar obviously just a relatively safe blind pick, but this matchup can be incredibly punishing.
Oh, nice. Very nice trade there from Perks. In his ideal world, he wants to just bully the Sakali out as much as possible, force an awkward base. Bit of a skirmish towards the top side. The problem for Jankos is that he doesn't have push in his top lane. Oner playing around that pressure that he gets from the Lucian. Kaiser's now made his way mids.
Portal through. Q. Ooh. Angle was almost good. Faker going back in. Jankos is here too.
But no mana on Perks. He doesn't have the kill threat. Faker just going to take that Ignite and walk it off. We'll be able to sustain slowly but surely thanks to the fleet footwork and the Doran shield.
Yep.
But he's doing a good job. Like, in terms of the war of attrition, he's managing well.
He did very well. Looks like Perks probably got a biscuit at 4 minutes and immediately popped it based on the little spike up there in the mana pool, but it's going to be a little bit tricky if he sticks around in this lane for too long as he's He does have the TP though, can just return to lane and try to keep that pressure up. Akali, of course, fun champion. Doran shield, fleet footwork, probably some second wind. Hanging out, living through everything. We were talking about it during rehearsals yesterday. Just such a frustrating champion to lane against with that defensive utility.
I mean, Perks is doing a good job though. He's built that small CS lead, and the advantage of LeBlanc is in a side lane. You can actually match up against the Akali. It's a very difficult lane for the Akali to really kill, even if you can get some nice trades. And there's a lot of skill expression between the 1v1, which is always what you want to see when you have two very historic mid laners going up against each other. Credit to Flackhead as well. We have seen a bit of a roam from Kaiser, but he's doing a good job in the farm department, not too far behind. Their only real deficit is on the top side of the map, but we know that Lucian is a bit of an old school counter to this Gnar, and Zeus demonstrating why.
Yeah, see how soon Wonder can get back. Maybe pick up some early tappies, make the lane a little bit easier for himself, but Zeus 44 CS already is going to be getting some pretty early item spikes. Level 6 there. Can't just coal him down. Wonder, though, luckily has the hop, able to jump over the minions. But it's looking very similar to all of the other Zeus has a ranged champion lane phases, which is he's bullying.
Oh, he's going to get dived. Wonder, you can see the Lee Sin on the way. Perks use the TP, so he can't come to help.
Wonder.
Here's Jankos.
The last light of hope. Still there as Jankos is in the area. Jankos committing onto Oner. Zeus standing in the area, but Oner just flashing back. Good heads-up play just to get out to safety. Flashing over the wall into the river surely still would have resulted into his death, but back into the arms of Zeus keeps him safe.
Yeah, I mean, very well played from Oner. The fact that Wonder was able to buy enough time for his jungler to arrive. Tower shot going to be taken. Faker getting low here.
Also, Faker hard read on the Perks snapback on the distortion. Does manage to connect the E, but Perks still winning out on the trade is big. Flacked. Looking for the knockup, looking for the angle, dashing in, keeping this one going. Guma, the pullback, Flacked flashes away from it. Flacked, the knockup is there! First blood, baby!
This bot lane, I underestimated. Flacked and Kaiser, 2v2 kill, Gumayushi and Keria. Definitely caught me by surprise there. Really nice punish. Does cost them all their summoner spells, but the same can be said for T1's bot lane. The gold is now dead even. Let's look back at this. Knockup is going to come through from Carrier soon. Oh, they actually rooted him underneath the tower, forcing an early flash out from Guma. And then the Carrier knockup gets sidestepped as well. So now, with the exhaust, T1 really don't have anything left. He just flashes out the way from the feather root. Nice knockup from the Q3. And Flacked gets himself first blood. Very well played by the Team Heretics bottom lane.
Getting Carrier's flash as well is pretty big there, especially because level 6 right around the corner. You're able to land another binding. It could be a pretty easy kill. Kaiser has Ignite available too. Level 6 for Guma, though, will obviously offer him a lot of safety. But really hard to win the all-ins against this Yasuo unless he really kind of wastes that wind wall or throws it away.
And this is an exciting time. given T1's dominance, reigning world champions, to be able to get a 2v2 kill like that, gonna immediately raise your morale.
Yeah.
Perks has been doing well in the 1v1. Faker, though, doing a decent job himself, keeping the CS relatively close. Top lane is where we see the biggest discrepancy with Zeus, building a massive CS advantage, getting closer to that first major item.
Kaiser taking the bad end of that trade there, but starting to throw back just a few extra autos. Jankos is here. Knockup could be there. Guma already level 6, so they might have to prioritize Keria. It'll be hard to lock down that Rakan.
I do think the Jankos could look for a few plays around mids. LeBlanc plus Lee Sin is a devastating mid-jungle combo. But so far, he hasn't really hovered around there.
Portal through. Q3 ready to go. If he manages to kick, they can instantly combo. Feathers can fly, but he just doesn't have the time. Perfectly layered CC.
They make it look easy. Flash from Jankos into the ultimate. And there is no opportunity for Gumayusi to use his ultimate. Gumayusi now at 0 and 2. And Heretics have actually been able to get themselves a very small gold lead. Kaiser now looking for Faker. Won't find him though.
And that's pretty massive. If they can keep pressure on the bottom side, it frees Jankos up to start to contest a little bit more, to pay more attention to the mid lane. You can see it already means that Kaiser gets to show up here in mid as well. And does mean that as strong as Zeus is on the top side, there's now pressure for him to grow this lead further. Owner's here too. They know this is the weak point right now for Team Heretics. Wonder's probably dead.
They're trying to, yeah, with the Herald as well. He's not going to have many avenues of escape. He knows that Jankos is on the bot side of the map.
He can die to the Beyblade or the double pistols. Oh, gonna sidestep the double pistols. The Beyblade won't even be necessary. His owner just barely able to walk away, but that is Herald crashing in on the top side. His Perks and Faker. Going toe-to-toe. Flash in from Kaiser, not quite able to connect on the Q to find the stun, but here comes Jankos. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, quick kill pickup.
Faker doesn't bother flashing. He doesn't think that it's worth it. And that means that another kill goes over to Heretics. The gold still sits in the lead for T1 because of the pressure that they're putting top lane.
But only slightly.
But only slightly.
This is the best early game we've seen from any of the teams competing thus far. Blackhead not quite able to sidestep there, but does get the wind wall out in time just to make sure the trade isn't too disadvantageous.
I mean, Zeus is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But for the time being, the bot side of the map is looking very good for Heretics. Kaiser flashes in, tries to use the minion to root up Faker, doesn't quite connect it. The Ignite does reveal him. Jankos then applies the slow with the smite. Faker says that the flash isn't worth it. Doesn't have the E, doesn't really have any other way to get out, so doesn't bother taking the gamble. Instead, will hold on to his flash for now.
Yep, accept death there so you can maybe get away from the next play that happens around the mid lane, or make a play of your own. Faker, Sork Shoes, Hextech Alternator, decent burst damage, but Kaiser lives here.
On the roam again, yeah, we haven't really seen Keria get out onto the map much this game. It's all been about Kaiser using this Bard to roam around, putting consistent pressure onto Faker.
Yeah. Credit to Guma as well, despite the scoreline being in favor of Flackhead. Guma pretty solidly ahead in terms of CS. Keria on the way down, however. Flackhead maybe forced to use the wind wall here, blocking the double daggers.
Nice trade from Gumayusi though, pushing Flackhead back. He's going to be forced to base now. We can see Jankos hovering around the top side of the map, but I believe that T1 is aware of his presence. Yeah, that ward is sitting there. Is that a control ward? It is being pinged right now.
Perks. Ooh, he's debating. Does spot Faker there.
Jankos going to get level 8, look to reset. But a surprisingly slow game so far.
It's
I imagine
2-0-0.
the team fights are going to be explosive. Dragon not for another 3 minutes. Herald not spawning for a while as well.
Very good back for Jankos though. 11-minute Gore Drinker. Definitely going to feel good. Will he do the owner strategy and accept every Q as a challenge?
It's a great question.
I feel like this is a pretty, we look at the draft, we look at the play thus far. It feels like a pretty disciplined Team Heretics.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like our games today have wandered between incredibly intense regional rivalries to show matches, and now this one is feeling like
the gloves are off.
The gloves are off. Pretty real deal BO1 here.
T1 really showing their respect to Heretics. As we mentioned, a lot of very veteran players. I mean, even Flackhead and Kaiser at this point, they are no rookies by any means. Both title holders.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a roster of champions domestically. I think we saw that as well in the ban approach and the pick approach. I think T1 overall are pretty content with their draft. And we'll see how the team fights play out, because that is where T1 can be terrifying.
Jankos now looking for the lineup here, trying to take Zeus out. Wonder can go Mega. Zeus dogs back. Kaiser going to grab the kill. Solid kill on the top side. Stops that tier 1 tower from going down.
They keep making this play work, using the Bard channel to find a flank and then collapse. Now Flacken in danger.
Dash is back into the speed up, is forced to use the exhaust here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Perks and Faker going toe-to-toe. Faker knowing that he has the isolated 1v1. He's seen everybody on the map, but now Jankos is in the area. Perks leaping in again. Faker, 5-point strike. Not quite enough damage to finish the kill. But bot side has to concede so much. So many resources burned. Top Flacken finding the 2-man knockup. Or rather, the 2-monkey knockup. It's just the copy and owner.
TP's committed from both top laners. Wonder now here to assist the rest of the team, but T1 going to disengage. They don't want to take the fight. They have been getting plates, both in top and bot. This has really been the story of the day. T1 are so good at finding these early plates that they will hold on to the gold lead, even though they are down 4-1 in kills.
Yeah, and as much as getting that kill on the top side feels good to, you know, take Zeus down a peg to give a bit more space for Wonder to play the game, it costs you a couple of plates on the bottom side. Ultimately even in gold at best, but potentially losing out on some other opportunities. First getting chunked out here, pretty difficult. 38 seconds till Cloud will be up. Perks no TP, so may not get the opportunity to back before that objective.
Faker doing a great job in these later laning trades now. Once Akali gets those boots, and not only did he see a Merc treads, but choosing to go for more damage from Faker's side. Along with the Hextech Alternator, you really have a lot of trading power on the Akali, and Faker really taking full advantage of that. Starting to bully Perks out of the lane, catching up in farm.
Yeah, I feel like kind of knows the pressure is on Perks to try to build a greater advantage. Akali going to be a tough threat to deal with. Of course, while you don't have you know, a traditional AD carry, Kaiser's going to be very vulnerable if Faker ever gets on top of him. Blackhead has to be careful as well. So much he also has strength, of course, is how slippery he is and the ability for Windwall to mitigate a lot of threat. But once you get on top of him, if he's not ahead, all can fall apart pretty quickly. Faker level 11, eyes in the pit. Knows that this is happening. They're just going to try to burst it down. Yanko's going to take that one. Leaps in, gets the portal out, and again, clean play from the side of Team Heretics. Yes, T1 are pulling ahead in gold, but 2 Drakes, the side of Heretics at least, to feel a little bit better.
Nice use of the ward there. I wonder if he was worried about Ona getting a knock-up with the ultimate, trapping him in the pit. But regardless, he does get away to safety. Tier 1 see this as a window to go and secure themselves the Herald. This could unlock the mid Tier 1. Tier 1 Siege, I mean, they do have 280 carries, but you have to bear in mind that relatively short range. Against a LeBlanc, it can be pretty dangerous. Still, I don't think that Siege is the worst, but with a Herald, they could easily break open this mid Tier 1 and unlock the map more, allowing them more access into the enemy jungle.
Yep. And, you know, Owner's going to get very scary if he's allowed all that access to the enemy jungle into the fog of war. Makes it so much harder for Team Heretics to play the game.
But T1 just playing the map very well. They've rebuilt a 2k gold lead off the back of taking that top Tier 1. They've pretty much crippled the bot Tier 1. Mid is also very low.
Owner has not randomly walked into 4 champions in the enemy topside jungle.
That's very
out of character for how he's played the day thus far.
Yeah, he's definitely respecting Heretics a lot more than he has his other opponents throughout the day. Now contesting that crab. You'll notice that T1 definitely have a numbers advantage top lane.
Magical Journey going to take him out of safety, but you can see Zeus is starting to hurt.
Bit of hesitancy from Tier 1 to actually start this one off, but Ona will now begin it. As Jankos cross map, stealing away the Gromp on the other side. Faker is a little bit concerned about who could be here. He knows that he's the weak side. Perks trying to pressure on this tower. All right, Herald unlocked for T1. Can Heretics trade it for a tower? I don't know if they can. First item completed for Faker. He may very well go for a fight here.
Nice. Knockup not going to connect on the carrier. Perks poking a little bit. Kaiser flash forward. That was sick from the Bard. Owner now on the run. He's trying to turn this play back. Perks getting lower and lower. Locked to the Iron Solari there just in time. Tower taken out of the equation, but the TP now coming in. Remember, Faker going back with a big pocket full of money, so gonna have some strong items here. Need to see Large Rod as well as the Proto Belt now, gonna make him that much harder to lock down and take out, that much more threatening to the back line. So it starts as a decent play in favor of Team Heretics, but T1 just gonna walk in, one-shot that tower. I feel pretty good about the exchange as Faker now getting aggressive here. Knock up. Nice dash back from Flack. It's just too good! They just can't hit him!
Faker nearly getting a kill onto Flackhead. And look at how quickly Tier 1 are snowballing this game. It was very even, but they've just played the lane pressure so well. All 3 outer towers now gone. Perks is trying to get something in the bot lane, but he's going to be a little slow to get this. The vision from Tier 1 is also incredibly deep. And it's crazy to see how well T1 have kind of transitioned from this early to mid game. and now they find themselves in a very powerful position.
Yeah. You see Perks immediately backing off there. He knows Faker doesn't have ultimate. He did use it in the mid lane against Flakked, but doesn't want to risk anything, doesn't want to overstay. Not entirely sure where the rest of T1 are. Now can see everybody but Guma, however, so maybe feeling a bit more confident as he's stuck around on the bottom side of the map. Flakked, 1 item completed, slowly working towards what I assume will be a BT, but we'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see what direction he chooses to go. Items continuing to be completed on both sides. But it feels like the T1 just have so much more control of the map right now. Their line assignments continue to be good. You can see Akali with the advantage in mid. Zeus holding on to his advantage top, a 40 CS discrepancy now building between the two AD carries.
And I think this is the struggle of a champion like Yasuo bot lane. As much as Kaiser and Flakked have had a fantastic game thus far, Kaiser especially, at the end of the day, as we get later and later in the game, what are you going to prefer to have on your team comp, you know?
Well, they've got 2 AD carries and you've got none.
Yeah, well, you got a 1.5 item Xayah versus a 1.5 item Yasuo, and I think that...
Yeah, that range is going to be interesting for sure. These fights, I don't think they're that easy for Heretics to play. Maybe I'm wrong, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, it's T1 that hold on to that pressure. 3K, 4K is the goal lead, give or take. Dragon being style, looks like Heretics aren't even going to try and contest this.
Ooh, Perks. Tempted to walk in, just barely misses Owner on that one. Owner will now know that he's in the area, can hold on to the smite. Use it to the last second just to make sure LeBlanc has no steal potential as Faker just continues to threaten every time Rocket Belt is up and available. But the top side for Heretics seems to be the counterplay here. Want to get just a little bit of something done. T1 now looking to respond, however, just allow that Herald to crash in the mid lane, get a bit of damage on the tier 2, and instead punish Team Heretics for overextending. Flakked needs to get the hell out. Jankos could leap to him in a brief moment. Kick back onto 2. Flakked obviously not going to ult on that one as the Herald charge is denied mid lane by Kaiser.
The camps are going to be stolen by T1. They're getting good control around the Baron. I don't know if they... I mean, they could use it to force a fight early. They must feel very strong right now. 2 item spikes secured for Zeus.
Ooh, Perks immediately forced to double dash. He now has to dash back to the previous distortion mark as Faker does use the ultimate. R2 on the perfect execution available. Faker will make it out to safety. Shuriken flip used as well. He's out of cooldowns, but he has tons of energy and he wants to go right back in. Shroud down, Flakked. Wind wall comes through, immediately trying to lock up Guma. Do they have the damage to burn him down? No, this time around the feathers will fly. Guma has not pulled them back yet. Team Heretics have to be careful about stepping forward. They'll be okay for now. Owner just continuing to posture, but T1 pushing Heretics back, getting a lot of relevant abilities out.
I mean, T1 play right at the edge. I like that knock-up engage from Flakked, but he's the one that's forced to flash away to safety. Faker also losing his flash in the exchange, but no one loses their life. The Baron is still up, of course. Unlikely to be the next major objective with Dragon spawning in about 3.5 minutes. Both these teams likely just to continue their farm, slowly scale up, complete those extra items. Perks, though, he knows where Zeus is.
I don't feel good about this.
Yeah, he's 1v1, no shot.
There you go, there's the TP. Dash in, just land a chain. Or buy a bit of time as Kaiser steps forward, hits the stun. Hard reads this man like his name is Dr. Seuss, just lands it on the dash.
Very nicely done there from Kaiser. Now the rest of T1 are looking to try and punish. Wonder has his eyes on the turret. Flash from Owner.
Knock up Perks. There's really just nowhere to go. He can dash back. Maybe he can get tricky with the clone, but he throws the chain out. Owner will know it's the real one to get the job done there. As Wonder now needs to run. Mega Gnar, not the preferred form for running away, but the Blast Cone is there to take him out to safety. Wonder debating.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall. Team Heretics do secure themselves the tower. But just like a very slow, methodical back and forth game between the two teams. We talked about how the tone has shifted, and you can definitely feel it.
Yeah.
T1 being a lot more calculated as the Baron will now begin. There is a TP available for Perks, but it's 10 seconds away.
Zeus being in, they can burn through this Baron incredibly quickly. Kaiser has the ultimate up and available today. Well, right now, gonna buy a bit more time, slow the Baron down just a little bit. Flakked waiting off to the side. What's the angle here? 4K getting lower. Faker immediately into the backline. Jankos with a kickback, trying to lock up Zeus, but now it's Flakked in the midst of the entire team, dashing and trying to get his way out to safety, but he just gets shredded alive. Keria not even gonna go down. T1 disciplined on the Baron, grabbing the kills, taking the objective. Now looking to Cole Wonder out of the equation. Using the portal from Kaiser to get that much closer to the Team Heretics top laner. Faker should just finish this one off, a matter of time. Zeus will grab the kill. T1 getting the Baron and walking away.
I mean, disciplined is the right word for it. T1 with fantastic execution around that Baron. Just from start to finish, the moment that the engage came through from Team Heretics, T1 were quick to kind of isolate the engaged Flackhead, and the backup from Team Heretics really couldn't do anything. Like, watch how they'll kind of isolate Jankos here and they'll one-shot him before he can really do anything else. He gets a good kick, but the follow-up from the rest of the team just isn't there. Look, nice flash kick, follow-up, but he's now executed by Faker. Only now has Perks arrived. Kaiser and Wonder didn't even have his Mega Gnar. A disjointed fight that T1 is very quick to pounce on. They get themselves the Baron and they get themselves 3 kills.
And really for any team, even if it's not T1 that you're playing up against, if you don't pull the trigger, if you don't engage perfectly as Team Heretics, you do just get shredded. It's double 80 carries. See Akali, as the knockup comes through onto Flackhead, and he will just get instantly cut down. That's the stun into the wall, though. Wonder getting bigger and bigger. Mega Gnar on the way. The pushback there, but not going to connect on any real members of T1. Zeus getting kicked back as well. The Q going to connect. Jankos now going in, trying to finish the job, but Zeus is still standing. Carrier there to provide the shield. Another stun connecting from Kaiser. It's clean. Perks finding Zeus. Bigger now looking for the follow-up onto Perks. Can he find the right target? Kaiser getting lower and lower. One more 5-point strike. Not quite enough damage as T1 continue to step in. Wonder now backing away. Faker just looking to finish this kill. Wonder buying as much time as possible for the rest of the lineup. Faker taking another chunk of damage. Faker on a killing spree. Perks looking to finish this one. Times the distortion. Great. Hits it. Shut down. Brief glimmer of hope for the side of Team Heretics, but T1 taking so much of the base.
Okay, well, T1 playing with their food a little bit there. They looked for kills. They forewent the inhibitor in exchange for trying to go for these fights. That may very well cost them the Dragon. TP is available on Faker, but that's 30 seconds away. Gumayushi going to make his way back out onto the map. The question is, can Jankos get there in time? Well, the answer to that is yes, he is here. And here we go.
Owner does he really have the capacity to stay in the area at this stage. Taking a decent chunk of damage. Q is there, but it's only going to hit on the Wukong clone. Objective bounty available for Team Heretics if they can get this one. Huge damage onto Carrier. Kaiser just trying to zone off as best as he can. Flackhead just throwing out the Tornado, hoping to hit somebody. 2 members going golden. Do they want to go for the objective? It looks like the answer is yes. They're not looking to follow up here. Owner trying to follow up, but immediately they just go through the portal. A clean Steel Tempest from Flackhead to knock up 3 and ensure their escape. Zeus looking to finish the job with the calling. He will get it done. Team Heretics need to get the hell out. This is not their fight. 1 member already picked off. Perks trying to make the difference at the backside. 2-man knockup from Flackhead. It's big. Wonder needs to find the angle. He knocks 1 back into the wall, but it is only Owner. Faker on the backside. 1v1ing Jankos effortlessly. It is Perks and Wonder versus the world. Crunch coming out. Wonder jumping out to safety. Owner on the chase, though. Guma in the area. Carry on the way, too. Mininar going to give him a bit of a movement speed steroid. And zoom out for a brief moment, but Owner already has the clone ready. Just going to finish him off. T1 again taking the fight.
I mean, T1 may have spent a little too long chasing for kills because it's going to be difficult from this point to be able to siege. But you know what? T1, they know the position that they're in. They know that they're extremely far ahead, and they're going to be happy with their current state. Faker looking to secure that tier 2 in the bot lane. Level 16 on the Akali. 4-2 and 4 alongside his jungler, 4-0 and 5. Now, criticism thrown towards Owner earlier, but now that he is focused, he is on his game. Nice knock up there from Flacker to buy a little bit of time, but the TP comes in from Faker. A nice ultimate from Zeus. Kaiser doesn't have anywhere that he can go. Flacker gets completely torn to shreds by the mid-jungle duo of T1. A good ultimate from Flacker isn't quite enough. While Wonder does get a kill on the backside, it's T1 that end up cleaning up the fight.
And a big shutdown on the Owner.
Cast the curse.
Hey, there it is.
At its finest.
Praise him and he dies immediately.
Isolated from the rest of his team. It's all right, Owner. Your Lee Sin, your Wukong.
He does at least minimum 1 per game. He had the 1 in the Lee Sin game. He had 1 this game. He had like 7 in the Briar and Zac games combined. So, you know.
Still an incredible performance overall. He had some fantastic Lee Sin kicks earlier. And some of his engages on the Wukong have been stellar. Now, support or combat, Kaiser and Carrier both arguing over who has the better K name. The battle is yet to be decided. Dracos?
That's what they got on stage today and said, who has the better name?
13-11 is the kill score.
Yeah, it's surprisingly close in the kill department for how not close it is in the gold. Yeah.
Oh, fake a flash. Oh, okay, so Ono was mainly covering for his mid lane and then chooses to base in a water bush. You know what? He's not at fault for that. I mean, maybe you could argue that he shouldn't have backed in that bush, but that was less egregious than some of his earlier errors.
Maybe you could argue that was not the place that he should recall. Maybe.
Maybe.
But only maybe.
But I don't have the authority to...
I can't say.
Yeah, I can't say.
Was that the place you should have recalled? Who can say?
It's outside my area of expertise.
Yeah, not outside my jurisdiction,
yeah, exactly.
certainly.
Baron now 40 seconds. T1 already setting up. This will likely be our final battle. As T1 will look to try and close things out here unless Team Heretics can find a miracle fight that will swing this game around.
The good news if you are a Team Heretics fan, there's 2 items on perks. The bad news, and they're good items. 2.5 items. 2.5 items on Flat Kit. Bad news is there are 3 items on Guma, the 80 carry. There are 3 items on Zeus, the other 80 carry. 2.5 items on Wukong, who at this point, screw it, 80 carry. So, it's looking grim.
It certainly is. And here we are, Baron's gonna spawn in immediately. It's gonna get started up. Faker pushed out top wave, level 17 now.
TP
and this
in.
is gonna melt, here we go.
One final stand. Baron goes golden, Faker off to the side, immediate engage coming through, but Zeus can't quite get over the wall. The coin now coming out, the follow-up over the wall is massive. Feathers fly and are pulled right back. T1, they're obliterating Team Heretics. That was not close, that was not a fight, that was a slaughter. T1 taking their time, the feathers are pulled back. It is a massive ace.
I mean, the name of the ability is perfect execution, and that's exactly what that was. T1, 0 hesitation, flawlessly ace Team Heretics, and they're gonna look to end the game.
Yep. I'll say if this is Mortal Kombat, that's a brutality right there.
Oh yeah.
My man's missing his head. There's no coming back from that one. T1, it'll be a bit of a slow victory lap here as there's no one here to contest the Nexus, but a well-earned victory nonetheless. Team Heretics will not be able to find the edge. T1 remain undefeated on the day. And gotta say, optimistic about the Team Heretics lineup. Obviously some weird stuff going on, but Kaiser Bard looking kind of sick, a lot of stuff working. Ultimately T1, to the surprise of many, still looks like the better team. But for LEC fans out there, I think there's a lot to look forward to when you think about this Team Heretics lineup. All winners domestically in the LEC, and see what they can do and see what T1 can do as one final opponent stands ahead of them.
Yeah, an impressive performance throughout the day from T1, and they definitely took Heretics very seriously, and their execution was flawless and a joy to watch.
Certainly was. You know who else has flawless execution? Shox, who's standing by with an AD.
Thank you. I feel like it hasn't been as clean at times, but it hasn't been clean on the Rift either for some of the teams. Maybe for T1, super impressive throughout the whole day, and I think it becomes even more impressive when it is over the whole day. You could argue the level of competition, but I think, GP, in this one, Heretics definitely gave them a spicy early game, right?
It actually made it close. Like the fact that, okay, one bot lane gang that pulled off, alright, I'm believing. Second bot lane gang that's pulled off, okay, now we're talking, get me in, and then like, slowly but surely, you know, reality come creeping back, and we can't keep up with them, and it is T1, and they are world champions, and Heretics
Blah,
is the
blah,
new
blah,
team.
blah, blah,
But
blah,
whatever, we don't need those details.
No, but I'm not mad at it. I think it looked good.
Yeah.
I think Draco said it as well. It gives you a little bit of a glimpse of what to expect from Heretics, and I feel like it gave this like Jankos moments that we were all expecting to see.
It did. Also in the bot lane, our most electrifying moment, presented by Kia. Trouble, this was your choice. Flacket with the outplay.
I think Flacket's flash prediction right here was so sick. They sick area overextend, they insta-pop that exhaust onto Gumayusi, and Flacket is all in. And when the feathers are pulled from Gumayusi, Flacket has already predicted and a flash behind him. It was absolutely stellar execution. We know that Flacket can stray away from your typical AD carries, and he shows his mechanical skill on them as well.
I think it's great to see, especially because if you take a look at fan perception of Team Heretics, and I think throughout myself as well, the bot lane will be the biggest question mark moving forward in terms of the players that's currently there. But Flacket has been really solid even in summer last year, and now moving forward, I think a lot of people was questionable around Kaiser specifically after what he did on Vitality. And yeah, he missed a few stuns every now and then on the bot, but he also had really clutch moments with predictions up towards the top lane, really good movement too, and I think they've always really showed some nice potential as we've already highlighted.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. Good things there, and of course I don't think they have that much mileage together so far, but mileage in the magical journeys aplenty.
Oh, hey, that is a great one. Yeah, we get some cinematic moments. That's the first one. Comes down with a second one later again, and Janka's on the Lee Sin. You know, he often gets memed for this champion, but he is still very good mechanically as well. And he highlights it here in the early game that we can't keep it going in the late game. That's another conversation. But he is on the ball as he was this year entirely, and he's continuing it now with the new Heretics roster.
I feel like Team Heretics have left a lot to be desired, but in such a good way, because they show so much promise. I feel like the Kaiser-Janko synergy was there. They were roaming the entire map together. The question mark towards the bot lane. You're playing against the world champions. Kuma, Yusha, and Kara are freaking insane in the bot lane. And Flacket comes in and slaps them with the first blood together with Kaiser. You know, Wonder was falling massively behind the top lane, and he still had some insane Mega Gnar. So I'm just waiting to see what's to come later in the early season.
I love it.
But I feel like we failed in this format, because when it came down to it and we played against what's supposed to be the best team out of the ones that at least playing in this tournament format against T1, they still had all their world champion picks, okay? We're talking about the Syra Khan, we're talking about Faker and Akali, we're talking about a Wukong coming through. The only one that was a bit weird in that regard was Zeus, of course, with the Lucian, but this was still very potent champions for the meta.
Is it weird at this point?
I mean, I
It's
kind
not
of hope we
weird.
didn't see it, you know? I was just like, maybe they had the troll champions against them, but...
No sweat off their brow. How do we make it even more difficult? Also the bans. Wait, anything that's banned also, well, it will be banned.
The entirety of the West against them, we take all of it.
The day is just longer. It's just more teams. It's every single
No,
team
just
there
make
is.
them play more games.
Yeah.
Because we keep on bringing fresh
24-hour
teams over
broadcast.
multiple
days.
Yes, 24-hour broadcast. The Korean casters comes in, the NR casters, us. We just keep it going, and we just kind of plan it with the time.
But T1 cannot have a break. We keep bringing fresh teams in, but they can't have a break.
Oh, that's how. Yeah, that's rough for T1. They'd still win though. Faker Pick said it was impossible. Jankos will remain the first Blood King against T1.
Did he? I kind of forgot.
I can't remember.
No, it was Flacket. It was Flacket with
yeah,
the
it was
first blood.
Flacket. But Jankos did get a lot of kills as well, so.
Yeah, we've not been very good
kinda
at
correct.
this. Yeah, no, we
Little
kind
bit
of suck. But I can't even remember what my last one was. Oh, that was not spicy.
For the next game?
Yeah.
You have one as well?
Yeah, of course.
So out of all the teams, is G2 going to be able to do it then?
Probably.
All the rules are falling away. I wonder if there's like a gentleman's agreement, and maybe they agree to both not pick anything that's been picked.
Can I make it a little spicy?
Sure.
Can I put my predictions so I won't be on the desk for the last game if the bans are lifted? Maybe a Z mid for Faker?
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, I'll just push it forward to like the next.
I'd love to see it.
Even though I'm not here.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to as well. Even a Riven mid back for a classic as well. I know she's not on the... I mean, she's getting a few tweaks here.
Yeah.
So
You're
there's
just
potential for
following
it.
it a little bit
No,
too
but I
much.
absolutely would love to see that again, just because it's obviously shown that his mechanics are still there. I mean, it's incredible for a guy on his mileage as well, but yeah, put him on those champions. His Yone was already delightful. We get Akali, give me just that one extra cherry on top.
Yes, and for the crowd here as well that's been here all day and cheering all the time, and also for G2, you know, getting a little bit of revenge maybe if they play T1 here. I see out of the corner of my eye that we have an interview that's being set up in just a little bit, but first we get to look at perks as well. I had such high hopes, man, for LeBlanc. It looks good.
It's not
It's
bad. I think he had a few good moments. There were some missed distortions, I think, in the last fight in the jungle, but outside of that, he was quite...
He's right there, and you're just calling out the missed distortions. And
Yo, he's great. I mean, honestly, I think he played perfectly. Honestly, best LeBlanc performance I've seen all year, if not forever.
He's eyeing you, he intimidated you, man. He looked at you and you got intimidated.
I mean,
Come on.
there's that, what was the copy past that smug face of G2
That's-
perks? Yeah, I
There's
kind of
many.
get it. I
There's
kind of
many.
get it. Like,
I know. I don't know if I'm throwing a wrench in production now, because I know usually you go to Ginny first, but I do see that the interview is set up, so perhaps we can head over there. I get the thumbs up from Lore, so let's kick it over to her.
Please don't destroy my career.
I mean, you did this to yourself, GB, and I'm actually happy, Shox, that you're tossing back to me directly. Guys, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Well, first things first, perks. Anything you want to say to GB about your performance and what you think of what he had to say about you and your LeBlanc today?
I will just say we got outdrafted. Like, we saw them trolling like 3 games in a row.
All right.
And we were like thinking, surely they're not gonna like pick Zarakan 1-2. That was literally our comms. Like, should we ban Zaya? No, they
Nah, it's
won't
fine.
pick Zarakan, man. And they look in Zarakan 1-2, and we wanted to play like specific champs, like Yasuo, for example. And we were like, okay, let's just FF now.
But it's tricky because we never get events like this, Jankos. So how did you prep beforehand and throughout the day, seeing the kind of champions that were banned against T1? What was the approach
How did
here
we
for you
prep?
guys?
Okay, so basically, we knew that they cannot play everything, but we didn't, like Lucas said, expect them to draft this way. At the same time, though, we basically agreed on 3 bans against them, and then everyone said what they want to play. And then we just picked whatever we wanted to play. So we ended up with like Lee Sin Yasuo into Wukong, and LeBlanc, I guess, was like one of the better picks, right? But it was pretty fun.
I think it's the first time that we see officially you guys back together in the same team, wearing the same jersey since the G2 days, I believe. How would you rate the synergy you had today compared to what it used to be and what we hope it's going to be next year, Perks?
I mean, considering that we did pretty okay for the first 20 minutes against the world champs until they started Baron. I mean, they were actually so fucking good there, starting Baron.
We're good.
That was kind of crazy. But yeah, I think it was good. I think it can be better. So we're working hard, to show good performances for next year.
I think it's a good training before the LEC next year, of course. Jankos, talking about the LEC, I remember an interview we had together this year talking about your difficulties facing against Chinese or Korean junglers. Is it something you felt today, playing against Arno? Did you feel rusty? Did you feel like an old man against the world champ?
No, I felt pretty fine. I mean, he was just farming scaling into team fights, right? It's not like we had a very bloody early game matchup.
Right.
I was playing Listen, trying to be there, and then he was scaling and being a mana in a team side. But I don't think the Korean-Chinese junglers will be a problem in LAC, which we'll be competing in like a month, so we are good.
We love hearing this, of course. Another thing that I want to ask you is about the team coming up next. The last team standing against T1 is going to be G2, of course, you know them. Perks, do you think we're going to have G2 from World's Scrims, or are we going to have G2 from World's official games, which we didn't really like, honestly?
I mean, depends. I think if T1 bans what was it? Draven, Kalista, or Rihanna.
Sure.
that was like the winning thing. But maybe they want to play on even ground, play on the hard mode against G2, and then we have a really bloody match. That will be hype to see.
Jankos, can we trust G2 to defeat T1 and the world champions, or are they going to disappoint us once again?
I thought we are the last hope because they were handicapped against us, but they turned out not be that handicapped. And G2 is playing against the full power T1, where they are warmed up on stage for multiple games. So, I mean, I wish them luck. That's all I'm going to say.
So you're saying T1 with 40 champions locked out outdrafted us?
Yeah, basically. Enemy team couldn't play half the champions in League of Legends. They still beat us.
Live and learn. I mean, I think
that's why they are the world champs, though, right?
Yeah, that's why they're the world champs, and it was a good training, I think, playing against them, guys. Again, it's amazing seeing you wearing the same jersey. I wish you the best of the rest of the off-season, I guess. I'll see you back in January for the LEC. And that's all here on this side of the interview stage, and we have Ginny standing by with Romain Bijard, General Manager from G2. Take it away, dear.
Merry Christmas. Or not.
Okay. Hi. Okay, we're live. Yes. Merry Christmas indeed. Thank you for that one. We're here with Romain. So can we have some noise? Yeah. Some people know you, but we'll talk about that. We just had a question from Laure in terms of whether or not G2 can take on T1. You're kind of like our last hope here today for EU fans. Is it going to be G2 World Scrims or G2 World on stage games?
Well, it should be the same, right? The team is always playing in scrims the way they should be playing on stage. The truth is, our scrim at Worlds went well. We won versus a lot of the Asian team. There's one team we could not beat, even on scrim. We got humiliated on a few days. And it's T1. So I don't think it matters too much if we're going to play World stage level or World scrim level, because I believe they're going to offer a really, really good fight.
That's what we're looking forward to, a good fight indeed. Coming into that next game, though, with the fact that you're just saying, unfortunately, they humiliated you guys as well, in scrims and on stage. Was there any prep for this event?
Not really. I'm not going to lie. We just came back from holidays on Monday, and we spent the first few days of the week to prepare 2024. A lot of talks, a lot of workshops, trying to understand what went right and what went wrong in 2023. So we are really ready for 2024. A big part of this prep was to not touch the game, so we can really discuss processes and how we're going to deal with the year. So the boys are rusty, I'm not going to lie. And Riot decided to launch the 2v2v2 not too long ago. They really like this mode, so they've been spamming it. So, yeah, I have a full excuse ready if we lose right now.
Love that. You gotta come prepared, right? Have you seen any of the games today? Have you had some looks at what T1 has been pulling out of the bag?
Yeah, I've seen what they did to us. They are really, really good. And it's always fascinating and crazy to me to see how well they control the mid and end game. I really like the game of my boy Chachi. He did some really cool stuff with his Poppy top, and he's been a professional Poppy player for ages now. But yeah, I think it's humbling and as well a good reminder for us to see how crazy good the Korean team plays, and especially T1. They might be a bit on a honeymoon phase right now. They just won the World Cup. They re-signed the whole team for the third year in a row, which is unusual to say the least. So yeah, they also know us. I expect them to give a really good fight, and they will want to close the game in 20 minutes. And even if we are definitely rusty, it's still T1. We're going to give the best. We're going to go full try hard. And yeah, let's clutch it.
Okay, let's look forward to it. But you mentioned something about them re-signing the whole roster. G2 in a similar boat. How do you think that's going to be carry on forward towards next year?
I'm really excited about it. I really believe we have the best player in every single position. So it was not possible to upgrade the roster. And we've had so many talks through the year to understand how we operate as a team. We don't have to go through those talks again. We can literally dive deeper into how we train and how we get better. Yeah, I think that was the right move. I think we have the proper tools to dominate Europe, and we will. So we will be ready to face again the Asian teams and take our revenge.
Talking about how the team operates, it's been really insightful, so thank you for that. I also want to know kind of how you operate as a person. You're the man behind the mask, behind the body paint when it comes to G2. So maybe a little bit of a background behind some of the choices to represent your org with such fiercity.
I love my job. I think it's the best job in the world. I'm paid to take care of 5 individual human beings. They're extremely gifted at the game. They most of the time need some help to survive through life outside of the game. So I'm really happy to oblige. We have a staff made of incredible people. We have Isma as performance coach. We have Dylan, our head coach. We have Rodrigo, our head analyst. We have a new addition to the team for 2024, which is Duffman. It's not a leak. He's got announced yesterday. He's somewhere in the audience. He used to work for G2 2019, so he knows really well how Caps and Mickey are operating. And he's going to bring a lot of knowledge when it comes to facing international teams, when it comes to a lot of things in-game. So I think we have a really strong staff. We all adore our job, and we dedicate every single hours of the day to it to become better. So yeah, we spend so much time trying to optimize the way we do things that I think that's one of the main reasons why we are successful. And we have the 5 best player, which helps always.
It does help a little. We all do love our jobs. We love the game, and we're all here because we do love the game. So make some noise if you're here for that. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for the interview, Romain. We're going to be heading back over to the desk with the lovely Shocks.
Thank you so much, Ginny. What a wonderful interview from Romain, who is getting us excited for that last game of the day. Coming up, first though, Sheepy, welcome back. I want to wrap up, the day we've seen so far. You left us after the first 2 games, I believe.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I was
so what do you think of the rest of T1's trajectory?
Well, it is as expected, I would say.
Yeah.
I think T1 has been showing such a consistent performance. Really, this team, endurance and consistent is just ingrained. And they've been so strong. They had always gold leads, even when there were more kills.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall, also, yeah.
What's this?
I wanted to maybe show it. This was back in All Stars 2009. You maybe recognize this very young boy at this point.
All Stars 2019?
Yeah, that's you on the side.
I thought that's me. And this is a man named Faker. Maybe somebody knows.
Yeah, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah. But of course, this is insurance, because sometimes I might say something against against T1. And at this point, just keep in mind,
You're trying to insulate yourself against T1 Flame, is that it?
I'm
like
a
T1
huge,
fans?
Yeah,
I'm a massive T1 fan.
Can I get one?
Can I get one of those too? I'd like one as well.
Yeah, guys.
It's just like a buffer. Anyways, we are going to wrap it up here in just a second. GB, it doesn't seem like anyone would be able to beat T1. We also don't know if there's a gentleman's agreement about the champions. Maybe there is.
Here's what we
or
know.
Perhaps.
They've been spamming Arena all day. I've even seen it behind
G2?
the scenes. Yeah, G2. That's what we know. Relentless T1. Raman saying the only team that continuously beat them in scrims was T1. I'm just saying the information we've been getting in is not the best. But you know, why are we here if we have no faith, right? The
That's
good old
true.
Reliable. So of course we gotta believe in them.
And Duffman is back.
Exactly, and he
really
might be the change that's needed.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to toss it over to a break because T1 does need a little bit more time to reset before they get into that last game. And we'll be back in just a few.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to Red Bull League of its Own, live from the Velodrome here in Berlin, as we are counting down towards our last game of the day, which is G2 up versus T1. But before we get to that, we have a very special announcement. So without further ado.
Playing in front of the crowd means everything, right?
Nous sommes honorés de vous accueillir aujourd'hui pour une grande finale. Réveillez-vous le stade! Réveillez-vous le stade! Oh my God!
Let's go! We're going to Paris next year for Red Bull League of its Own. I know you saw that, KC fans. I think some of you were even in the video. Super exciting to know that not only is the event happening again, but it is happening in Paris next year.
Yeah, and I mean, we've already saw what that was last year, I mean, this year even.
General,
I mean,
yeah.
I was lucky enough to cast the EMEA Masters final, and I mean, not gonna lie, that almost felt louder than what the LEC final was like, so it's a crazy good event to be at.
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion is that the French or Spanish fans, I mean, it's like everybody thinks that nowadays, but back in the day when we were playing there with Unicorns as well, those were the craziest fans. They were the loudest. They were always making party. Everything was crazy over there, so it will be an absolute banger in
Yeah, we
Paris.
can vouch for ourselves. Like, for our own European crowds, they're usually the best, and the French are often extra special. So super excited to be heading to Paris. We'll see a lot of action, actually, in the league department next year. But let's focus up on our last game. We have the last chance for a team to take down T1 with no rules anymore. So in principle, they can take any champion that they'd like to take on the side of T1. The same, of course, would go for G2, GP.
Yeah, and honestly, I know it's a show match. I really do, okay? And it should be fun. But I really hope that they're both showing up with what the best they can as well to really give an entertaining matchup, something that can challenge them as well. I know we heard they struggled against T1 in scrims, but I don't care. You know, I want to see them out there at full force again, and I want to see them play with the same sort of confidence that they've done throughout the year. Maybe not Yike on a Maokai or Sejuani, but something that can actually carry too would be really interesting against Owner.
Is it not that what you would want? Because they were doing so well in all the scrims versus the other teams, and then they couldn't replicate that on stage. So if they're doing badly in scrims versus
I like
T1,
where this is going.
then maybe.
One
but
plus one.
we have a coach here. Like, how much do scrims matter?
Scrims don't matter, apparently, because G2 also was very successful in the scrims. Overall, they had a very confident mindset when they are going into the international tournaments, but in the end fell a little bit flat. I think G2, overall, we heard it from Romain, the manager, has been working so extremely hard. I've delved a little bit into their schedule, and they've been working like 12, 13 hours a day, just getting everything ready, everything scheduled.
For next year, you mean?
No, this year.
Oh.
And have everything prepared. They have everything, like, from food to sport to how do you wake up, how do you go to sleep, what do you want to do on your day off. And I think they have been establishing a really great baseline, and this is really what this tournament is about. Even if you are not showing up because you didn't practice that much, I mean, T1 had a super long year, so the endurance is showing their effect, and G2 had now time to rest, but they have a really good baseline, so it's baseline versus baseline. So for me, I still do believe in the European dream.
You have a Faker t-shirt, but a G2 will win prediction, so you're covering both bases. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I like to, go back and forth on those kinds, and save my bases. I think overall, if there is a team, I had to send them in the beginning of the day.
Oh, not also the excuse that you were tired, that you had to get up early. That's what I heard.
No,
from
it's
GP as well.
about.
Who would do that?
I could write that for any team today, but I was confident that G2
Would
is
be
going
the
to
one.
make it, and I do think that every team has helped G2 in this process. They have been starting to show weaknesses in T1.
Have
Not
they?
many.
Have
Not
they?
many. Okay.
What games are you watching?
But there were first bloods, on bot lane, Uma died, and all this kind of stuff.
And that's probably why I kept it at first blood and not the win myself. But
Yeah.
we've seen Cavs finally step up towards Claps after he's had a rough year since MSI. We've all heard the story.
Yeah.
But even at Worlds, he was still having a solo kill on Chovy. We all remember that one Tristana. We don't talk about the rest of the game, because that's probably what's going to happen here as well.
Nothing
But
happened.
they got the first blood either way, and that's what I'm hoping to see again. I want to see Caps feeling himself, especially in a strong match like this where there's nothing to lose, everything to gain. Go up against Faker and try everything.
you're
Limit
right.
tested.
He's had a great back half of the year, I want to say.
Yeah.
You know? Of course, in terms of longevity of career, he can't rival Faker yet. But on the other hand, he has had phenomenal highs as well. Maybe again today. So without further ado, let's bring G2 into the arena.
How are we, Berlin? Are we good? Yeah? Oh, I'm blowing kisses out here. I'm waving. Hi. I love you. You know, we started today as friends. I now feel that we're family. You feel the same way? You feel the vibes? Good. All right. Now I'm going to ask you all this, okay? We are 7,000 people strong here today. We were the ones at Red Bull, league of its own. There are thousands watching at home right now, and we need to let them know that we were here. We were in the moment. So with every single ounce of energy you have, would you please, for the last time today, welcome to the stage your 4-time world champions. It's T1! We were here, and there they are, T1! Give it up for T1, everyone! All right, there they are, all getting ready to roll and sat down in their seats. All right, of course, there is one last team to walk into the Lion's Den. They are a star-studded lineup who pride themselves on the strategic brilliance, a dominating force in Europe. Would you please give an almighty welcome to their opponents, G2!
This is my first time facing T1, and I'm going to be very excited to play against them.
Broken Blade. Come and chat to me for a second here. Guys, give it up for BB in the house. I like them a lot. I like these guys. BB, how does it feel to be here, the most decorated German player amongst all these amazing fans here in Germany?
It feels great. Thank you for all being here. First time in a German audience. Thank you guys. Dankeschön.
What a ledge. Wow, the audience that must feel for you as well. To know that you have everyone here supporting you against T1. How do you feel? I mean, 2024 on the horizon, the lineup announced. What are your expectations looking ahead as well to next year?
This year, T1 won Worlds. Next year, it's going to be us. And today is the day we beat them.
Now you have an opportunity here to go against T1. We chatted to them in the last few days. They were asked who they're most apprehensive about going up against, and they said G2. How does that make you guys feel? Do you know that you can go toe-to-toe and you can do the business against the world's best?
I mean, I think it's great that the rules have been lifted. We obviously want to beat them on their best. We came back from a little break, so we're a little rusty, but we're going to unrust today against T1 when they're at their best.
All right. I want you one more time, Germany. Wherever you watch from around the world at home as well, would you please one more time give it up for BB and G2! I want to hang out with these guys all the time if this happens every time they're around. So much to look forward to. Make sure you keep that energy there at all times. We have got ourselves a massive matchup. One more time here. Berlin, let T1 and G2 hear you make some noise! I love it. Let's head over to Shocks. We are ready for this party. Let's go.
I see that you're ready. I hear that you're ready. Adam, you've been doing an unbelievable job. I couldn't do it, hyping the crowd up all day. Absolutely amazing. But I guess it's easy when you get these two teams that you get to introduce and let walk into the arena. Goosebumps. It was really
I mean, Broken Blade is also such a showman,
So
and he's
funny.
just using the crowd. He's like, hey guys, everyone knows this is going to be hype. And he's just, I mean, honestly, saying exactly what I wanted to hear from him. They're gonna win today, and I voted for them, so yeah.
What can't he do? You know, he's a model at MSI, he's a showman here, he's a great guy in the top lane as well. It's like, even if he wasn't playing professional League of Legends, I'm sure there would be something in the show business for him.
Sure. Yeah, I want to see that alternate universe. It was also cool to see when he was saying, you know, we're going to win next year, and it starts here by beating T1, and just see Mickey in the background, and Mickey's like...
Yeah.
He's like...
I talked with Miki, and he's
what's
like...
going on here? But I love it. You got to start somewhere, and if it's in a best of one and Red Bull League of its own, not just for you, but for all the other teams that weren't able to beat T1, you know, G2 has a big responsibility, GB.
And they didn't face against each other on stage yet, so they didn't lose this year against T1. So, you know, like to say it 50-50 right now.
I like what I'm hearing here. I like the logic we heard earlier as well. And I mean, on stage now, sure, they probably will take it because let's be real, they're tired now, T1. They've barely got any gas left. G2 now.
Karius clutching that Red Bull can.
Oh God, if it's over. Actually, I take it back. G2. Oh, it's looking bad. It's looking dire.
We'll see, indeed. A really cool interview we had with Ginny earlier, also with Romain, talking about the fact that it is T1 that re-signed their entire roster for the third year in a row, and on even keel also, similarly, G2 on the other side that is sticking with this roster. They're giving it another run, and that's really cool to see. Even though they said they were a little bit rusty coming into this one, it's a nice little taste of what we're going to see in 2024.
Yeah, I was concerned until BB said, but we will unrust today. So
Unrust, yeah.
And so
What,
at this
is that
point,
also a video game, or?
probably the next one, but I'm very excited for G2. I know that they can beat T1 because they did it already in scrims,
I'm just going to be real. BB saying that is the equivalent of you bringing that Faker shirt as well as insurance, okay? You know, he's just covering all the bases, but guys, surely he's confident, right? Like, and being to last year's Worlds, you got to be a bit delusional.
But who can fault me for this, right?
Nobody.
Yeah.
No,
I've got like 10 of those.
Yeah. You actually,
It's amazing. I also think it's cool because like for G2, right? They worked so hard all year and they scrimmed so much and so well. This is their last chance to show that it actually meant something. They can beat T1 here at Red Bull League.
It would be a good silver lining to end the year because undisputed best European team all year, and you know obviously it has been for quite some time as well. We throw Rogue in there too, but on the conversation of G2 right now, often ends up being the last hope of Europe, and here they are once again. It is of course a show match, but if you want to end the year on a high, you do it at this stage. You do it against G2 and T1 here, and you do it with everything available, as they said themselves. It'd be a bit boring if they had 50 champions taken away from them and they finally beat them then, because it gives you no bragging rights whatsoever. You want to beat them on even footing, and you want to do it here now.
Yeah, we'll see if for T1 maybe just say to themselves, no, we're just going to we're going to continue this game and we're not going to pick anything that's been picked before. And if they still beat them then, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
That won't happen.
But I think that League of Legends has been very good with us this year, and we can end with G2 versus T1. We didn't get that at Worlds. It was a matchup I really desperately wanted to see. G2 is... I've known so many teams throughout my year and how they are working, and G2, now that I got a little bit inside, are just working so unbelievably hard. Everyone is so committed. You saw it when they were losing. They were heartbroken. They had so high expectation of themselves, and they were always working for that. So even now, if they're a little bit rusty, you saw it from BB, they have it ingrained in their souls to try to win those games. So
absolutely. But Cheapy, everyone works hard. Everyone
but they are doing it.
It sucks after a loss. Everyone does. You still have to win.
I want to break the mold a little bit there and say not everyone is working that hard. I think there's like...
That's also true.
Yeah, there's a difference, especially from EU teams, the insight I have. I think that
Leaks.
G2, I mean, I will not
Who doesn't work hard?
No.
Tell us.
No, Shocks, don't put me on the line.
I'm 8 hours in. I'm ready to go crazy. Come on.
I cannot burn bridges.
Okay.
It's too
I get it.
fragile. But,
saved by the draft.
Oh my God. Oh, the draft. Yeah.
Let's go.
Well,
it's starting.
We were, Yankos and Perks was talking about Draven, Kalista, Orianna. So far, there's an eco, so at least that ritual will be broken just a little bit, but I'm pretty sure we will still see that Draven ban to come out for T1. Hans Summer, it is just his bread and butter.
Yeah, and I want to be a little bit more serious now in this draft because all the rules are lifted. It's the last international stage game that we'll have for 2023. It's ending on a banger. Christmas is soon, even if it feels like it is today. And we should be expecting the Draven ban from T1 in the last. And I want to say Jarvan is a really, really good ban as well. Probably going to see Lee Sin from Owner.
I'm kind of hoping he's going for the Briar again, though. That would make me feel very good because that would give us a great chance.
If you picked Briar, no, I will not make any bets today.
Open.
All right, so
Draven is open.
It was a big talking point that
was the one, So Draven Kalista was the one that we were talking about so often. Question is, will they just insta-log it? You can see they're talking to Hans right now in the scene.
Yes, Hans is
like,
smiling.
should I do it? Should
it's
I do
Handsome
it?
Summer, and he's
Okay.
of course.
There we go. He's not.
And the crowd goes wild. This is exactly the reaction.
Yeah, exactly the reaction he wants. Can he do it on another champion? He's not beating the allegations yet, but he's going for Draven again. And we love to see it, one of his best champions. It's going to give us fireworks indeed. And for the first time, no, actually, since the first game, T1 is free to pick whatever they want.
Yeah, and there are so many good champions open right now. Rumble will be picked here. Oh, it will be Varus. And
this could be the one that gets flex top lane as well with the tank build. We already seen Jeskla bust out the tank build earlier today, but this could still be a flex champion.
It's possible that build can also be the same. Maybe play it for 80k, but anyway, it's a Gumayushi special. We saw him play it in the last game as well. Or playing the Zeri as hard as I've never seen the Zeri being outplayed before. So very strong champion for Gumayushi. And then, I think the Rumble should be a champion that's being picked up as well. We know the Varus is on bot lane. Rumble, Varus, fantastic picks.
I actually think, I've been trashing a bit on Seos for picking a lot of range top laner, but at least he hasn't actually been picking the Rumble today, only until he gets serious. This champion has been a problem for a lot of people and is very strong in that top side.
Probably get locked in if we know Yike in terms of his track record this year, but...
Yona?
That could be up for Broken Blade.
That's special. Do it.
Oh my God, Yona Draven GG.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
I hope that's going in the top lane.
It will most likely.
Maybe.
Most likely. If there's an Azir pick on 3, Yona is notoriously good pick into Azir as well.
G2 recently.
So possible.
Signed Kesha as well, of course.
Yeah,
so the Hammer could come in there. If there's one way to win those, that would have been locking in the Nunu.
They fired him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Well, all right, well.
Velvet?
Shout out to
that's Shout out to Kesha anyway.
The 2 signature champions here already being picked up. Hanshammer on Draven is like, even 5 years ago, if you were asking who was the best Draven, it was for sure Hanshammer at this point. And Broken Blade on Yona, a fantastic pick, but the other pick, obviously Belveth. They're probably anticipating as well the Lee Sin, and now we have brawlers on both sides. Draven wants to play aggro, Varus strong on lane, Yona Rumble melee matchup. Belveth Lee Sin, so there's a lot of fighting potential right now.
I think it was also for G2 right now is turning into a win lane, win game kind of philosophy already with a lot of the carry picks. Like traditionally, obviously, you want to pinpoint where your carry point is going to come through, but as you can already see now, it's around the entirety of the map. But it is easier to play through a Belvet if you have champions that has agency with Prio. Most lanes, Draven does get the Prio as well, so counter jungling, them grouping around Jike, what made them so successful in winter, would be great seeing already.
So now we have the mid lane and support picks both open for both teams. The question is now, what do you want to pair the Draven with? What do you want to pair the Varus with? Counter pick on support is very important. So now, what is T1 going to pick on 4 here? Is it the mid lane pick or for Faker?
Yeah.
Or is it the support pick for carrier?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be... I could be wrong, but,
no, but
the R5 carrier is like...
I would agree with you as well, because I'm even thinking now, you know, have we seen carrier play the Varus support? I can't remember, but just 4 picking mid lane in here would be so easier for you.
Oh!
That would have been sick.
That
If
was
we could
really
just
sick.
get, like, if we could get Wei now here. Well,
Akali.
What a world where I'm disappointed about Akali after I've just seen a Wei Hub, but this is still very awesome.
Yeah.
Of course. But you saw how focused both teams are. There are way less smiles than the
Yeah,
games
less
before.
smiles as Hansama just smiling.
I mean, Hanshammer has to play Draven, so I mean, of course he's gonna smile. He is very, very
No!
happy. Yes, give it to us, guys. Hey,
I love
the
cats, but
Yubi.
not in League of Legends.
I feel like
No.
to lose.
Okay. Thank God.
Are going with an engage, and I think you need to pair an engage up when you play against the Mumu. You can always see it from the bands, right? They still respect the Ash from Kyria, but outside of that, having the Braum taken away just means that we want to go engage. We want to mitigate the fact that then can go one of the best Wardens into it, and you've already set yourself up for some nice Mumu 2v2s down the bot lane now with the Draven.
Yeah, you have to play an aggressive support. Nautilus was gone, Rel was gone, and there is Silas. Super strong pick. Jeremy
Varus,
right now in this
Rumble.
patch. You have the Rumble ultimate, you have the Varus ultimate, but also the Akali matchup. Both teams are right now very aggressive, want to go in.
Love
you
it.
have you have literally 3
Oh.
champions. Oh my God, is it gonna be?
Is it time? Is it Bard? Is it
I mean,
closer?
Carrier can pull out everything. You know, there would be nobody else where you're hovering Kalista and you're like, it's gonna be support. Oh my God, guys.
Lock it in!
Do we have it?
Oh! Well, he's also great at Bard,
Yeah.
but it's just,
Yeah.
it's different.
Bart still.
Well, he is getting a Bard skin, sadly it's not out
Exactly.
yet, so yeah.
Oh, it's such a flex, actually.
Yeah. I can play
Amazing.
my old skin.
So, what do we think? We
think
have to
right-
remember it all because it disappeared.
Yeah, it's
but
no problem.
What's
So
going to happen?
on bot lane, it will be the Bard Varus matchup against Draven Amumu. Amumu wants to go in. Draven Varus.
No analytics. Just how's the brawl going to be? Come on.
T1 wants to fight. G2 wants to fight. I think there will be a lot of mistakes. There will be a lot of brawls. I think we will be in a game where at least we have 10 kills by minute 5. So yeah, I think there will be a very kill-heavy game.
Listen, I love you, Sheepy, but you can't rock out with the best about the hype and the brawl. But there's one person who can, and he's standing on the other side. It's Dracos.
Wow.
Oh, I thought it was Vedius for sure, but here we are. It's the hype, it's the brawl.
What's up?
I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen on the bottom side of the map, Berlin. They're going to kill the shit out of each other. They're going to murder each other. They're going to queue up. It's going to be life or death from level 1. And that's what you want to see. Mickey X Carrier, they know each other super well as players.
Also, Dracos and I have been casting 5 games, so we're
It's
excited.
going to get loose, folks.
It's gonna get loose. 6th game of the day, well, 7th game of the day. My mistake. We did, of course, play one at the very beginning.
That's true.
Between the 2 German organizations, but we're getting ready for the Rift. Hanshammer's Draven. Something we don't get to cast domestically very often.
No.
Often taken away from him. Caps is Silas versus Faker's Akali. Oh,
2019 Classic! Which, if you watch European League of Legends, you know that's our favorite year.
Now, a lot of eyes are going to be on this top lane matchup. Broken Blade did not leave the World Championship, well, with a good impression. Okay,
Yeah.
He's going up against Zeus on his Rumble. Yone can be a very good matchup, but it's not going to be an easy one. Zeus has been on fire today when it comes to the 1v1.
And while T1 are a terrifying opponent, at least it's not NRG.
That's true.
Because let me tell you, losing to T1, probably fine. As a European fan, I don't think I could take it again if they lost to another NA team. I would break my heart.
Let's see if they can go toe-to-toe with the world champions. Ona getting his hands on his comfort pick of Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Faker on Akali once more. Gumayushi. I mean, Varus is pretty much like his champion. It's the champion that I think of him the most. Like, obviously, he's got a fairly lengthy career at this point, and he's played a wealth of champions, but this one was just so significant in their series back in 2022 World Finals, and the impact that he has on it as well. When he played the on-hit Varus at the World Finals this year, he's just spectacular when he gets his hands on the Varus.
Even in, I think, the quarters, it was when he was able to get that 1v1 against the Aphelios with green-white, and he knew his damage perfectly, and he just walked face first, I'm going to say into light, and just obliterated him in the 1v1. It was incredibly confidence-inspiring for Gumayushi. He's a guy who's had really, really high highs, but hasn't always been able to transition that into those big series wins until this year, and have to see if he can keep that level of performance going up against G2. G2 obviously know how to leverage the Draven. You highlighted it. It's a comfort pick, it's a signature pick, and for good reason. Guardian proc coming out though, Hansama getting the worst end of this trade overall. Now Guma starting to free fire, a little bit more damage going down. Carrier ticking away from the Ignite.
Holy, look at the fighting. Flash, Ignite, Ghost, Burn, Cleanse, Ignite from the side of G2. Yike, level 2, already looking for a potential dive.
Have to be ready to commit to it.
They're treating this like a scrim down Dracos. Like, this is
full
level
commit.
2 all in.
Moving 2 Q stacks. Hansama walks forward. Yike can just flash W instantly. Carry is now taken out. Gumayushi's going to be in trouble. 2 kills on the bottom side. Traded back for 1.
G2 come out swinging all in at level 1, and at level 2 they make the dive happen.
And I feel like they forgot.
T1.
I feel like T1 forgot. I feel like they had to be reminded why you do not give this man Draven.
Look at the flash from Mickey afterwards as well. Just trying to get as much damage as possible, knowing that he was going to sacrifice his life for this play, and it was totally worth it. Look at how much farm ends up getting lost. Mickey level 2 roam. The top side of the jungle is being stolen away. Level 2 versus level 3, but it's a 2v1.
Such a hard 1v1. Instantly the lockup, the knockdown.
And that's a kill for Yike.
And that's a lead in the early game versus T1.
Can't get excited though. Daniel Dracos, we've seen T1 earlier
What are
in the
you
day.
talking about? I am amped. Do you hear Berlin right now? Everybody's amped.
G2 playing well. Faker, is he going to go for the dive? Here comes Carrier.
Waiting on the E2. Caps waiting out the timer. Well played. Nice sidestep back.
Restraints being shown by Faker.
Keep in mind on the bottom side, it looks like Guma might have a freeze on the wave though. So he's going to be picking up a lot of extra gold and experience.
Yike. He's a little bit behind in terms of farm, but that doesn't matter when he's got 2 kills. Broken Blade being bullied a little bit in the 1v1. Jungler is hovering around the top side, so Zeus does have to be cautious of that. Caps. And Yike looking for a play in mid.
Waiting. How much time has he got left on the abduct? Not going to find the angle. Knockup is there. Interrupts the shuriken flip, but Yike does not want to overcommit. Doesn't know where Owner is.
Faker also choosing not to extend that trade. Playing this 1v1 matchup very nicely though. Has a small CS lead for now. Owner will be able to get the box Scuttle Crab. Now let's see if T1 can make a dive of their own. Hansama very low. Has the flash still.
This is big. T1 with a pretty decent XP advantage here, at least for Guma and for Owner.
Mickey actually looking for an engage there.
Just walking up, knows that he does good damage. Nice. Carry a level 2 bard, very much not threatening without Ignite.
Well, now Yike has to escort Hansama through the lane. They need to make sure that this wave gets pushed out. It is a very dangerous position for Hansama to be in. Mickey.
X-Flash over the wall. Instantly, Guma's now locked up. Yike now stepping forward. The flash out. Into the portal is key. I think Yike anticipating a sidestep there.
Nice play from Mickey. Putting that pressure on the level 2 bard. Able to get away to safety, though. This is what we like to see. These 2 supports recognized across the world. Obviously, Carrier, the reigning world champion, but Mickey, internationally, always able to make his presence known. And so far in this game, he's doing a fantastic job. Owner, though, back on the map. Hansama, very low HP.
Hansama very much in trouble. Ignite already ticking. Portal is there for Owner if he wants to take
Sidestep.
it. Beautiful sidestep.
He ran towards him. He put the pressure on Owner.
Do what you
rather than trying to run away. I'm either going to go left or right. Where are you going to gamble?
Yeah, I feel like I feel like Owner a little overeager there. Maybe could have taken the portal, got closer, tried to line up the E, but doesn't get the angle. Nice sidestep from BB. It's not going to stop Zeus from just forcing in this wave and backing, if he so chooses.
CS advantage already, 50 to 29. We talked about how Zeus in the 1v1 has been dominant today, and he's going to continue that. Obviously, this matchup will get a little bit easier for Broken Blade as he gets more items under his belt. In the side lane, he's going to scale very well. Oh, Mickey in a bit of danger here.
Trying to hold the wave.
All right, he's going to be fine. Draven should be able to catch this as well. Mickey even going to use his support item to secure that one and get a bit of gold. Carrier now back out onto the map.
Is there an angle to make a play? Doesn't seem like it. Just going to grab Chimes in the meantime. Of course, if you missed the bar changes a gajillion patches ago, he's fast forever now. So
he is the speed.
He is the speed.
Caps, though, again, taking unfavorable trades against Faker. Faker just using that range that Silas kind of has to commit to be able to find any advantage, and Faker kind of playing on the edge, going for the early healing reduction.
Yeah. Love
Those
to
are the
see
type of trades Caps needs to take, but Faker comes out on top once again.
Yeah. So much of Caps' ability to win trades is decided by the healing that comes through on Kingslayer. Yeah, gonna look for the knock-up. Won't quite connect. A little bit awkward there, but Mickey will find the angle. Again, no follow-up here, however.
Don't want to overcommit. Like just providing
top side
cover.
You see the picture-in-picture. Broken Blade getting a little bit aggressive. Doesn't quite have enough time on the Soul Unbound to find the kill or push for anything else.
Oh, Faker can set up a nice freeze here. There's no need for him to go back. He's just going to clear out that wave. Now G2 move into Fog towards the bot side of the map. Broken Blade's found owner.
Level 6. As long as you stack the Q3 here, you have a pretty easy way out unless Zeus is willing to commit more.
Broken Blade going to get away to safety. Does, of course, still have the flash. They know where owner is now. Will they look for a Drake? Oh, looks like they're going to avoid it for the time being.
And my question is, can G2 put their foot on the gas? Because they're losing in CS in mid and top in a pretty big way.
If you look at the 3-kill advantage just like that, what have T1 done? They've closed the goal gap. They've done this all day. They're so good at playing around these plates, getting that bit of extra gold. They have a plate in mid. Haven't quite gotten that plate in top yet, but
Ansama, good damage, immediate cleanse out, quick and easy kill pickup. Does not go over to the Draven. A little bit rough. They're going to look for the knockup. Yike immediately going to tank. He can try to get the E down and survive. He'll just barely be able to live. Must have been Triumph healing.
That has to have been the Triumph, yeah. The small bit of HP that Yike got back, enough to keep him alive. They find more kills on the bot side of the map, and G2 will quickly reclaim the gold lead. Owner, though, not going to waste any time. Going to start off that Herald, knowing where Yike is on the map. Let's have a look back at this play. Hansama sees an opportunity to go for an all-in trade, knows he has the level advantage. A lot of damage comes down, cleanse comes out. He isn't quite able to get the kill. That does go over to Mickey, but they know that with the oncoming wave, they can make this play happen. Yike tanking up the tower, is able to, really nice binding there from Carrier. You see that extra bit of HP he gained. Thumbs up from Yike. A clean play overall from G2.
Yeah, just barely able to get it out. Still would have been positive, of course, if it had been the 2-for-1, but the fact that they managed to get everybody out makes it that much better. Again, 58 to 81, the CS score in the mid lane, very much in favor of Faker. Similar story on the top side, but Hansama knows that he has to further extend this advantage. He is the strong point. He is the raid boss, and he makes damn good on that commitment.
No hesitation from Hansama. His Draven is respected around the world, and you're seeing exactly why. Easy pickup onto Gumayushi. Guma doesn't choose to expend the flash. 6 kills now for G2.
Faker, though, just trading aggressively in the mid lane. Again, T1, top and mid, steadily accruing these gold advantages. They just need to stem the bleeding bot lane, and they'll be okay. But it's on G2 to try to break this map open. Try to get Draven out of the bot lane, use that advantage elsewhere.
I mean, right now for G2, they are kind of bleeding gold in mid and top, as you rightly said. The solo lanes for T1.
Knockup is there.
Oh, hang on.
Q1 from the Amumu. Faker now going into Caps, but Caps is going to grab that kill. Again, clean performance thus far. From the side of G2, Broken Blade has to be careful. Queuing back through. Fate Seal, not enough. That's a kill already going down, but it's Owner who's been locked at the kickback into the tower. Yike will be okay. Owner in no man's land will just instantly get taken out.
A brawl all over the map. Broken Blade gets solo killed by Zeus in the top lane, but Caps, Yike, and Mickey make magic happen in the mid lane. Both Faker and Owner dropping. And some losing a bit of HP, losing a lot of HP. But here comes
G2
Mickey.
On the approach, Carrier has no good angle to throw down the magical journey. Guma now just going to try to go for the 1v1, and he's instantly going to be able to get it. That's one shutdown. But the banquet comes out. Yike going to grab that one.
A bit of revenge for Gumayushi, as he's able to punish Hansama. Left isolated, took far too much poke in the 2 versus 1. He's able to get himself a bit of gold back. Will, of course, cost him his life. Yike needs to be a little bit careful here. Isolated in the dragon bit, but he'll glide on over to safety. Mickey having a huge presence on the map. Roams up towards mids. They get this knock-up on the Faker. He tries to use the E to create space, ends up losing his life. Oh no, broken blade.
Can he ult out to safety? He just doesn't have the space. Zeus is overheated. He doesn't even need abilities to try to finish the kill here. Gonna connect on the Harpoon and another kill in favor of Zeus on the top side of the map.
Broken Blade, he needs to be playing safer in this matchup. Later on into the game, he can definitely come out on top, but Zeus is just bullying him right now. T1 knowing that G2 needs to reset, find a window to secure the first dragon of the game. But even though the kills are 9-4, and the gold is 1.5k in the lead of G2, you just know that when it comes to the team fights, T1 are a force to be reckoned with. We saw it in the game versus Heretics. Their Baron was incredible.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if Hansama can actually navigate his way through these fights. Can he avoid a kick from Ona?
I mean, incredibly disciplined. And of course, Draven, you get the Blood Rush, you have a little bit of extra mobility, the cleanse as well, but with how strong Zeus is, if he just throws an ult down on top of you with any kind of follow-up from Owner or Faker, hell, even Gumayushi, it's going to be so difficult to navigate these fights. But the strong points right now really are Hansama and Yike. Yike here on the top side, looking to use some of his strength to get BB back into this game. Fate Sealed goes completely wide. Zeus overheating, though, really has no recourse here yet. Broken Blade will need to snap back in a moment, and they're able to grab the kill just in time. Yike now on a rampage.
So Yike able to relieve some of the pressure in the top lane. Ona gonna run into Yike, but Faker on his way as well.
Yike able to
TP
dash out
Caps.
to safety. TP's good, dash in, one-man knock-up. Ooh, excellent Q3 through the wall to find two. Caps has to be careful, though. He missed on the abduct. Caps now stepping forward, stolen Akali ultimate. Yike mitigating so much damage immediately to turn our attention right back to Faker. They're gonna grab the kill. Yike unstoppable. Signature picks for G2 paying off. Going golden under the tower. Hansama not gonna take the aggro. Now it's gonna be Guma in trouble. The Whirling Death, it's coming out. Hansama gonna grab another one. Carrier gonna be in trouble as well. Mickey can't just look for the follow-up. It's gonna go a little bit wide. The stun into the wall. Carrier, he's clean with it. Hansama just barely able to get out. How much longer on the Cosmic Binding? Carrier desperate to try and get one back. The Q will not connect. Mickey there to body block. Mickey there to tank the tower. The stun comes through. Mickey will give his life, but Hansama finds one. He needs to get the hell out, though. A TP. Now coming in, Faker on the hunt.
He's looking to try and execute. Faker on the hunt.
Even if he just gives the kill to Carrier, it'll still be an overall positive. The knockback there, but it's the turret that gets the credit. Clean play from G2 and Hansama.
I mean, G2 are very quickly running away with this game. They're mounting the kills, they're mounting the gold, and a lot of it is off the back of Yike, finding great plays across the map. Of course, the 2v2 in the bot lane going heavily in the favor of G2. Zeus gonna get some plates back, but this early game is completely dominated by the jungle support of G2.
Yeah, we'll take a look back at this play, and you can see the initial dive.
The initial flash didn't quite go the way Mickey wanted it, but he lands the ult.
Yeah.
Good ultimate response from Carrier to buy a little bit of time. The damage from Hansama, though, is just too much. Carrier with a really nice binding here. The second aggro is taken, flashes away, connects Hansama to the wall, and then he just does what he can to buy time. Unfortunately for Carrier, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, and really crucial here, Mickey just standing right in front of Bard, so there's no way that Q can get through. Quick kill on the top side, though. Broke away the weak point of the map, and T1 trying to leverage their strength to continue to put him into the dirt.
Does so much damage. 6-0 and 5. He's been involved in 11 of G2's 15 kills. Broken Blade, the sacrifice in top lane.
And I mean, you heard it from him. He doesn't have the wealth of experience that so many other G2 players have playing against T1. First game showing up in a big ways.
I mean, yeah, we got to think back to when Yike debuted in the LEC. He was put on all these carries. And you have to imagine that coming into this draft, like we talked about comfort pretty much everywhere for either side. Perhaps maybe Mickey on Amumu. I don't know if he's famous for that, but everything else, things like Silas for Caps, Draven for Hansama, Yike and his Belveth, something that he is very, very confident on, and he is making magic happen on the Rift right now.
G2 gonna grab the Herald. Only one Drake taken thus far this game, so overall a pretty slow game in terms of a neutral objective. See what they can get done with this Herald. Yike, of course, it's the true form, the truest true form. So incredibly obnoxious pressure to be dealt with. Hex flash over the wall from Mickey will just spot Carrier. But instant use of the Herald on the top side makes a lot of sense. Getting Broken Blade out of this lane is going to do a lot of favors for G2.
Faker cross mapping, looking to secure an outer tower of his own. Nice use of the Vard ultimate. Herald, sorry, Rumble ultimate can be used as well.
I like it.
Still escort this to the tier 2. You can see Caps moving towards the top lane as well.
Yeah, the awkward thing is it slows the play, but when the Herald doesn't connect, it also doesn't lose health from the charge. So a bit awkward. There's Mickey instantly going for the play. They want to dive. They want to try to find the kill. Fate sealed onto 2. The follow-up is there. Yike able to make it out thus far. Snapback comes in for BB. Hansama still standing, but he's blinking low. Owner, can he find the kick? Can he find the angle? And he hits the Draven. He finds the angle. Faker hits another one with the shuriken flip. Yike surely has to fall as well. And just like that, 1K into the back pocket of the greatest player of all time.
4 members dead. G2, they overstepped their bounds. I saw the rotation coming up from Caps, but the dive was far too overzealous and they get punished for it. The gold continues to ebb and flow. Both teams fighting back and forth. But I look at the minimap. What happened to Caps? He was looking to try and join this fight. The dive comes in from Mickey. The ultimate only connects onto Carrier. And while a lot is used onto him, HP bars get chipped away. Yike is incredibly low. Hansama takes 1, maybe even 2 turret shots. And then Zeus sees an opportunity to flash in. Caps finally joins the fight, but it's too little, too late. And here's a big shutdown that goes into the pocket of Faker. Now this Akali is going to be a real threat that G2 are going to have to find an answer for.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Again, coming into Worlds, you might not have been concerned that much about Faker, but his performance over the World Championship just got scary and scarier and scarier. And he still retained that form coming into the event today. 2-2, obviously not the most glorious scoreline, has a 20 CS advantage, but that much closer to a second item. Looks like he's going to finish the Morellonomicon. Could also be a Shadow Flame. We'll see where he wants to take that Hextech alternator, but Hansama, placement on that ulti just a little bit awkward. Carrier potentially overextending here, but has the rest of the team to cover for him, just to make sure that Hansama cannot freely auto-attack.
Faker and Caps trading in the bot lane. Perfect execution going to be used there by Caps. Faker just really dominating Caps in this matchup. We'll have control of the bot side of the map. T1 now looking to chip away as Hansama and Mickey used a lot of summoner spells there. Dragon is still a long way away, so no real objective to fight over right now. G2, I think they should look to slow down the game just a little bit. Get those resets off, spend what gold they have. There's T1, as you can very easily see, finding opportunities and slowly crawling their way back into the game.
Yep. Here's Hansama, that single Vamp Scepter, with just the sheer quantity of raw AD that he has, making it easy to stay sustained, even against a bit of poke from the Varus. It is just the on-hit Varus, though, so not quite as lethal. That said, it's going to be a tough game for Hansama. No summoners for the next few minutes. Second carry has ultimate up and available. You know, he will be the priority target. If they can isolate that Draven, it's a pretty easy kill. No real defensive tools outside of the stand aside, and if they're already on top of you because of that Bard ult, not a lot of room for response. But yike.
It's a big collapse in top lane. TP as well.
2 coming in. Caps on the flank. Yike continuing to step forward. Has to be careful. Zeus is incredibly strong in the 1v1. Caps now walking in, looking to lock up the Rumble. If they can just cut through Zeus, it'll be a good fight overall. They burn him down. He doesn't even get to use the ultimate. And now it's just another name. His owner has to run for the hills. One more auto. The Whirling Death catches him on the backside. He flashes right into it.
He runs as fast as he can, but the axes from Hansama will chase him down. 2 kills secured for G2. Faker cross-mapping on the bot side of the map. He's too far away to secure this tower, though. G2, I don't think there's really any collapse available to them here, but they will get themselves another objective.
Broken Blade can go for the cancel here, but Faker just going to respect it and walk away. Yike now returning.
Guma
leaps in, takes the red. Level 10 for Guma. He is dead.
Yeah.
Yone ultimate, a little unnecessary.
He thought he was safe hovering around Faker, but the collapse came through from G2. Now the TP from Caps was excellent. No vision on the side of T1. Caps completely ignores Carrier, focuses down Zeus, and the damage is good. Mickey, meanwhile, over towards Ona, knows that he can throw down the ultimate as we get back to live.
Nice side step from Hansama. Not getting connected on by the Cosmic Binding. 19 minutes into this game, 3K advantage for G2. 2 Drakes to the side of T1. Faker 2 items now. At this stage, see what the setup is going to be around this 3rd Drake. Soul point pretty crucial. T1 especially too, with Faker, would really hate to go toe-to-toe with Mountain Soul, but G2 incredibly far away from that objective. Broken Blade feeling a lot more comfortable on the side lane, however, once he gets the Hole Breaker, might be able to handle the 1v1. Hansama just getting walked down right now, but Mickey is there to body block. That's the binding I was talking about. Faker can just immediately follow up. Hansama has been hit. Faker, does he want to follow up? He's incredibly low. Should be an easy, quick kill pickup for Faker. The cleanse, not going to be enough, but maybe I can get the counter punch. They will. Faker dropping down. Broken Blade buying enough space. So far, just going to be the 1-for-1.
I'm surprised that Hansama lived as long as he did there. Ends up being Faker for Hansammer as an exchange. And both teams will choose to walk away. No real objectives on the map to fight for right now. Of course, the Baron is up, but not something you want to gamble right now.
Yep.
Definitely not if you're T1. You don't really want to actively force that fight against Hansammer unless you can find a pick onto him. He doesn't have flash for now, which is a large part of why T1 were able to find that pick on to Hansammer, but that flash is going to be available soon. So, as you rightly said, Ona just walking towards him, applies the smite, tries to sidestep Faker. Good bot ultimate here, followed by the Rumble. The T1 a little hesitant to fully commit. Yike, though, the damage from him. He basically tries to peel for Hansammer, sees Faker on the back line, and ends up being a 1-for-1. But Faker's only going to get better at killing that AD carry as the game continues.
That's what you grasped for? That was your moment?
Yeah.
More lethal as the game continues, as Yike
finds another kill.
Little golden freeze frame for that kill. Now able to go over the wall, courtesy of the true form.
He is so strong right now.
No, we thought this was going to be the Hansammer show based on those early bot lane plays, but it really is the Yike show right now.
They're pushing in mid, dragon spawning in 10 seconds. They'll use this priority to control the entire bot side jungle of T1, deny them all of their vision.
T1 posturing on the top side. Looks like it'll just be the recall from Gumayushi. I thought potentially they could try to threaten a Baron, but it would just be too slow at this stage of the game. Yes, it is an on-hit Varus, but with no Ginsu's completed, still a pretty slow take. 2-7 for Guma.
I mean, a lot of the goal differences between these two AD carries. Jungle obviously has a pretty big advantage for Yike as well, level 13 to level 12. Stopwatch completed, he's going to steal away more camps.
Certainly is the slappiest Stingray.
Broken Blade going to get back to base by the Hull Breaker. Items just coming through. You imagine Bloodthirst is going to be done soon for Hansammer.
Yeah, it should be.
And then the Baron becomes the next big play for both these teams. Are T1 trying to snip this?
Yep, 100%.
No.
No.
That was an interesting 100%.
That was a caster curse. You did it earlier. You got owner killed. I just stopped the Baron from happening. Don't put this on me. All right, T1 just ready. Just reminding G2. T1 a notorious 20-minute Baron team. Did not know.
You can see how tense the position is for T1 right now. They recognize the deficit that they're in. They know that if they try and force a fight, that may very well be worse to them. They need to try and find what picks they can or catch G2 off guard. And they may have found one.
Kick back onto Hansammer, the Rumble ticking as well.
Perfect.
Easy kill, pick up the TP now coming in. It's starting to feel a lot worse. Caps, what's the angle? He's going to steal Faker's ult away and he's going to dash out to safety. Yike, already burning the E is pretty disastrous. No Rumble ult, but Mickey has to be careful. Broken Blade off on the flank. Is immediately going to ult out to safety, but now Carry is ready to follow up. The stun's going to connect. Guma uncontested. Quick shutdown to Owner and T1 turn their sights to Baron.
And just like that, they find two quick picks. Owner with an incredible play onto Hansammer, catches him completely off guard. Faker is there to follow up, and G2, there's no real way for them into this Baron pit yet, unless Yike can find a steal.
Root. Mickey just trying to find an angle into the pit. Yike, no knockup. Can't dash over walls currently with the Q. Now he can. Objective will get taken. G2 now just need to grab as many kills as humanly possible. Dash over the wall will not connect. Yike now going to follow up. Has to be careful, though. Caps can't come over the wall quite yet. They're just trying to herd T1. They need to find some kills. They need to limit the impact of this Baron. They'll find at least one, but that's going to be it. Faker and Carry are taken out.
But really nice play from T1. T1, they found that pick onto Hansammer. They then punished Broken Blade for his awkward positioning. Owner now in a 1v1.
Owner knocked up. This is big. They're taking away at least one. Guma now going to get caught out as well. Caps immediately going to fall off with the stolen bars. Ultimate, he cannot take down Mickey. The burn will just barely connect. Maybe they can get Zeus as well, but Caps needs to get the hell out. Yike immediately going to go in. Going to try to follow up, and he finds the kill. That's the angle. TP now coming in. It is Faker on the way.
And just like that, G2 punished T1. They find 3 kills. Mickey doing a great job finding that engage. Yike just doing more damage than what Owner can do. The late game power of this Velveth running T1 down.
He just got so many stacks. He's so oppressive. He's so powerful.
The Red Bull Baron power play amounting to very little. Owner goes to this fight and just look at the damage. Slap, slap, slap. It looks good initially for Owner, but Gumayushi can't really assist. I mean, his damage is still solid, but then a nice binding coming out from Mickey. The damage is there from Caps. Mickey buys a little bit more time. And then look at this flash from Yike. He's waiting, waiting, waiting. Flash, knockup. Then with the damage reduction, extremely well played by the mid jungle from G2, and they nullify the Baron.
And Owner, confident to just walk up and start taking that fight, knowing that Guma's behind him, unaware of how many members of G2 were waiting. Canceled his own Baron-empowered recall. I think he probably could have gotten out. Instead, opting to start the fight there, thinking that kicking back into Guma was enough. A little bit of a miscalculation. Minute left on the objective, though. There's not a lot for G2 to do here. They can already feel pretty happy that they've essentially entirely mitigated the impact of this Baron outside of the gold. And that's good news, because to be honest, both of these sides are going to struggle to clear Baron-empowered minions. Outside of the Rumble, neither one really has long-range, reliable wave clear. It's not a lethality bars. There's no Ziggs, there's no Xerath, there's no control mages whatsoever. So leaving a team uncontested with Baron could be disastrous for either side.
Yike gonna melt through this tower. Faker's forced to back away. He really is the Void Queen right now.
That's what I was gonna say. You really, this is the performance. This is the canonical lore performance that you're looking for. How she is holding any of those items with her weird pointed hands, I have no idea, but making it work.
That she is Broken Blade. Going for a bit of a trade. It's a big shield from the W. Right now, G2 are just putting pressure down onto the mid lane to give them control over T1's bot side to then better set up for the Dragon, spawning in 15 seconds. So T1's response is to immediately move mid and get control over this wave so that they can access the river through the mid lane. You can see Keria already chipping away at that wave, and now G2 are forced to respond. So T1 making a smart choice. They can still have access into the river here, but it's very dark. Our observers highlighting how little T1 see. They have to slowly walk their way in. Here comes Faker.
They just want a 50-50 at Broken Blade now, able to ult at the safety, one less ult for the fight. That's the objective. Now take it. Faker's going to go in anyway. Finds Broken Blade. Broken Blade taken out of the equation. Mickey trying to lock up Zeus. The ultimate already going down. Yike, going golden. Hansama isolated all on his lonesome. The shuriken flip will not connect. The ulti from Guma does. Hansama going to be in trouble. Keria trying to find the angle. Mickey going to instantly find the stun. Perfect timing. The ult flash. It is immaculate from Mickey X. Yike there to follow up to be dominated. Guma now running. The stun is there. G2 have found the fight, and Caps is on the hunt. The 80 carry of T1 has nowhere left to go.
Godlike for Yike. 4 members down, and G2 looking to reclaim some of the hope for Europe. T1 have been undefeated on the day, but G2 are looking to bring the fight to them. 30 kills to 15, 8K the gold lead. They are looking dominant in this match against T1.
Credit to T1. They've gone so many rounds today. Maybe they're a little bit worn down, but G2 is not giving them any mercy here. And
Look
again,
at Caps isolating Owner off on the side, not giving him an angle to find a plan to Hansama, but this initial fight is not good for G2. Mickey is isolated from the rest of his team. The Belfeth is locked up. The Rumble ult not getting a huge amount of value, and Hansama is so afraid of Faker. But then look at this play from Mickey. Keep your eyes on Mickey. He's going to find a flash ultimate onto 3. Makes it easy for Hansama and Yike to clean up the backside of the fight. Meanwhile, Caps is getting the solo kill onto Owner. And there's nowhere for them to go. Beautifully played fight at the very end for Mickey to help win that fight for G2.
just perfectly timed bandage tops. Anything less, and it's very likely that Faker could have found the angle into Hansama, but makes it work. Outplays in the fight to find the angle. Broken Blade in trouble again. Well-timed Q3 to get out
That's
safety.
the Varus ultimate gone, though. Baron in 45 seconds. This is what the fight is over.
Oh, man. This is a little too stressful. They're going to flip it. I feel it in my heart. It might not happen now.
Worlds. You remember.
I remember enough times that T1 have gotten into the pit and stole a Baron.
Well, I also remember the times G2 started the Baron and we were like, don't start the Baron.
Don't start the Baron.
Don't 50-50.
Don't do it. How many games domestically did they lose just flipping Barons? They didn't even have to make it to international.
I mean, this is their opportunity. They can end the year on a high, Dracos. G2 can round things out with a bit of redemption.
Yeah. Beat T1, lose to NRG. Balanced, as all things should be. Thanos memes, you know what I mean? Like, it's fine. It could all be fine. They just need to win here. That said, T1 incredibly far behind.
Until that Nexus falls, I will never count T1 out.
Exactly. This is the caliber of team that T1 are, is that G2 have the same kind of leads that T1 has been getting against everyone else all day. And we are scared for G2 because T1 are so damn good.
Look at Owner, constantly looking for an angle. Maybe he can get behind them. Maybe he can find that pick onto Hansama. Of course, he does have all of his summoner spells up. 4 items completed. And Yike really, like even if you kill Hans, is it enough to get through Yike? GA finished as well for this Belveth. T1 pushed back into their side of the jungle. Mickey on guard duty.
The scariest little mummy that there ever was. Banish shot's not going to connect there. Guma just waiting pretty far back. Can just wait to see what G2 want to do. Wait for them to commit to the play before he tries to wander into that jungle. Knows that it could be a death sentence for him. Doesn't have nearly as many defensive tools as the rest of his team. Mickey just continuing to walk up. Carrier fishing for the binding. Will not find it. That's going to be one locked up. Two-man ulti. Broken Blade immediately going to follow. They're going to take the jungler out of the equation. G2 going to keep the fight going.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep you up to date as we have more information. That's what we call a cliffhanger. It's like your favorite Netflix show.
This is one of the worst moments you want to see a pause in.
Or the best, depending on how much you just like anticipation.
Oh, the tension is at an all-time high. G2 on the precipice of rounding out their yit with a win against T1.
It's a little melodramatic to call it redemption, but as a European fan, it does kind of feel that way.
We had a bad year, bro. Let's not forget, T1 was the reason we're 1647, okay?
That's true.
You know?
Don't put that on G2, but that's true.
I'm just saying, T1 delivered us a handful, like our fair share of losses.
Best and only best of 5 performance at an international tournament after MSI this year was BDS beating Golden Guardians.
True.
We didn't make it to another best of 5 after that.
We did have MSI, we did have
if I said post MSI, which was like kind of cherry picky, it's not fair. Like MSI wasn't the best. Had our moments.
But the thing is, look at it like this. If G2 do win this game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, this
they
is
will have won the same number of games against T1 as the LPL did at Worlds.
True.
Back into the
and we're back into the game. Oh, God, it's an incredible portal. There's no follow-up. It was sick, but it just doesn't mean anything. Carry is dead, and the G2 are now slaughtering T1. Okay, a bit anticlimactic.
Here comes the Varus ultimate from Caps.
Caps overextending. Huge damage coming from Zayas, but the follow-up is there from the side of G2 as I catch my bearings here. Faker could be in trouble. Yike gonna follow up. The knockup is there. Yike should just be able to find this kill.
He's looking. Stridebreaker doesn't connect. Faker trying to create space.
He's fast,
G2
though.
are just hunting for kills right now. The thing is, you got to be mindful of the fact that the dragon spawns in a minute's time.
Yeah, Yike legendary. Just a casual solo bolo on the
Can they do the Baron? They're pinging it. They think that they have the damage. Broken Blade is TP, 10 seconds. No TP for Zayas. He's also dead for another 20. Ona will be alive, though.
True. And T1 might have to go, but we got the Void Queen, baby. Yike. Making it work. Stridebreaker movement speed. A little 2% per completed item. Feeling good there as the chase down on Faker. And this is going to be an easy, quick, uncontested Baron pickup by the side of G2. And I feel the tension. It just continues to grow in the audience because I guarantee there are so many people here who feel the same way. All signs point to G2 win. Everything shows that they are favored.
The caster course is really strong.
Well, I'm just saying, like, this is just facts.
It's true. Well, G2, they're going to be looking for this next dragon. Their third mountain of the game. But it could be T1's third of the game as well. It's T1 that looks to be first to the objective, but Hansel are going to do a bit of a base. So right now, G2's kind of timings are a bit messed up, but T1, they're going to choose to play safe. The level 17 Belveth is not something they want to go toe-to-toe with right now.
Just continuing to scale, too. More and more attack speed, uncapped. See what the final item is going to be. I imagine a Death's Dance just to come through here.
G2, they're just waiting for Hansama to get back into the lane. They've created a 1-4. They've abandoned topside. Caps has the TP.
Ooh, wave's not synced, though, so they're going to be a little bit awkward. T1 can respond to each point of pressure individually.
Be okay. Oh, I think that with Caps, yeah, they're pushing that one in. They're going to connect to the 2 times.
All right, they got it.
Also the
Void Remora.
Remora, yeah. Acting as an extra wave.
One knock up there. Mickey immediately going to find the knock up onto 3. Perfect combo. Tempered fate. A little bit too late to temper the fate of T1 or the aggression of G2. Mickey finding another angle. Mikhail's out from Carrier is clean, though, to make sure that his mid laner is safe as Hansama just walks up and tries to 2-shot the Bard. Has to be careful here, though. Still double Nexus towers. But that is a lot of minions. Void Remora or otherwise. G2 going for the throat here. They do not want to mess around. Hansama still standing. Caps off to the side. Isolating Gumayushi. Gumayushi taking out Broken Blade, finding the kill. Faker is not going to be enough to keep this one going. Takes out Broken Blade in the meantime. Owner and Carrier still standing, trying to burn through Caps, but they just do not have the damage to get it done. He goes golden. And Berlin, you know what time it is. It took all day. It took every single team we had, but G2 are victorious!
An incredibly fun match to watch. Huge credit to T1 as well. They've been fighting all day. You know, they've had to bear the brunt of so much pressure. But it was an incredibly fun match to watch. And G2 showcasing what they're capable of.
Yeah. And regardless of the context here, let me just be the first European fan to say, we take those.
We take those.
We take those. You know, in whatever form, as we are getting ready for the interview on stage. Moments away now. Sounds like we're good to go. Laura, whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Alrighty, one more time, give it up for T1 and G2! Come and stand here, BB. I am delighted to say we are joined right now, Laura and I, by BB, Zayas, and Becca, his translator. Please give them a huge round of applause!
So Bibi, I have a question for you. Let's start with the fact that the serious games, you play them for fun, but the for fun games, you play them like this and you defeat T1. What is that about? What did you win today? And what was the approach facing up against T1 in this scenario?
I think we both took the game a little bit less serious. So once we start getting ahead with our champs, it's hard for them to play. I mean, Zeus was doing some stuff to me on the top lane, but we managed to win anyway, so I'm very happy about that.
Zayas, you had a chance here to compete in Berlin, I believe, for the first time. What has it been like for you being here with the team, competing in front of this incredible crowd?
제우스 선수 이번에 베를린에서 이렇게 경기한 거 처음으로 알고 있는데요. 이렇게 많은 관중들 앞에서 이렇게 멋진 대회에서 경기한 소감을 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
일단 이벤트 대회라고 들어서 좀 가벼운 마음으로 즐기려고 왔는데 생각보다 다들 너무 열심히 해가지고 열심히 했습니다. 그냥 롤드컵 하는 기분이었어.
So I thought it was an event match, so I came here to play, enjoyable matches. But everyone here was very competitive enough, so I actually felt like I was competing at Worlds.
The unofficial Worlds Finals then, but with G2 winning this time. Bibi, I know you got an interview before the game about you playing in front of a German audience, playing here at the last event of the season. How was today for you, playing on stage, playing against T1, the world champions, and playing in front of the German crowd?
It was awesome. I mean, I'm very jealous of T1 for being able to play so many games behind this crowd. It was amazing, guys. Thank you very much.
They love you. They love you. Zayas, it has been an unbelievable 2023. When you look back, you and the team, what stands out to you? What are some of the moments that you will never, ever forget across the course of this year?
제우스 선수 2023년에 좀 굉장히 뜻깊은 한 해를 보낸 것 같은데요. 이렇게 한 해를 되돌아봤을 때 특별히 좀 떠오르는 순간이나 장면들이 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
아무래도 당연히 롤드컵 우승한 게 기억이 남는 것 같고 그리고 독일에서의 좋은 추억들도 기억에 남는 것 같습니다.
I think definitely the moment when we win the Worlds was definitely stay on top. And the moment here in Berlin right now will stand out later. So thank you very much.
There you go. It's a charmer. It's a charmer.
Last question for you, Bibi, because having you both on stage is actually really interesting in the sense that both you and T1 will remain with the same lineup next year, as it has been announced already. What are we looking forward to the most when it comes to G2 in 2024?
What I look forward to the most is to meet T1 in the finals next year, World's Finals.
And last question from me here. Zayas, is there anything, when you look back across the year, is there anything you want to say to everyone that supported you, everyone out here around the world, Any words you want to share with everybody, your fans worldwide right now?
제우 선수 마지막으로 여기 와주신 관객들을 포함해서 전 세계에서 이걸 지켜보고 계시는 분들이나 T1의 팬분들께 하실 말씀 있으면 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
일단 이렇게 독일이라는 나라에 초청해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 또 이런 대회 너무 좋은 경험이었던 것 같고 또 나와준 선수분들도 재밌게 경기해서 좋았다라고 전하고 싶습니다.
First off, I'd like to say thank you to Red Bull to invite us in this country in Germany. I think we had a tremendous moment. And I'd also like to thank you to the older players who competed against us today, and I think we had a very enjoyable experience. Thank you.
It has been an amazing event. Berlin, one more time for T1, G2, and all the teams we had today at this Red Bull event in Tokyo. 감사합니다, Zeus. Thank you, Baker, for the translation. Bibi, thank you so much for bringing that on stage. And thank you all for participating today. And Shocks, one last time, back to you.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful ending for an unbelievable event here in Berlin. Let me be the first to say also, thank you so much, Berlin, for sticking with us the entire day. And I hope you had a great time. And hopefully, well, G2, they did get to win, so they got a little bit of hope for Europe in the end.
Oh my God, that G2 actually won. I was always believing in them, and it paid off. Broken Blade already paves the way for 2024. They celebrated this moment. They took it humbly. How else are we expecting it from Broken Blade? And honestly, what a great team. What a great interview, Gumayushi also. And what?
Zeus.
And Zeus, sorry.
Yeah,
Zeus is such a great guy. And honestly, what a fantastic tournament.
I love
Thank
how
you
he
so
said
much.
that, oh, this was like a world championship.
Yeah, I mean, we take those, but also you had a foot in both camps. I don't
It's
take
true,
that for
it's
you, but
true.
No, I will take
But we all take those, trust me,
Yeah.
we all do. And the way to end it here for G2, you already see it in the front, in the way they're sitting in the back. Like, they're already talking. They're so happy about this tournament at all.
They're very excited indeed, and for one last time, our most electrifying moment, presented by Kia. I believe it is some Draven.
It's gonna start one place, and I think we all know it. We could have probably just put the first pick of a Draven being the most electrifying moment, but they make the most of it. And Yank, after a quick clear of his red side, is just ready for, well, 3-wave crash, 2-wave crash into a dive. And they just kept it going. There's a reason why the Draven would usually go on the ban table, and I thank T1 for letting us see it today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was banned the entire time at the Worlds Tournament. That Yaiko's bot lane level 2 just shows how much trust they have, and it was basically the beginning of the end. Here we have the solo crow from Hansama, and honestly, this man on Draven on this man, everything just fits perfect.
I mean, Guma's not trying to kite a Seri this time around. It is, it's a lane bully that's going straight up in his face.
For sure. Luckily for Hans, the game didn't end after he got picked there. Because otherwise we wouldn't be showing these highlights, I think.
Nah, I was scared for a single moment where they went over extending in the top lane.
Yeah.
They gave a 1k shot down over to Faker, and oh god, we're back at it again.
It's still T1, right? So even with like the huge lead and the great start coming out of G2, you see why they are world champions,
Unless
why they've won everything.
we're sitting at a 10k gold lead, I am scared of T1.
Yeah, even if we're sitting
Even
at
if,
10K. I've
yes.
seen at MSI, I saw teams being like very far ahead.
Yeah.
European teams.
They're the only team who can look ahead when being actually down like 4 to 5k gold. We said it before this match, this will be a bloodbath, this would be a brawl. Draco said that they will, beat the shit out of each other, and they did. And out
you
comes
almost
as a
got there.
winner, G2.
You almost finished the show without swearing.
Oh, I mean, Dracos,
only good
it's
ones.
your fault, Dracos. But yeah, what a fantastic ending.
Yes, absolutely. We're counting down towards the end of the day. So do you want to give me your favorite moments of today, maybe?
Honestly, NNO being up there, Brookie giving a banger interview. I think, honestly, how well NNO played as well is one of the biggest ones for me. Brookie especially, I think he's done casting, he does everything, and I didn't have on my radar so much, so yeah, for me it was that.
Yeah, I think actually what stood out to me the most was actually Gorin's brand. I'm not gonna lie. I think just him piloting these champions when he gets ahead, and actually just in general, the way he's aware of his champion, you could see that the enemy team, or T1 at the time, didn't really know the brand W range, the way he played it in the team fight with Ghost. He's so unreliable, and it's such a joy to see. I mean, sadly they didn't win, but in the end it's T1.
Yeah, they didn't indeed, but I had an unbelievable time here in Berlin. Thank you to Red Bull, of course, for setting up this event. The first time we had League of its own next to year we'll be going to Paris, and I can't wait for that. But now the only thing that we have to do is say thank you to everyone that watched, both at home and here in person. Thank you for your support for this event this year, and we'll see you next year. Good night.
Make some noise for your world champions, T1!
Absolute Mad Lad manages to make it work, gets the kill, gets the shutdown.